Okay. I'm still gonna roll that for a second. So it's gonna be able to hear the laptop behind me. Okay. Ooh. Oh, you liked that one? That was cool, right? You just touch it and bam, it's hacked. You saw that? Like that's not how it works there, bub. But all right. Like hacking takes time. It's not something that's quick or easy. It takes time. So I don't know why Mr. TomTom would ever think it's super to like easy hack with just tapping a phone. It's definitely not the way it works, you guys, just so everybody knows. Is the echo gone now, Brianna? It should be because I'm not in the house anymore. I'm away from my laptop now, so the echo should be gone now. The judge 10-ish. So, okay, good. It's gone. All right. Just making sure. Just making sure. Okay.
Take your time, too.
Don't mind her. Go around. He's just sitting there. Why would we sit behind him? He's not going out to the main road. So, yeah. Brian Higgins today. That's going to be interesting. You know, everybody from the opposite side has been screaming like federal proffer for whatever reason that like the feds are going to like come down from the ceiling tiles on strings and bring in Brian Higgins and then bring him out because he's got a proffer. So that means apparently he's also a criminal and he's in jail or some shit. Like, I don't know. The imaginations of these people are fucking amazing. Brian Higgins will be walking himself into court, just so we're clear here. Like, you know, the man worked for the ATF or works for the ATF, and he still does, but he did for a very long time. He's not. The feds aren't walking him in. The feds aren't stopping the trial at Brian Higgins. Good morning, Kathy. So like anybody who fully believes that, I'm here to tell you that's not going to happen. The trial will continue. He will testify, and you're probably not going to like what you're going to hear if you're on the Karen's definitely innocent side. I'm just going to prepare you for that now. Yeah. So oh, I can't. People just have been losing their minds in general, Brianna. You know how it's been. Twitter's a cesspool of a bunch of like conspiracy theory ridiculousness. Like I saw some clips of like Melanie Little, and I don't even like, I'm sorry, okay, but her facial expressions make her look like she's 24/7 constipated. She looks like a serial killer, okay, with the faces that she makes. First of all, she doesn't know where Canton is compared to Braintree, which is right there. It's literally right there. But then she's going to say, mind you, she's got the trial on. So if you have the trial on, how are you going to say, how does Carrie Roberts know where Jen, she knows where Jen lives? Like, what do you mean? She just said that. She's dropped off kids, picked up kids for John there. The niece and nephew for John. What do you mean? Karen also has done the same thing. So she knew where Jen lived. Like, I'm like, so she's talking about that. Like, how do they even know where she lives? That doesn't make any sense. Like, it makes perfect sense. But like, your facial expressions are staring. You feel like you're going to kill every human. Like, you look like a crunch serial killer. I don't understand what's happening. Like, I couldn't believe my ears. I'm like, and this is supposed to be an attorney. This is a real life. I mean, I know she's civil, so like, whatever. But like, and she's not from here, so like, that's another, you know, whatever. But what? Like the facial expressions alone were killing me, dude. I was like, someone call the Trix Bunny. I think she just murdered Captain Crunch. Like, I don't know what's happening right now. Like, I don't understand. Like, the shit she was saying made no sense whatsoever. I felt like I was in an alternate universe. Like, do we live in an alternate universe? Is this like Ashton Kutcher gonna pop out of the bushes and say we're all being punked? I don't understand, like, at all. She's over here dying. I'm sorry. I can't. You know me. I can't. All right. I can't. I'm just going to put this out there for you all. I can't be responsible for the things that fly out of my mouth. All right. I don't know where they come from. I have no idea. I can't.
That's really funny. Where it's come from.
She's a serious. I'm just saying.
Oh my god. I can't with you. I just can't.
Good morning. Good morning. Oh man, yeah.
I hope everybody had their cereal.
Yeah, it's not spreadsheets, you dumbasses, dude. If you've testified to like numerous grand juries and had like numerous interviews with numerous police officers, you're probably going to need to say what the stupid lawyer's talking about, especially when he's tried to change your words numerous times. You're going to make sure that he doesn't do that by looking at it. And just FYI, like the idiots that say that, almost every trial, if there's a police officer that needs to testify, they ask him if he wants to refer to his notes. So it's not odd in any way, shape, or form to refer to what you have already said or what you've already written down. It happens in every trial. So it's like, that's the type of stuff that shows me like that these people literally have no clue whatsoever how a trial works or how the law works or like what comes into a trial and why and what doesn't and why. Like, it's like even the basic of basic stuff they don't know. Like, and it's like, Melanie Little ain't telling them, that's for sure. Okay, we're getting audio, but we're not getting video yet, so I don't know. Oh, yep. Oh, there's the fan, everyone. There's the fan. Correct. They cannot. The FBI can't stop a state investigation. People, I've been telling people this for fucking over a year. Nobody seems to listen. So. Yeah, yeah. Oh, we're watching the same trial. Exactly. Freaking exactly. Are we watching the goddamn same trial, Kathy? Like, Jesus.
Yeah, I was so blown away. I stayed about 10 minutes listening to that live and I had to exit. I was blown. I'm like, what trial are you watching? What Cracker Jack box did you grow into?
Right. Like, what in the actual hell is going on here? Like, I'm telling you, Ashton Kutcher's going to pop out of the bushes and say we're all being punked because I don't know what the hell is going on. Like, this is
and then they all think that this was a huge win for Turtle Boy and his little thing. And I'm like, huh?
Yeah, what? No win there. Sorry to tell you. They think everything's a win, no matter how bad of a loss it is. They're like, it's a win, really? Like, oh, is it? Okay.
if that's a win for him, ooh, I hate to see what a loss is going to be.
Well, like, you guys keep telling whatever you got to tell yourself, dude. Whatever you guys got to tell yourself to make yourselves feel better. When he was in jail, they're like, really? It's a win, though. Like, yeah, really, it's a win. Yeah, for the inmates.
But I won.
Yeah, it's a win for the inmates. Like, what do you mean, dude? It's such a big win, let me tell you. Like, what?
I was really blown away at I was like, you call yourself a true crime creator.
Right.
I've watched you for quite a while. What happened to your brain?
I told you what happened. They know what happened, dude. They're not stupid people, okay? It's these people have bought into a conspiracy theory, and some of them figured it out quite fast. That conspiracy theory couldn't possibly happen with the evidence that they have. I have obviously way more than they do, but like even with what's in the public, okay, like you could figure out it's not a conspiracy theory anymore, okay? So for these people to continue saying it just tells me like all you're doing is grifting for those numbers and donations. That's it. That's all you're doing, because there's no way a smart mind of a critical thinker, especially an attorney, cannot figure out that cops are not going to throw a man on the lawn and just hope that he dies. Like, what? That just hope. Let's just pray that he dies and can't tell anybody what happened. Like,
yeah,
what?
There's so many easier scenarios they could have come up with. Yeah, no.
There's train tracks behind the house, and there's a fence that opens up from their yard to those train tracks and woods. Why not dump him back there? Why dump him right on the front lawn? Like,
well, hell, all they had to do was say, "Hey, we had after hours party at the house. The dude left drunk.
He stumbled over there and must have got hit by a train or something happened. I don't know. No, I don't know. Nobody would have been the wiser.
All persons have any business
All right,
before
here we
the
go,
Honorable
guys.
Evelyn Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in the Florida County of Norfolk. You are near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Hello, Cookie, welcome.
Sharon Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the
Good
Commonwealth.
morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson for the Street.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Giannetti for Sharon Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Giannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, James. So I have to ask you those same three questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Wednesday? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Did you know Parts Select also has lawn equipment parts? Enter your model number at partselect.com to find the repair parts you need to get your lawn equipment up and running. Our library of manuals and diagrams and helpful 360-degree product photos make finding the right parts easy.
I'm sorry, but I can't.
And ready for
I
same-day
can't
shipping.
skip that right now because I'm not home. So,
5-day return. Get
I
individual parts or even a full
apologize.
maintenance kit delivered right to your door.
but I'm an angry person
Get your lawn
without
equipment
coffee.
ready for
So
whatever the season throws its way.
agreed.
Find what you need at partselect.com.
Bro, what is it doing? Why is it still there? Oh,
Sometimes there's
are you
two
serious?
ads.
Come on, man, with the ads. It's getting stupid.
Need that 2 cents from AdSense.
Oh, if I could afford it, I would.
Well, you know, they
It's
only
friggin-
get 2 pennies for them ads. You know, they're up, they
Yeah,
want that
yeah.
2 pennies.
Yeah, like literally 1 penny.
Yeah. I need
Damn.
to upgrade myself.
Yeah, I do too. I just, I have to first be covering costs before I can do any of that.
Exactly.
Not even covering the cost right now, so I will eventually. I had it that way before. Yeah, I had it that way before.
Yes, ma'am, you can. All right. God, summer break.
Sorry, there's a really big truck next to me. I'm muting.
Summer break is
I just sent my little one off to school today. She had a book fair. Did you hear that debacle this morning? The book fair. The book fair that she forgot to tell me about until this morning, and I only had $1 in cash. I'm trying to figure out how to do the stupid e-wallet. Like, oh, I can't. I literally can't. Like,
oh, they do that with me. They do that with me on slushy day too. It's like, well,
Yep.
they wait till 8 o'clock to give me the paper, so I go
Yep.
to scan it to pay online, and they
Too late.
close it. They close it
Yep.
at 8 o'clock, so then they don't get a slushy, but it's my fault.
yeah, because y'all didn't tell me. Like, like what the hell, man? Like, this is crazy. Like, I was trying to figure out the stupid, and then I'm asking the other parents because I knew I had the paper, and I'm like, where's the goddamn paper? Like, couldn't freaking find it. Nobody at the bus stop had it, and I'm like, oh, for the love of Jesus! Like,
Hey, I don't remember school being so
Please,
expensive. I mean, every time I turn around, they need money for something.
they want money. Yeah.
Dookie, you're going to be mad, but I have to give you a flea dip today. I have never, in all the years I've had you animals, had fleas, and I found a flea on you, and I give them flea treatment. And they
Hey, it
don't go
happens.
outside.
From being outside, probably.
No, he don't go outside.
The
dog does, but he
So
don't.
maybe, so maybe from the dog.
He's driving me nuts.
Morning.
He's going to get
Mr.
pissed.
Higgins,
He's gonna
yeah.
skip. Who is this?
Brian Higgins.
Okay. I thought that
Anytime you're
was
ready,
him.
Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Hello.
Good morning.
The side
Could
piece.
you please state your name and spell your last name for the
Yes, the side
My name
piece.
is Brian Higgins, Higgins.
And where do you live, sir?
Barnstable County, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived there?
I've owned that property since approximately 2018.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm a special agent with the United States Department of Justice, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
And
You
how
worked for
long
the
have you been
ATF,
doing
yeah.
that?
Just over 15 years.
Now, sir, prior to that, prior to your employment with the ATF, what, if any, other positions, what did you do for work before that?
I was a lieutenant with Cambridge Fire Department.
And how long were you a lieutenant with the Cambridge Fire Department?
I was a lieutenant probably for about 8 years. Total, I was with Cambridge approximately 15 years.
Now, at some point, did you reside in the town of Canton?
I did.
And when was that? Sort of what year to what year?
I think that it was shortly after my sister passed away. So it was probably 2017 I purchased that house, and I sold it in January of 2022.
But,
And
but
you
no,
recall,
no,
was that
Steve,
early January, late January?
On or about January 5th.
And when you sold that property, did you move down to Barnstable County, or did you live somewhere else as well?
For a period of time, I rented an in-law apartment in West Roxbury, and I had my property on Cape Cod as well.
And that in-law property in West Roxbury, that was in 2022 as well?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 into January 29th of 2022. Do you recall those dates?
Yes.
Do you recall what days of the week those were?
I believe the 28th was a Friday and the 29th was a Saturday.
If I could take you back just to at least a day or so before that, but specifically the 28th. On the 28th, where were you on that date initially?
New York City.
And why were you in New York City, sir?
I was in New York City for the funeral services of Officer Mora and Rivera, who killed in the line of duty.
And fair to say there was a large contingent of law enforcement there,
Yes.
including several people from Massachusetts.
Yes.
And when did you go down to New York City?
I believe it was the 27th of February. Might have been Thursday.
So was there a wake and a funeral?
There was a wake and the funeral. Some people went to the wake, some people went to the funeral. There was services in over those couple of days.
And you went to the funeral on the 28th, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point, do you make your way from New York City back towards Massachusetts on the 28th?
Yes.
And do you recall about what time of day that was?
Late morning, possibly.
And why is it that you were coming back on the 28th specifically?
The anticipation of a blizzard.
And how did you, you drove, is that correct?
I drove my government vehicle down to New York for the services.
And what kind of government vehicle was it that you drove down and back?
That was a Dodge Ram pickup.
Now, on the way back, who, if anyone, came with you for the ride back from New York City to Massachusetts?
Brian Elbert, Kevin Elbert, and Eddie Hernandez.
And who were they to you, and what, if any, relationship do they have to your work in law enforcement?
Well, first and foremost, they're all friends. Kevin Elbert is a detective with the Canton Police Department. Brian Elbert was a sergeant detective with the Boston Police Department. Eddie Hernandez, also a detective with the Boston Police Department.
And how long had you known each of these individuals?
So out of the group, Eddie Hernandez would be the person that I knew the longest. I had worked with him back in the early 90s at the Mass General. Then it would probably be Brian Elbert. I may have had some contact with him when I was on the Cambridge Fire Department, assigned to the Fire Investigation Unit. And then Kevin Elbert would be probably the last in the three that I knew.
Now, speaking to the Canton Police Department at that time, as far as your assignment went with work, where was it that you worked out of, or where was sort of your base of operations, so to say?
Canton PD, I had an office there.
And how was it that you came to have an office in Canton PD?
That relationship was through Chief Berkowitz, born through a tragedy. When my sister passed away, we became friends, and he offered up the space because I had also moved there. So it was close. It was a jumping off point.
And were you the only federal agent that had space within the Canton Police Department?
I was the only one that had an office. I believe there was an HSI agent that might have had some access there to come in, hook up his computer and stuff. And there was also an MBTA police detective, transit police detective, who also had access there. But I was really the only one that maintained a desk, so to speak.
And as far as your work or familiarity with work as far as federal law enforcement officers, is that abnormal to have access to a local PD or have an office or a desk there?
I'll allow it.
No, it's not abnormal to have space within a department that you work closely with.
Now, as far as the ride back is concerned, when you drive from New York City back to Massachusetts, about how long a drive was that?
So typically it'd be I'd say like a 4-hour ride, depending on traffic. This was longer, and I would also factor in the fact that we stopped and ate on the way back.
And when you arrive back to Massachusetts, where specifically in Massachusetts is it that you first go?
So the first place that we went was a Boston Police Department district in Charlestown, where Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez had parked their vehicles.
Now, as far as you know, had they driven down to New York City, or how would they come to be in New York City? If you know?
I believe that Brian Albert, Eddie Hernandez, and Kevin Albert all flew down to New York.
And they drove back with you because of the storm, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, after dropping them off there, where did you go from there?
I went back to the Canton Police Department where I dropped off Kevin Albert, and then switched vehicles, got into my Jeep Wrangler, and I traveled up to the hillside in Canton.
Now, as far as traveling up to the hillside in Canton, who, if anyone, did you have plans with, or who, if anyone, did you coordinate with as far as going to the hillside?
Brian Albert agreed to meet me there.
And as far as switching from your government vehicle to a personal vehicle, is that correct?
Yes,
And why did you do that before going to the hillside?
because I was technically no longer on duty, so to speak, even though I had been at a funeral. But, I knew I would be consuming alcohol, and we have a policy against that.
Now, as far as vehicles related to you, whether they be personal or work and the Canton PD, how many vehicles did you have at that location?
So I would have had my government truck that I parked there. I would have had a surveillance vehicle that I parked there. And at times, it would sometimes flip in and out between a pickup truck that I had and the Jeep itself.
And the Jeep that you were driving that night, can you describe the Jeep, sort of what it looked like, what kind of Jeep it was?
So it's a 2011 Jeep Wrangler, gray in color. And at the time that I was driving it on the 28th and the 29th the next day, it had a plow on it.
And the plow that you had affixed to the Jeep Wrangler, is that, how big a plow are we talking about?
If I was to guess, it was probably 6 feet 8 inches. I believe they make them in two formats, 6'8" and I think 7'2". But I believe I have the smaller blade on that Jeep.
And how often would you have, was that like a year-round thing, or how often, when about would you have that plow affixed to the Jeep?
Inclement weather, or impending into inclement weather.
And is that something that you used, as far as what if any use did you put the plow in front of the Jeep to?
To help family and friends clear the property at the Cape. I had used it when I had the house in Canton.
And so you go to the hillside, do you know about what time it was that you got there?
No, again, it would have been after I dropped off Kevin Albert. Definitely would have been dark at that time.
And the hillside, is that an establishment that you're familiar with? You had been there before?
Yes.
And about how long was it after you arrived that Brian Albert arrived?
Shortly thereafter, probably, because I had traveled back, dropped the vehicle off. He may have even beat me there because I went to the station and dropped Kevin off, but I don't think it was contemporaneous, but it was in close proximity.
And once you got to the hillside, how long were you there and how long was Mr. Albert there?
So I had something to eat. I had something to drink. The approximate time, maybe an hour or so. And then Brian had left before me. I remained, he left.
And if you know about how long before you left was it that Brian Albert left?
Can you repeat that again?
Brian Albert left before you, correct?
Yes.
About how long before you left was it that Brian Albert left?
Maybe 15 minutes.
And you had some drinks at the hillside, is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall what you drank that night?
Usually what I drink all the time, Jameson and ginger.
And as far as where Mr. Albert was going, what, if any, conversation did you have about that?
He had told me that he was going down to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, which is in Canton Center, and that he'd be meeting his wife and some family and maybe some other people.
And were you invited to come
Yes,
along?
we are. Brianna.
Yes.
Yes, we are.
Now, the Waterfall, that's an establishment you're familiar with. You've been there previous times as well.
Yes.
And with respect to this evening, so you leave from the hillside and you go directly to the Waterfall?
Yes.
And if you know about what time was it that you got to the Waterfall?
Again, it was dark. It could have been around 9 in the area, 9 o'clock.
And when you get to the Waterfall, do you recall where in relation to the Waterfall you parked the Jeep at that time?
No.
So you come in to the Waterfall and where do you go?
I went to a series. I saw Brian and his family, and there was a series of high tops, and I proceeded to the high tops where they were.
Now, with respect to Brian Albert, how would you describe sort of your relationship around this time of January 2022?
He's a good friend. He's a coworker. I had been working closely with his unit. I'd say he was a good friend.
And through that sort of work and your friendship, were you familiar with his family as well?
Yes.
And so when you came over to the area where Brian Albert was, his wife was there, correct?
Yes.
And who, if anyone else, was there that you were familiar with or that you knew when you came?
So it would have been Brian Albert. It would have been Nicole. I believe Caitlin was there. Caitlin Albert, Brian's daughter. Chris Albert, his wife, Julie. There might have been another couple, Matt McCabe and Jim McCabe.
And as far as the McCabe's were concerned, how familiar were you with them?
Casually.
Now, at some point you come in, you join the group, is that correct?
Yes.
And how would you describe sort of throughout the entirety of the evening or your time at the Waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of the group within the bar?
It was a good time.
No arguments or anything like that you observed from anybody that was present over the course of?
No, it was a good time, and there was a band.
And if you recall, about what time was it that you left?
I would say right around when the band was wrapping up. So it was probably closer to midnight.
Now, prior to that, at some point between the time that you arrived and the time that the band's wrapping up and you're preparing to leave, who, if anyone else that you were familiar with, came into the Waterfall?
John O'Keefe and the defendant.
And just to be clear, when you're referencing the defendant, what is her name?
Karen Reed.
And just to be clear for the record, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you identify just as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's seated between attorneys Jackson and Yannetti.
And just ask the record to reflect identification of the defendant by the witness.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, starting there, as far as how long had you known Mr. O'Keefe?
Maybe a year, a little over a year.
And do you recall how it was or where it was that you first met Mr. O'Keefe?
I believe it was actually the hillside.
And how often would it be that you saw Mr. O'Keefe or socialized with Mr. O'Keefe?
I would see him at the hillside.
And as far as, were you familiar with what Mr. O'Keefe did for work?
Yes,
And what were you familiar with him doing for work?
he was a Boston police officer.
And with reference to Ms. Reed, how long had you known the defendant?
It would be about the same time,
And
or as long as.
And so roughly, what was your understanding as far as the relationship between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
They were dating.
Now, with reference to occasions, as far as would there be occasions typically where you would see Mr. O'Keefe without Ms. Reed, or you would see Ms. Reed without Mr. O'Keefe, or were they essentially together when you saw them?
I would say more often than not, they'd be together.
And did you have occasion to see them in other sort of social settings outside of the hillside?
I went over the house one time before the end of Patriots game.
So if I could take you back, let me ask you this, as far as how would you describe your relationship with John O'Keefe?
I considered him a friend.
And how would you describe your relationship with Ms. Reed?
I considered her a friend as well.
Now, through the course of time that you knew them, did you have occasion to get their contact information and have communication with each of them through their phones?
I had John's telephone. John and I had exchanged telephone numbers.
And with reference to those communications, were they texts, were they phone calls, or varied?
Oh, they would be text.
And as far as the text communications that you had, you received this contact information, you texted, someone replied. How did you know that that was John O'Keefe that was replying to you?
Well, I had him saved in my phone, John O'Keefe. I don't know exactly where he gave me his phone number, but I knew it was him.
Now, on that evening, taking you back to the waterfall, January 28th into January 29th, do you know about what time it was that Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant came into the waterfall?
It would have been, I think, between like 11 and closing.
And do you recall sort of where you were situated in reference to the table when they came in?
So I think I was at the high top bar area, the high top in the bar area closest to the bar.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came into the waterfall, what, if anything, did you observe? Where did they go when they first came in?
So when they first came in, I believe they may have initially went in, like, veered off in different directions. I recall that she opened her coat and took a drink out of it. I should say a glass.
And what, if any, observations did you make of the glass that Ms. Reed took out of her coat?
It was a tall glass. It looked like a clear liquid in there.
And at some point, did you come to find out where Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed had been prior to coming to the waterfall?
Sistine.
Are you familiar with another establishment in Canton called C.F. McCarthy's?
Yes,
Is that a place that you've been to before?
yes.
Now, as far as the glass that you saw with reference to the waterfall and or C.F. McCarthy's, what, if any, observations did you make of it?
Well, that it wasn't from the waterfall.
And what makes you say that?
Well, she walked in with it and took it out of her coat, but it wasn't consistent with the type of glasses that the waterfall had.
And so let me just ask one further question in regard to that. So when you say it wasn't consistent, what was it about it that made it inconsistent with glasses from the waterfall?
I believe it was a tall glass and kind of like bubbles on the side of it, so to speak, like the design.
Now, after you make those observations, at some point over the course of the time that you were at the waterfall and they were there as well, did you have occasion to have a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe?
I did. I don't know that if it was initially when he first came in, but I did have a brief conversation with him as to the content I don't recall what that was.
Just small talk, fair to say.
Greetings.
And with regard to Ms. Reed, during your time at the waterfall, what, if any, conversations did you have with her?
I did not have any.
Now, at this point in time on this date, did you have Ms. Reed's cell phone information
I did not.
at the time that you were at the waterfall?
No.
Do you recall sending a text or
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that question again?
at this time, I know we've jumped around a couple of days, but at this time that you were at the waterfall on the 28th or the 29th, did you have Ms. Reed's contact?
Yes, I did.
And at some point over the course of the evening while you were at the waterfall, did you send a text to Ms. Reed?
I did.
Do you recall what the substance of that text was?
I think it was something like, well,
And do you recall what it meant as far as that text message or why you had sent that?
to be honest with you, it was, I guess you could view it as a flirty text.
Now, around midnight or so, when you leave the waterfall, well, I'm sorry, let me take it back just one step. At some point over the course of the evening while you're at the waterfall, what, if any, discussion is there around the table as far as next steps or where to go from there?
Well, there was talk at the table, I think initially about going back to Chris Albert's Pizza Shop to have some food and drink. And at some point that transitioned into going back to Brian Albert's house.
And as far as the invitation to go back to Brian Albert's house, was that something that was extended to the entirety of the table?
I took it as an open invitation to the people that were together at the table, yes.
And Mr. Albert's house, is that somewhere that you had been to before?
I had been there, the twins' graduation party, which was outside in the backyard. And I think I may have dropped him off on one occasion. I may have dropped something in his mailbox, but those would be the only other times.
And are you familiar, at least now, with the address and sort of where you were going? Did you know where you were going that night?
I knew where I was going, yes.
And the address was 34 Fairview Road.
That is correct, yes.
And about what time? About midnight or so, when you're leaving, who, if anyone, was leaving the bar around the same time?
I mean, I think pretty much everybody was wrapping up and leaving. I know that I beat Brian and Nicole back to the house.
Now, as far as the time at the waterfall, with reference to either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed, what, if any, observations did you make in regard to what they were drinking that night?
I think John was having beers, is his typical, what I would see him with. And the defendant had, glasses.
And do you recall her ever at any point that you were there, if you recall, drinking out of a glass different than the one she took out of her coat when she first arrived?
I don't recall.
Now, you drove from the waterfall to Fairview Road. About how long a drive was that?
Probably a few minutes. But the weather was, I remember when I came out, I put the wipers on. There was some snow on the ground, but it was the type of snow where the roadway was still black at the time, but because it was being driven on, but the sidewalk had a light coating.
And you drive over to the home, and you mentioned that you beat Mr. Albert there. Is that correct?
I did.
And so, with regard to the home, when you get there, what did you do when you got there?
Well, I was kind of being a smart ass, and I dropped the plow and I did a little sweep of the driveway. And then I got out of the driveway because I didn't want to get blocked in, and I parked.
And do you recall where you parked in relation to the house?
I do, by the mailbox.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish what's been marked as Exhibit 72.
Okay.
And Mr. Higgins, do you recognize what's printed up on the screen there?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
34 Fairview.
Sorry, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, I'm going to give you a laser pointer and just press that button there. So, Mr. Higgins, with that laser pointer now in your hand, if you could direct the jury's attention to, if you see it in this photograph, where you parked your Jeep at.
So the back end of the Jeep would have been right around the mailbox itself. And the edge of the driveway is right there. I wanted to make sure that I was not blocking the driveway or blocked in.
And so the front of your vehicle would have been pointed in which direction?
I believe that'd be going towards Chapman Street.
And so which part of your vehicle was closest to the house? So the driver's side or passenger side?
So the passenger side would be closest to the house.
So you're parked on the front of the house sort of with the traffic, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, and you can take that down. Thank you. So you arrive at the house, you do, as far as the maneuver with the plow in the driveway, and then you park the vehicle, and where is it that you go from there?
Into the house.
And when you get into the house, who, if anyone, is there, or who, if anyone, is coming in with you?
So I might have been there, well, it was about the same time that Brian and Nicole showed up. I don't know if they entered before me or I entered after them. I entered the house. What I recollect is that Brian Albert Jr. is sitting kind of at the island or in the island area. And I believe he was flanked by at least one female, possibly two, one on each side.
And either of those females, did you know them? Did you recognize them? Did you know who they were?
I may have recognized one I've seen before, but I didn't know them.
And just lastly, before we go back into the house, when you park, when you do the sort of plowing in the driveway and then parking, did you see Mr. Albert arrive at the house around that time?
When I parked the Jeep?
Yes.
Well, yes, so I made the sweep, and as I could see the vehicle coming up, I made the sweep, got out of the way so he could park.
So he had parked in the driveway around the time that you're parking on the street?
Yes.
And so when you come to the house and you see the people that you've described, where were they situated within the house?
So I came through what I would call like a breezeway door. So there's a front door to the residence, there's the garages, and in between there is a like a breezeway door. I came in through there, and it's kind of like you're in the kitchen. I think there's like an island, so to speak. You may be able to sit at it, and Brian Albert Jr. was right there, and again flanked by one, if not two females.
Now, at some point after your arrival, who, if anyone else that you were familiar with, came by the house?
I believe it was Jen and Matt McCabe.
You know about how long it was after you arrived that they arrived?
No, I don't know. I mean, I don't think it was much longer. People started, flowed in at that point.
And beyond sort of the kitchen area that you were describing before, where else did you go within the house that night?
At one point, briefly, Brian Albert showed me some photographs, family. I believe primarily it might have been of his son who had recently been in the Marine Corps. Gone into, I should say.
And do you recall, or why was he showing you specifically like those photographs of his son in the Marine Corps?
Because he's proud.
Now, let me ask you this. As far as yourself and or Mr. Albert, what, if any, familiarity or what, if any, background do you or Mr. Albert have with regard to the military?
Brian was in the Marine Corps. I was in the Army.
Now, this period that you're talking about in the other room, about how long a period was that?
It was brief.
And beyond yourself and Mr. Albert, was there anyone else from the group that you described that was in the room at the same time as you and Mr. Albert?
I don't think so. I think Nicole may have popped in for a second, but I'm not 100% positive on that.
And as far as, do you know approximately what time you left the house on Fairview that evening?
I'd guesstimate it was anywhere between 12:30 and 1 o'clock, but I'm not 100% positive.
So relatively short period of time, is that correct?
It was a short period of time. I knew kind of from the onset when I got in there, it probably wasn't going to be a long time because I'm not a beer drinker and that's what they had. So I was probably one of the first people to leave.
Now, for that entirety of the time that you were there, did you go anywhere else within the home beyond what you described as far as the kitchen and the living room?
No,
Did you go upstairs at any time?
no,
Did you go downstairs in any sort of basement area at any time?
no.
And when you exited the home, do you recall which of the two doors that you described that you would have exited from?
The same door I came in, the breezeway.
Now, during the time that you were there, similar to what I asked about the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or demeanor within the home?
It was fine. I mean, everybody was happy.
And at any point in time while you were at 34 Fairview, do you, any of the people that were in the house, do you recall seeing them go outside of the house and come back or anything like that?
I can't say definitively I saw anybody come in or out of the house, but I think somebody might have been in the process of maybe being picked up.
And not anybody that you were super familiar with, is that fair to say?
I think it was one of the females.
Now, with respect to the front of the house, at any point in time that you were inside of the house, was your attention drawn or did you look out the windows or the door or anything like that?
No,
And when you were in the kitchen area, do you recall sort of how you were positioned in relation to the windows facing the front of the house?
so I would have had my back to that area, my back to the door that I came in.
And specifically with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, at any point in time, did you see either of them inside the house or outside of the house or around the house or anywhere around 34 Fairview Road?
Absolutely not, no.
And at any point in time over the course of the evening, what, if any, communication or text or anything did you send to either of those two people while you were at the house on Fairview?
While I was at the house, I think I shot a text just to John. Where are you? I think that's what it was.
And if you recall, did you ever get a response to that text?
No, there was no response.
So after you left the waterfall, when you left the waterfall, was Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, the defendant, still there?
I can't say 100% no.
But after you left the waterfall, at any point in time, did you speak to, text with, or communicate in any way, shape, or form, or see in any way, shape, or form either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
Well, again, the only person I shot the text to while I was at the house was John, but after I left the waterfall, I never saw John O'Keefe or the defendant again.
Now, when you left from the residence, and again, you're not sure what time that was,
Between 12:30 and 1 o'clock.
and do you recall who amongst the group was still at the house at the time you left?
I think I was probably the first person to leave.
So all of the other people that you've described would have still been in the house when you exited from the house.
Yes,
Now, you indicated earlier that you're familiar with Mr. Albert and his family to some extent, correct?
yes,
You've been to his house for a graduation party for his twins, correct?
yes.
Through that, at any point in time prior to this date, did you become aware or familiar with Brian Albert's nephew, Colin Albert?
I know the name and I know that he is one of the sons of Chris Albert.
Are you familiar with what he looks like?
If he walked in here right now, I wouldn't know.
You would not know?
No,
And beyond the people that you've described as far as seeing at 34 Fairview Road, fair to say you don't recall anybody being introduced or identified as Colin Albert?
no,
Now, you exit from the home through the breezeway door and go over to your vehicle, is that right?
yes.
And from the time that you would enter the home to the time now that you're exiting from the home, what, if any, change did you note as far as the weather intermittently?
Just that the weather was getting worse. The snow was picking up.
And as far as the accumulation that you had described before, as far as you could still see the blacktop and all that when you left the waterfall, what was it like when you came out of the house?
Again, I think that the streets that weren't being traveled, there was snow on them. There was coverage.
And as far as the front lawn area of the house at 34 Fairview Road, what, if any, observations did you make of that?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. As far as the snow was concerned, was the
Yes.
snow sticking to, or was it accumulating on the lawn as well?
I believe so. I mean, when I walked from the breezeway to the Jeep, there was snow on the ground.
Now, the front yard area of the house, is that something that you were looking at with any particularity or taking note of as you were walking your Jeep down the driveway?
No, it was a long day. We had been on the road. I just was looking to get home.
And so when you get to your Jeep, can you describe to the jury sort of how it was that you pulled away, or what, if anything, you recall about that process?
So I got in the Jeep, started it up, may have looked at my phone, put it in drive and started to pull away. And then I'm like, put the plow up. So I reached, I moved a couple of feet. I heard it grinding on the ground, reached for the device called the fish stick, picked it up, lifted the plow, and then drove away.
And the plow that you had affixed to the front of the Jeep, how is, I think you've talked a little bit about it, but how is that sort of controlled, and who controls that?
So the operator controls it. The mechanism to control it, again, is called a fish stick. It's on a cord and it plugs in under the dashboard. I reached down to find out, I don't know if it was on the floor or between the seats, but it's not like a joystick that's attached actually to the dashboard.
So some sort of hydraulic system, is that correct?
Yes, it's hydraulic based.
Now, in addition to moving it sort of up and down, is there any other way that you can manipulate the blade as far as that switch is concerned?
Yeah, so if I would generally, if I'm driving around town and I'm not worried about the vehicle heating up, I just lift the plow off a couple feet off the ground. If I was on the highway, I would tilt it to get airflow.
And as far as height is concerned for that plow, if you were to lift it all the way to the top, what, if any, impact would that have with reference to your line of sight or visibility through the windshield?
0.
So even if it's raised all the way as far as it can go, you can still see over the top of the blade?
Yeah, if it comes even with the hood of the Jeep, I'd be surprised.
So you pull forward a couple of feet and then you lift it. About how high did you lift it when you stop and then lift up?
Probably like a foot or two.
And as far as following that, you pull away from the house, is that right?
Correct.
And as you're pulling away from the house, where is your attention drawn, or what, if anything, did you see as far as when you're pulling away from the house?
Wasn't drawn to anything. I just drove away.
And when you drove away, again, during that process, did you see anything outside of the house that drew concern or your attention or anything like that?
No.
Now, as far as when you get out to your vehicle and you're driving away, were there any other vehicles on the street that you saw in the area of the residents at 34 Fairview?
I didn't see any.
And do you recall whether or not there were any tire tracks in the snow or anything that you saw when you came out to the vehicle, if you recall?
I do not recall.
Now, you leave the residence at 34 Fairview, and where did you go from there?
I went back to the Canton Police.
And why was it that you went back to the Canton Police Station?
Well, we had traveled down for the services for those police officers, and we anticipated staying the following day. I think I had said that we left a day earlier. So I had left a key to the surveillance vehicle on top of my desk so that somebody could move the vehicle, because a lot of times Chief Berkowitz would get after me. As a courtesy, I was parking vehicles there, sometimes my personal, but primarily my work vehicles. And one thing he asked me, just leave the vehicles in the middle of the parking lot so that snow could be cleared. So the reason for heading back there was to move those vehicles, because if I didn't do it then, I would have had to get up early and do it. And I also know they plow through the night. So that would be the reason for heading back.
Before we get a little more into that, as far as the funeral that you went to, were these people that you knew or had met or were familiar with?
No.
So you get back to the police station, and with regard to the Canton Police Station, what, if any, access did you have to the Canton PD, and sort of how did you facilitate that?
So I would describe it as a proxy card. The doors have card readers. Generally in the parking lot, when you come into the police station, You drive in, Sally ports are off to your right-hand side. There's two bay doors there. There's a pass-through door. And then over in the corner would typically where I would bury both vehicles. So if I was, typically it would be my take-home pickup truck that I described earlier, and it would be the surveillance vehicle. But if I had, that could be swapped out with one of my personal vehicles. I would leave a personal vehicle there if I took one of those two vehicles. And then for me to access into the building, the most direct door would be that pass-through door by the Sally port.
And sort of that back area, is that typically where you would park?
Yes.
And just in reference to you talk about a surveillance vehicle, that's something that you use as far as conducting surveillance and performance of your duties as a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
And so fair to say that would not be something you would want to park, like say, in front of the police station?
No.
Now, that path that you took, is that the typical path that you would take, sort of park to the back and then cut through the Sally port into the station?
Yes, that would be the route that I would go.
And if you recall, is that the route that you went on that particular early morning when you came back to the station?
I believe it is.
And when you come back to the station and you go in, where are you going within the police station when you went?
So I'm going up to I was going up to my office to grab the key for that surveillance vehicle. So when you come through that pass-through door at the Sally port, the first door would be through the booking and the holding area that directly goes into the dispatch area. But if you walk to the extreme other end, there's another door on the other end, common hallway. I'd walk down that hallway, hit a set of stairs, and I would go up that way.
Now, if I could take it back just for a second, as far as when you initially walk into the Sally port area, that's a garage, basically, correct?
Yes.
And when you come into the garage, the door that you would then enter to come into the station, where is that in relation to the door that you come from the exterior? How far away are the two?
So if you come into, I guess what you're asking, so if I come into the Sally port, immediately to the right, there's the door that goes into the holding area, booking area, and then probably it's probably 12 feet long to get to the other door.
So from where you're parking and where you come into the Sally port, it's not like you then have to walk across the garage or anything like that to get to the door into the station. Is that correct?
Well, you do walk across the garage, but it's small.
And when you say small, about how far?
About 12 feet, maybe.
And so you come into the station, you go by the dispatch, is that correct?
So as I'm walking down the hallway, dispatch would be off to the right. It's a wooden door with two glass panes.
And as far as the Canton Police Station is concerned, are you familiar with, or were you aware at the time that there is sort of security and cameras and such around the station?
Yes.
You're aware that those cameras record, is that correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of any records that are generated as far as your key card access when you go through a certain door at a certain time?
Well, I've never seen those records, but it's my understanding it tracks access control.
And did you happen to go by the dispatch area specifically? And if so, do you know who was working there that night?
Newly promoted Sergeant Good, I believe. Probably, he was on midnights.
Do you have any specific recollection of seeing him there that evening or that early morning when you?
I wanted to get Botox Cosmetic to diminish these lines that kind of became more severe over the last 2 years. And I'm really happy with the results because they're very subtle. And I still look like me, just less lines.
Talk to your doctor about Botox Cosmetic and whether it's right for you. The effects of Botox Cosmetic may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. See for yourself at BotoxCosmetic.com.
Didn't know how bad it was, but I left the key on the desk to facilitate somebody being able to move that.
And so you go to your office, you get the key, and then where did you go from there?
I go back downstairs and I move the vehicles to the center of the parking lot.
And then at some point you leave, is that correct?
Yes,
Do you know about how long it was after you moved the vehicles around that you left Canton PD?
not long, but I'd be guessing if I gave you a time.
And so where did you go from there?
I went back to West Roxbury.
And which vehicle that you've described, which of those vehicles did you use to get from Canton PD to West Roxbury?
The Jeep Cherokee, Jeep Wrangler, sorry.
And if you know about what time was it that you got home to West Roxbury?
Could have been somewhere around 20 to 2. I'm not 100% positive.
So sometime between 1:30 and 2 a.m., is that roughly around?
Yes.
And when you get home, do you recall like what it was that you did when you got home?
Well, it was a long day. We had traveled, the traffic, it just seemed like it dragged on forever. But I think I did what I typically do after being out, having a couple of drinks. I had something else to eat, and I believe I might have had another couple of drinks and either laid on the couch or laid on my bed. And typically I would fall asleep if I was on the couch and wake up and go into the bedroom. I don't know what location I was in at that point.
Now, after you fall asleep at some point later on that morning or something, you wake up obviously at some period, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall what it was that awoke you on that morning?
I mean, for lack of better words, my phone, both my work and my personal phones were blowing up. They were going off.
And if you know about what time in the morning was that?
Probably around 6:30-ish.
And who, if anyone, as far as you looked at your phones, and who, if anyone, was blowing up your phone, who was calling you at that?
Well, I think first it was Chief Berkowitz, and then Brian Albert.
And you mentioned first it was Chief Berkowitz. Did you answer the chief's call at that time?
No.
And was that abnormal for the chief to be calling you at that time of day?
No, he's an early riser, and typically when he was working, again, we also had a friendship. He would call in the morning, kind of like checking in with each other. So I just kind of blew like, why are you calling me this early? Kind of just blew it off. But then when I saw Brian Albert calling me, like that kind of caused me some concern, because I'm like, why is he calling me? He was out with me all day yesterday. We both had the same long day, and I was concerned at that point.
And so you answer the phone from Mr. Albert, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you learn from him, or what, if anything, did he tell you?
Objection. I'm going to sustain the objection at this point.
So you receive a call from him and you have some sort of conversation, correct?
Yes.
Now, prior to that, from the time that you got home to the time that you answered this call from Brian Albert, do you recall having any phone calls or conversations with anybody during that time period?
No.
And specifically, did you talk to Brian Albert on the phone at any point between the time you left his home and the time that you woke up the next morning to his phone call?
No, I did not.
Now, the previous day, over the course of it, we're all waking up in New York and then driving home and going to the hillside and going to the waterfall and going to Mr. Albert's house. Had you and Mr. Albert communicated via cell phone, whether it be text or phone call at any point in time during the course of that day?
You mean the day before?
Yes.
Yes.
So he was fairly recent in your contacts, is that correct?
Yes.
And so as far as that phone call that you received from Mr. Albert, based on whatever information that you learned from that, what did you do then?
I got dressed and went right over to the house at 34 Fairview.
And when you left your house in West Roxbury and went back to 34 Fairview, what were you driving at that point?
I was still in the Jeep Wrangler.
And if you know about what time or so was it that you arrived back at 34 Fairview late that morning?
Maybe a little after 7.
And when you arrived there, what, if anything, did you see?
I mean, I just went into the house.
As far as outside of the house, when you arrived there, what, if anything, did you see outside of the house?
I don't recall, maybe a police car. I don't remember.
Now, with regard to, starting with the weather, when you woke up and you were driving back to 34 Fairview, what was the weather like at that point in reference to when you had gotten home to West Roxbury the night before?
It was real bad.
And as far as when you get to the house at 34 Fairview, sometime around 7 a.m. or so, where is it that you parked in relation to the home at that point?
I might have went in the driveway. I don't remember specifically where I parked.
And as far as other vehicles there, how many other vehicles, were there more or less vehicles there that morning than there were when you were there the night before?
I couldn't say definitively.
And when you come into the house, who, if anyone, is it that you see inside the house when you get there?
So I saw Brian, I saw Nicole. Brian Jr. may have popped in and out of the same kitchen area that I was in before. Jen and Matt McCabe. And then a short time later, Julie Albert showed up.
And Julie Albert, when she showed up, what, if anything, did you observe her to have with her when she showed up?
Like box of donuts or muffins or something like that.
And as far as the house when you come in, sort of the evening before, but how would you describe sort of the mood and demeanor of the people in the house when you arrived there later on that morning, sometime around 7 or so?
People were pretty distraught.
And did you know why they were distraught?
Because John had been found on the lawn.
And is that why you had gone to the house?
Yes.
And when you received that information or were informed of that, how did you receive that information, or what, if any, impact did that have on you?
Well,
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain, you can ask it differently.
When did you first learn of Mr. O'Keefe being found on the lawn at 34 Fairview?
during the phone call at about 6:30-ish when Brian Albert, when I spoke with him.
And what was your reaction when you received that information?
It didn't make sense to me. I couldn't do the math in my head because I know John O'Keefe and the defendant never showed up. It didn't make sense.
And so from this time that you're in the house, do you recall any sort of conversation about within the group as far as what was going on?
Objection.
Do you recall that there was a conversation?
Yes, I recall that there was conversation and it was,
Objection.
Just that.
okay.
Next question, Mr. Lilly.
Now, from the time that you arrived there later on that morning, about how long a period of time were you there for?
Less than an hour.
And from there, where did you go from there?
I don't know if I went back to the police station or I went to West Roxbury. Might have been the police station.
And if you went to the police station, why would you have gone to the police station at that point?
Because I was still trying to put things together in my head. I was upset. Those would be the reasons.
Do you recall whether or not, bless you, do you recall whether or not you were at the police station that day?
Yes,
No, I'll allow it.
yes, I'm pretty sure I was there.
And do you know about how long you were there or about what time it was that you were there?
No, I couldn't say specifically.
And after you left the police station that day, where did you go from there?
At some point, I probably went back to West Roxbury. I don't specifically remember.
Now, again, from when you went, maybe a fairly simple question, but as far as you drove the Jeep Wrangler from West Roxbury back to Fairview Road that morning, correct?
Yes,
And then you drove that Jeep Wrangler from Fairview Road to the Canton Police Station at some point during the day?
I believe I was in that vehicle all day.
Now, at some point, a few days following this, did you have occasion to meet with some troopers from the state police?
I did.
And do you recall who those troopers were?
Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
And were you familiar with those troopers prior to that date that you met with them?
So I was familiar with Trooper Buchanan. Evidently, I was reminded by Trooper Proctor that I had met him before. I think I helped him on a gun recovery that he made, but I didn't remember him.
And as far as you mentioned, you know, sort of socializing with other officers from law enforcement, had you ever socialized with either Sergeant Buchanan or Trooper Proctor before?
So Trooper Proctor, no. I had seen Trooper Buchanan on a number of occasions at a local gym. I had seen him one time at the hillside. I think he might have been with his child after a sporting event. I think I said hello. I bought him a drink. But I wouldn't classify that as socializing, more being friendly. But I also, that area of responsibility, the South Shore, south of Boston, Cape and Islands, I was assigned to a group where I would interface with people in that area, and that Norfolk CPAC office would be people that over the years I've probably dealt with.
Now, when you met with him on this day, do you recall specifically what day it was?
No.
If I said February 3rd, would that sound about right, or if you know?
I would say in that area.
And when you met with them, you had a conversation with them or an interview in regard to what had transpired on the 28th and 29th, correct?
Yes.
And following sort of the substance of that interview, what, if anything, did you provide the troopers with?
I provided them with text messages that I had exchanged and had on my phone with John O'Keefe, and text messages that I had exchanged with the defendant.
And how did you, in what sort of format did you provide those text messages to the troopers?
Well, they were copies, and I believe that the format would be, the way to categorize it, screenshots.
And how is it that you sort of generated these from your phone?
I consulted a coworker, it's also a friend, and he has the training with the cell phones. I told him I wanted to provide these to the state police. You know, what is the best way that I can get them off my phone and provide them to law enforcement?
And why was it that you felt it was important, or why is it that you wanted to share those with the troopers?
Well, I thought it was important because I've had communication with the both of them, and I wanted to be fully transparent.
Now, with reference to either or both of those communications with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, the material that you provided to the troopers, what, if anything, did you do to that material before giving it to you?
Nothing.
So as far as the material or the text that you provided to the troopers, that was what was on your phone?
Yes.
There was no deletions, no excising any material, nothing like that before you gave it to the troopers?
No, exactly what was on my phone, I provided to them.
And specifically, as you were providing it to them or shortly thereafter, did you have a conversation with Sergeant Buchanan in reference to that very topic? If you recall.
No, I don't recall.
Do you recall him asking you anything about, as far as if this was the entirety of what you had provided?
Oh, so I think during the actual interview, he specifically asked me, I would say in sum and substance, he said, you know, is this an accurate representation? Has anything been deleted? And I said, no. I mean, as with respects to the text with the defendant from the first time that she reached out to me and texted me, nothing had been deleted. As far as John's text string, we might have had older text strings that were deleted, but that was what I gave him. What I gave the troopers was exactly when I captured everything is exactly it is what it is. Everything that was on those phones was provided. Nothing was deleted.
And as far as when you provided these text communications to the troopers, was that something that they had asked for, or was that something that you volunteered?
I volunteered that to them.
And upon them sort of receiving them from you, did they have further questions beyond what they had already asked you based on what you provided?
I believe they got into other specific questions, specifically in relation to John O'Keefe and the defendant, as far as intimacy and things like that. There was more detailed questions that followed.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
These, thank you. Sure, I'm going to show you two documents. One. One's 12 pages long, one is 56 pages long. You can just look at those. Please familiarize yourself with them, look up when you do you recognize what those are, sir?
I'm sorry, could you say that?
Sure. My apologies. Do you recognize what those are, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those?
So those are the two documents that I provided to the troopers during the interview.
And the shorter one, who, if any, one is those communications with?
John O'Keefe,
And the longer one, about 56 pages long or so, who, if any, one of those communications with?
the defendant.
Can I approach them?
Yes.
Almost introduce in a minute.
Okay, so we'll do them separately, please, so that the first 12-page one. Okay.
May I return both of those to the?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention first to what's marked as Exhibit 103. And that the communications or the text communications that you had with Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
And sir, if I could turn your attention to the first sort of content within that, just in reference to what is the date of the first sort of exchange in these text communications between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe?
Wednesday, November 24th.
And in general, can you describe to the jury what that conversation was about on Wednesday, November 24th?
He basically, it's kind of hard to read, I apologize, but it looks like he's just reached out to me. He said, "What's up, Pell? Where are we going to hang local? We are going to hang local. Are you drinking?"
So He's out. He's trying to see where you are and if you want to meet up.
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to the last page within those documents you have before you. So with reference to, there's some conversation on the bottom of that last page from Sunday, January 16th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you had mentioned that with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, you had been over his house on a prior occasion to watch the Patriots game, correct?
Yes.
And when was that in relation to this date that we've been talking about as far as the 28th and the 29th? How long before?
So it was the 16th.
So
Might have been the 15th into the 16th, I believe.
that text on the 16th was either same day or the day following when you had gone over there to watch the Patriots game?
Well, with the text where I asked if I broke his nephew's toy video game would have been the next day.
Now, in reference to Mr. O'Keefe, you described that he was a friend of yours. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, where you used to live in Canton, where was that, or how close was that in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe lived on Meadows Ave?
Not far at all. Several blocks.
Now, prior to you going over there for the Patriots game, at some point, or had you been over to his home at any previous time?
So I reached out. We had inclement weather. It might have been around the beginning of January, maybe 6th to 7th. And I shot him a text and said, do you want me to clear the driveway for you?
So using the same plow that you were talking about before, you would offer to clear out his driveway.
Yes.
Now, on this occasion that you go over there for the Patriots game, prior to that, had the two of you had any conversation, or had you been invited to go over there with reference to football games before?
Yes, a number of times at the hillside, I was asked, hey, we're going to watch the last half at the house. You want to come by? Things like that. Yes.
And had you ever taken Mr. O'Keefe up on any of those prior invitations to come by the house and watch?
No.
And so on this particular game, do you recall why it was that you took him up on it this time and went over?
Well, I felt bad. I had never been over there. I've been asked repeatedly. I knew it was probably going to be the last game for the season. And I had also independently got a text of an invite from John himself, and then also from the defendant independently.
Now, in reference to you thinking it was going to be the last game of the season, do you recall, was it a regular season game, playoff game? Who were they playing? Do you recall any of that?
I think it might have been the Bills. I don't know if it was the playoffs or it was just another game to me, but I knew it was probably going to be the last game.
And so if you recall that evening, about what time was it that you stopped by Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Oh, it was like just before the game ended, not long after.
So pretty far into the second half of the game by the time you arrived.
Oh, yeah.
And in addition to Mr. O'Keefe, who, if anyone else, was at the house when you left?
I believe Chris Curran and his wife might have been there at one point. I think maybe the wife left, but he stayed. I believe maybe Mr. Curran, never met him before. I think they introduced him as Mr. Curran's brother. And then John's nephew. And I don't know if his niece was there. She might have been in the other room.
And the defendant, Ms. Reed, was she there as well?
Yes.
And as far as the Currans are concerned, are those people you're familiar with, and how do you know them?
Again, the hillside. I met them there, and I believe through John O'Keefe.
How well did you know them at that point?
Not very well.
Now, you mentioned that John's nephew was there. Had you ever met him before?
No.
And what, if any, interaction did you have with his nephew while you were there?
We were playing video games together.
And so the text, if I could direct your attention back to the text communications before you with Mr. O'Keefe on that last page. Specifically, there's text that exchanged between the two of you on Sunday, January 16th, correct?
I see the text.
That's about 9:30 in the morning, is that correct?
Mr. Lally, on this last page, which one is it? 1, 2, or 3?
About the middle of the page.
Thank you.
Can you repeat that again?
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a little difficult to read. I apologize.
Sir, I would direct your attention to right about there where it says Sunday, January 16th. You see that, sir?
Yes,
And that indicates about 9:33 in the morning.
yes, I see it.
And if you could read from that text exchange, and if you can indicate sort of who's talking or who's saying it.
It says TF, hurting like this in 10 years. Haha. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who's saying that.
Not sure who's hurting and who's saying haha.
Well, I know I was definitely hurting that morning. But I'm not sure who was saying that.
And what, if any, other communication is there later on in the same chain?
All right, I see, John. Was it necessary to introduce Hennessy XO? Was I really playing video games? That would have been me. And then it says, I blame Karen. Yup. And then I said, please tell me I didn't break your nephew's video game. If I did, I'll replace it. Did I throw a controller or some shit? And then it says, I don't think so. WTF, I'm hurting. How can you guys not be still in bed?
Is that the end of that
And then
the conversation?
it appears to be, yeah. Yes.
Then the next conversation begins on what's indicated as Saturday, 12:20 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is it your recollection that that was January 29th?
Yes.
And is that the message that you sent to Mr. O'Keefe while you were in the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
Yes. I said, are you coming here with followed by 3 question marks?
And again, Mr. O'Keefe, based on your recollection and based on the records you have before, you never responded to that text. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you never saw him after that, correct?
Never again, no.
I approach just to retrieve, Your Honor.
Yes.
And I may reapproach.
Yes. Jurors, feel free to stand up and
They had a sidebar. Jeez, it's too early in the morning for sidebar drinks. We'll have to just keep track and make up for it later. Where'd Twisted go? Did she drop off? She'll be back. These people look like professional drinkers at this point. Yeah, all of them police officers, but all of them had no problem heavy drinking getting behind the wheel. Hey, T-Berry. ABC scanner. No, I can't hear you. I can't see you either, Twisted. If she needs to add some highlights to that hair, going dark, I don't think was a good look for her. I don't know. I mean, she spent so much money on her wardrobe for this trial, which is insane to me, but, you know. If I'd have known she wanted to spend that kind of money on clothes, I'd have sent her my sizes, you know? And I don't need court clothes, though. Boy, when Higgins was on that stand, she was staring his ass down. She was looking at him hard. Twisted, I can't see you or hear you. You might have to go back out and come back in. StreamYards and YouTube have not been cooperating. I'm going out and coming back in. Okay. Yeah. YouTube and StreamYards have not been working together correctly for a while now, and I'm about over it. And then I have Sir Duke, who likes to... Hey, Bruin, what? Her dad was shaking his head. Now I want to know why. Yeah, me too. But I really wish they'd get back to the text messages. I want to see the flirting. Now Higgins can't read. Yeah. I just don't understand how this trial is going to be in 6 weeks. We're in week 4. There was no court yesterday. There's half day today, or is today a half day or a full day? But I just don't, we're only in week 4 and he still has, what, at least 30 plus witnesses? I just don't see it being done in the time frame. And you can't tell them to hurry it up because they have a right to question all their witnesses. Oh yeah, my sister was. My sister, unfortunately, her alcoholism killed her at the young age of 57. Her liver, it just, and even after she was, in ICU and everything, and they were able to rebound her, she went right home from the hospital and picked up that booze and was gone within a month, not even a couple weeks. But she could function. I mean, she held down until towards the end, she held down a job, I mean, her whole life. And then at the end, the alcohol eventually catches up and she couldn't even, it was awful. She was way too young. And it's not a good way to go. Unfortunately, liver failure is awful. I can only imagine how embarrassing this must be for these people putting out their personal messages. Yeah. Yeah. I don't, mm, I don't like that. But I don't mind hearing about them. I don't mind them reading them. If there's some tea in there, you know. Oh, thank you, Liza. Yeah, it was awful. Thing is, we didn't grow up with alcohol in our house. My mom didn't drink. If she would have a shot of brandy on Christmas, that was it. One. That's all she needed, trust me. My mom was so short. My mother looked just like Betty Boop. That's why her name was Betty Boop. I mean, she little tiny, skinny, tiny waist, these humongous boobs, and dark hair. She looked just like, and she was so short. But and she was still skinny after 13 kids. Go figure. None of us held our shape after having kids. None of us had 13. It's a recess. Okay. I have addiction to alcoholism up and down both sides of my family. I can't tell the difference between that and social drinking.
My audio is not working.
It is now.
You can hear me now?
Mm-hmm. Can see you now too.
Yeah, I know. I put the camera on to see if it would make a difference. My audio just like nothing was working. It's on a recess. While I was trying to fix the audio, it's on a recess.
StreamYards and YouTube have not been meshing this for at least a month now. It's just been it's been awful. It really has.
I don't understand. Like, it's working just fine, and then it just decided apparently it was not going to. Like, what the heck?
Yeah, my mom said she had so many kids, Liza, because they didn't have TV back then.
Mm.
And back then, you couldn't get on birth control unless your husband signed for it, approved it.
Still can't here. If you're married,
Really?
your husband, well, not birth control, but you can't get your tubes tied if your husband doesn't agree.
The doctors pleaded with my dad just because they said my mother could not have no more kids, no more. She's, you know, but yeah, he wouldn't. He was an ass.
What the hell? You know, I noticed, I don't know, this was last year probably at some point, that I had been subbed to some channels that it like magically unsubbed me to, and I'm like,
yeah,
what the hell, bro? Like, and I swear to God, YouTube does that on purpose to people. Like, it's not like, you're not going to say, oh, you think like they're trolls or whatever. Like, especially when I was first starting to climb numbers of like, when I started my channel, like there would be this many this day, and then a bunch would fall off. Like, YouTube was like, dude, what? Like, you can't have so many. Like, if you share the link on X and like 100 people come in, YouTube will literally kick out almost all of them the next day, unsubscribe them. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, there were 6 or 7
it was an influx that they didn't guess was going to happen. I don't know. It was weird.
There were 6 or 7 channels I know I've been subbed to for at least 2 years, and I know I didn't unsub, because that's why I don't sub up to people just to watch them or comment in their chats, because I forget to sub.
Mm-hmm.
And I was unsubbed. I'm like, no way, I've never unsubbed them. But I had to. It's crazy. But I noticed that with mine too. It's like, why are you unsubbing people that actually come in and watch me? Unsub the people that don't actually come in and watch me and just forgot they're subbed.
Even that though, like, you shouldn't be unsubbing anybody without them doing it, period. Like,
that's true.
You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy to me. Like, you know, it's, you know, we've talked about this, and like, at least for me, like, I don't just get on here and press the button and that's, you know, like, there's work that goes into this, like, especially reporting stuff and making sure it's accurate, and like pulling documents, and like all that stuff takes time, work, money. Like, maybe some people get on here, press a button and bullshit. That's not how I do my thing. So like, it's hard work to, you know, get your subscribers up and people coming in and watching. And so it's disheartening to see that, like, YouTube does stuff like that. You know what I mean? Because it's like people work hard to get to where they are, dude. Like YouTube should be helping. And I'll tell you right now, they don't. You're paying a literal penny, sometimes not even, for some of these ads that will play during your live streams. And sometimes you don't get paid anything at all. So it's like, what's the point of putting these ads in my live streams if I'm getting paid 3 pennies a month? Like, it's stupid. It makes no sense. Unless you have like, you know, thousands and thousands and thousands of views, you might get paid a couple bucks.
I would say, hey, pay me a whole penny for my short, you know, a whole 1 cent.
Right.
Yeah.
Like what the hell? Like, that's why, you know, I appreciate anybody who comes and like decides they want to be a member of my channel, or, you know, decides that they're gonna send a super chat or a super sticker. The only thing I don't like about the super chat and the super sticker is YouTube decides they're going to take 50 to 60% of that. And then you also can't cash anything out until your account hits $100, and they only pay out 1 time a month.
Mm-hmm.
So if you don't hit $100 before the end of that part of the month, that you have to wait a whole nother month. Like and they take way too much of a cut, in my opinion. I get that people are using your platform, but most people like me are using a streaming service over your platform. So which costs money.
Yep. Yeah, because the free time you're allowed, you're not going to build a channel on 20 hours a month. You're just not going to do it.
It's not going to happen. So you have to pay for it. You know, StreamYard, you can use the free version, but like you said, it's just not possible like that. You got to pay for it. So like you got to do all, it is ouch. And that's why that's why most people, just like me, run the Cash App and the Venmo, because 50 to 60%, dude, that's a little crazy. And then you're paying literal penny for like ads that they put in your videos. Like it's like, I'm sorry, but unless you have thousands of views where you're making a couple bucks, or hundreds of thousands of views, it's the smaller creators are getting screwed. Like I can get, if you guys want a 60% of a creator that's, 5 million subs, like go for it, dude. But to take 50 or 60% from a creator that has 2,000 subs, like how is that helping anybody grow their channel? It just doesn't make sense to me. And that's why, and the algorithm too, like if the algorithm's not pushing out your videos, which it's not, if it's not getting views, or if it's not getting likes, or if it's not getting comments, the algorithm is not going to recommend it to other people. So that's all based on whether people are liking and, becoming members, subscribing, sharing your link, like stuff like that, for the algorithm to want to push it out for other people to see. So that's why most people use Cash App and Venmo. Because like, why should YouTube get to take that much from people who worked hard for it? It just doesn't make sense, especially for smaller creators. It might make sense for bigger creators, but it does not make sense for smaller ones.
I'm gonna bounce out at about 11:30 and do a quick thing, and then I'll be back. But
Yes, ma'am.
I also got to download we're doing, me and traders tonight are doing a spirit box reading on YouTube Creator.
Oh my God. I want to do one of those so bad. I love paranormal stuff. I've actually, and I know this sounds crazy.
To see which one would be the best, because I damn sure I'm not going to pay no $25. But there's free apps, and of course I'm going to have to get off my ass and do my hair and makeup to show my face, because I have to be able to show my phone, my screen.
Yeah.
So you can spirit box. But yeah, we're going to do a funny just to get, because things have been so heavy on the YouTube streets lately with the Sebastian, all the fighting back and forth. So I was reviewing the sites doing their crap the other night. God, I had so much fun with that. I laughed my ass off. So we decided we're going to do our version, and we're going to do it on YouTube Create. We're going to ask the spirit box about YouTube creators.
Oh my God. I love that. I freaking love that. What time are you doing that?
8 o'clock.
On your channel?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll be there. I got to watch that.
Yeah, I'm hoping it turns out okay. I don't know about these apps, but hey, they use them. The psychics.
I've used them, but the ones that I used, I paid for. So it's not a free one, because the free ones get to be.
I will, but I am not going to pay $25 to do it an hour or two live, because you don't make that back. You know what I mean? But if it's minimal fee, just for a decent one for the live, it'd be worth it to me, because I think it's going to be funny as hell.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm gonna find the one that I used to use and tell you the name of it, because the one I used to use is actually really good. But I'll tell you guys a quick little paranormal story, because this is the only reason why I actually believe in like spirit and all like weird shit has been happening to me since I was a kid, like literally since I was a kid. And my dad, so let me make clear, I have two dads. My biological dad that I didn't meet until I was almost 18. And then my
audio,
stepdad.
parent suggestions. That's all that. Yeah, we know we're not doing it for like seriousness. We're doing it to have some fun and so just so everybody can just laugh, because it's just been so heavy, you know.
Wait, you guys can hear me, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I have two dads. What my stepdad, who adopted me when I was like 4 or 5, who raised me my entire life, and then my biological dad that I didn't meet until I was 18. My biological dad is sick right now, very sick. He's not gonna. It's been difficult, but my biological dad died. I mean, my stepdad died when I was 21 of suicide, and so I was probably maybe 27 or 28 at the time, and I was at my mother's house. My father's ashes are at my mother's house. We each have like a necklace or a bracelet that has some in it too, but my mother has the bulk of the ashes. And so I was at my mother's, and I was upstairs, and I was coming out of my sister's room. My sister's room if you walk straight from my sister's room, the bathroom's right in front of you, and my mother's room is off right next to you on the right. So I'm coming out of my sister's room, and there's like a long hallway. So it's like to the left is a long hallway that goes down. You can go down the stairs, and then straight ahead is just like a shorter hallway to go into the bathroom. So to the right of me is just my mother's bedroom door, and her door was open, and it was just like the frame of the door right there. And I'm coming out of my sister's room, and I look over, and I shit you not, I literally saw my dad standing there as if my mother was standing there in real life. There was no floating. There was no missing, a head or arms or feet. My dad was literally standing there leaning up against my mother's open door, as if the frame itself, as if, my mother was standing there. And I freaked out. I'm yelling down to my mom, mom, screaming for my mother, mom. And she thinks I'm just like, being a pain in the ass. So finally she goes, what? And I'm like, Dad's up here. My mother's like, what? Like, and then I just froze, and my mother's like, what the hell did you just say? And I'm looking, right. I don't want to take my eyes off him, right? And finally, when I blinked and looked away to tell my mother for the second time, like, Dad's up here, that's when he disappeared. And I kid you not, bro, it is the freakiest thing that has ever happened to me in my entire life. My dad was standing there. He didn't move, like he didn't like wave or try to talk, or he's just standing there looking at me, leaning up against the door, just there. Like I've never seen anything like it in my life, dude. Like, and I know what I saw, obviously. But that was probably the creepiest like thing that has ever happened to me. I have not seen any sort of apparitions before or after that, but a lot of like weird knowing shit before it happens, and knowing people. Like there was this one time I was staying with an ex at his aunt's house back when I was like, I don't know, probably 20 maybe. And she found like this sort of attic area that she didn't even know existed. And we were like cleaning it out. And there was like this, those like drums that like stand up and you hit them with your hands, those kind of drums. It's like a really old one in there. And, I'm helping her clean the stuff out. I take the drum out and I'm like playing around with it, 'cause I'm like, oh, this is cool. And it's old. Like, and I'm hitting the drum, and it just comes to me out of nowhere, like that this was like a little kid's drum. Like this belonged to children that lived in this house. And these children died in this house. Don't ask me how I know that, because at that moment of like playing with those drums, I said it out loud, and they're like, we have no idea where it came from. It's been up here obviously for no how. I've lived here 5 years and didn't even know this attic thing existed, right? Because it was like weird. It was like in a closet, and then behind like the wall there was like almost like a crawl space sort of, but you could stand. It was weird. Like, and it found it on pure accident. It's almost as if they tried to like cover it, but it was like a false like wall. I don't know. So she hadn't discovered it until then. So this freaked me the hell out. So we went and tried to Google like all sorts of different like deaths in that house with the address, children deaths in that. So then like we didn't find much. We found something that looked like it was like could have been from like a newspaper. You had to pay for it. So we were like, all right, let's go down to like the library and the archives and see what we can find. I shit you not. We found that there was a mother and 2 children. I think the boy was 4 and the girl was 6 or vice versa. I can't remember, but they died in that house. They died in that house. They all died in that house. And the kids were kids when they died. I had no, like, that was probably another thing that just completely, and this was before I ever saw my dad, that completely freaked me out. How could I have possibly have known? It literally just came to my head. How could I have possibly known that? There's just no way, right? Like, so I'm telling you, like, I didn't believe in like this kind of stuff until like shit like that. And there's been other little things, but like shit like that happened. And I was like, okay, like, that's effing weird. There's no way I would have just came up with that out of nowhere in my head. Like, that's not, you know what I mean? It was weird, dude. It was freaking weird.
So much fun because you could tell that the people I was reviewing were as fake as could be. Okay, I mean,
I'm sure there are plenty of people who prey on people. I would never try to do it on, like, you know, on command. I don't think I can. You know what I mean? I don't think it works like that.
He had this little glass dish of these letter tiles, like from Wheel of Fortune, and she was saying, but she never gave us a vowel sound, so we couldn't figure out what she was saying. She only gave us 2 letters. I'm like, lady, RN, do you know how many cities begin with RN that have RN in them? Come on, give us a vowel sound. I just was having fun trying to get everybody
that's a little crazy. Like, that's, but see, they do that to be like vague so that like it seems like they're right because how many have them? You know what I mean? Like, that's why I think. They died of carbon monoxide poisoning.
Yeah.
In the house. That's how they died. But I had no way of knowing. I don't know how I knew. I literally cannot tell you. It literally just came to my head that way. Like, I was literally thought it immediately when I was touching like the drum. Don't ask me how. I have no fucking idea. I can't even answer that to myself to this day. But when we looked in the archive, it was carbon monoxide poisoning that they died of. It was the mother and 2 children in that house. It's an old house. It's set up on a hill behind the train station in Quincy. And it's very, very old. The house was, I think, like 105 years old at the time or something like that. It was, so this had happened like a very, very, not in my lifetime, a very long time ago. So there was no way of me ever knowing that, like, ever. So I don't know. Like, it just came to me. It was that, I'm telling you, this is what I'm saying. It's the weirdest effing thing. I obviously cannot do that on command. Like, I cannot do it on command. So I don't know how people do. Obviously, maybe they learn how to use their gift. I don't know. Things happen to me like that out of the blue. So
all the death that surrounded me, I am so, and I've never had any kind of experience. I mean, I've lost 6 siblings, 5 nieces and nephews, my son, other pregnancies after my son, but my son was 23 when he passed away. But I just, and my parents and my husband's parents, and you know, I don't know. Maybe I'm just closed off.
Well, that's another thing. You can't be not open to it, apparently. If you're not open to it, then you'll never happen. Like, apparently you have to be open to the thought of it. And that's why children see and hear things like that, because children's minds are way more open than adults.
Yeah. We had to, I was on a run. It was a fire and there was 5 kids in the house and I had to help carry them out. Unfortunately, there was nothing we could do for them. That haunted me. Wow. That haunted me for a while.
I'm sure it did. That's awful. That's just awful for anyone. That's terrible. I'm sorry to hear that, Kathy. That kind of stuff sticks with you. I've had a couple experiences of
show no emotion. No, you
revive people, and those were, thankfully, those people survived, right? Like, so, but like doing CPR on someone, like, you don't, like, all you know is that you're going to keep doing CPR until, you know, the EMTs get there and they can take over. And like, but every time I've ever done CPR on someone, like, I just pray while I'm doing it, like, just to hope that they will make it. And thank freaking God, every time I've done it is they have made it.
Yeah. Oh no, I can't. I wish I'd get to save if they still, you know, because they'd have a heartbeat when I get them to the hospital. But it's something. No, not a. Especially the hardest ones were trying to get the babies off the moms so that I could do CPR.
Yeah, children. Yep. Children in general are tough. I mean, my daughter basically lived at Children's Hospital the first couple of years of her life because of her disease. And the amount of kids that we saw there, and some of those children don't, unfortunately don't make it, and your children become friends with some of these children, and it's really awful. It's
My
just
first-
awful in general.
As a full-fledged P2 with ACLS, was at the high school at their shop class. The kids were playing Russian roulette in a car. He was my first, and I can tell you, it may have been 20 years ago, but I can still tell you every detail of that run.
Oh, I'm sure.
And they said they pat you on the back. Oh, well, you got to save. He had a heartbeat. Well, yeah, for 10 seconds. I had a hard time with the first one. But then after that, you just learn to shut it off and,
Yeah, you do. You learn how to just shut it off because you're in fight or flight mode constantly. So yeah, it's a trauma response to shut it off. Shut the emotion off.
Wow. There is nothing. There's not a drug on the market or on the streets that can give you that kind of a rush. And maybe that's because I'm kind of nuts, but I love the messier the trauma, the better. I mean,
yeah, see, I'm squeamish when it comes to blood, but if it comes to trying to save someone's life, like, I don't care. I'm doing it. Like,
that stuff don't bother me. I'll slice your throat open and stick a pen in there if I have to make you breathe. That kind of stuff, it never bothered me.
Yeah, I'll do it. Like, I'll 100% do it if that's what it takes. Like, if your lungs collapsing and that's what I need to do, like, I'll do it. But I don't like blood, so I was never meant to just definitely be like an ER doctor or anything like that. I agree with you though, Liza. Like, what do you do with people that don't question it, right? Like, I'm sharing my experience with you guys because we were just talking about this kind of stuff. So it's like I would never get on YouTube and do it unless I knew that I could do it on command. I'm sure there are people with that sort of gift. I think mine works in a way where it just does it when it wants to. Like, I don't know. It just happens when it wants. Like, I don't have any control over when, why, how, or anything like that. Like, so I also have never tried to learn how to either. So there's that. But I mean, it doesn't happen all the time. It's rare, but I'll just know weird shit like that. Like, it's weird.
The one lady I was reviewing, she didn't even use real tarot cards. She DIY'd 150 tarot cards.
You're kidding me, right? I love my tarot cards. Like, what do you mean you DIY tarot cards?
She did. She DIY'd 150 of her own cards. I'm like, dude, my 6-year-old could do better. They look bad. I'm using glow in the dark Uno cards tonight.
I love my tarot cards too much to try to do it yourself. I can't do it yourself tarot cards.
Hey, 150 of them too.
Yeah. That's crazy talk. No, thank you. Like,
and she's got subscribers and people fall for her.
Yeah, I'm not doing all. No.
That's what people like that are hurting over losing someone. That's messed up.
If I could ever use it in a way that would help people, then I'd be all in for that. But I don't know how to control it like that. I don't also, like I said, I've never tried. It's random. It doesn't happen all the time. It's just really random, and it's happens when I'm like in an old building or someone's house I've never been to, or in that instance, I was just helping clean out an attic we never knew existed in that house. So in that instance, I was literally just touching an old drum, playing with it because I found it to be pretty cool. Like, so I don't know, kind of nerd like that. Like, I like old stuff like that. Maybe it's from my dad and my grandfather being like mechanics and me appreciating like old cars, and my grandparents bringing me to like, the places where you get like old antiques and like appreciating my grandfather's old antique Coke signs and stuff like that. Like, so I can appreciate old stuff. I've always appreciated older stuff. So I was just like appreciating it. I really wasn't expecting. I was just appreciating this damn drum. I was like, oh, this thing's pretty cool. And I was just like playing with it, like do, seeing what sounds it makes. And that's what popped into my head. I had no idea how. And I mean, nothing like touching things wise, nothing like that has ever happened since. I've known like things that would happen before it would happen, but not from touching anything. That was the first and only time that specific thing happened to me. Like, oh God.
Yeah. the ones I was
People
talking
know
about.
they're just not saying anything. Right. Exactly. They just aren't. Like, yeah, that I don't know. I don't understand. Like, I mean, listen, they've been hauntings and definitely demons. But when you go to the lengths of like having to fake it, like I'm sorry, but those kind of experiences are scary as fuck. Like, not something I would want YouTube to see, right? Like if you're being haunted, because it does happen. Sometimes it's like the house, the energy of the house or the property it's on. Other times it's like it's following you specifically, but not here nor there. Like I don't know why you would want to share that on YouTube as a, like, if it was like a channel where like you made sure like the clips were real and came from real people, like maybe that, because they were just wanted to show you like I really caught this on video. But like doing it as like a video and then like talking like right now like I'm doing, like that doesn't make sense to me. Like, yeah, Alexa is definitely not a spirit communication device.
Hey, on Amazon, they got ghost hunting kits starting at like $30. You can get your own ghost hunting kit, just like you can get a Bigfoot hunting kit.
Where?
Amazon.
Oh, for fuck's sake. You get everything on Amazon now, huh? Cars and all.
Yeah. Because I was going to get one.
Friggin' cars and all.
And stuff. I was going to get him one for a gag gift for Christmas, but I'm afraid he'd actually try to use it. And who knows what he'd bring.
The real spirit boxes, those things cost like thousands of dollars, like $10,000. Like the real things that measure like electromagnetic pulses and stuff, like those things cost thousands of dollars. Like the real like equipment is not fucking cheap by any means. I know somebody that does a lot of like phenomena, Bigfooting and stuff like that.
Yeah, it is on. They have all different price levels.
Oh, I love you. I can't. A baby. I can't.
My wish list a few years ago, I'm going to get one in the mail as soon as Amazon starts selling, baby. Oh my God.
You got me on that one, dude. You got me on that one.
Someone dropped 2 off in my driveway almost 5 years ago. And
True story. True story.
They did. 7:30 at night.
Yeah.
She pulled in my driveway and dropped them off.
Mm-hmm. It happens. It happens. There's a lot of like grandparents raising babies right now.
Oh,
aunts, uncles.
On my street alone, at my bus stop, there's 4 of us that are grandparents age raising their grandkids. Well, these ones aren't my grandkids, but you know, I'm grandparent age. The other 3, they are their grandkids and they are raising them. It's insane. My neighbor next door, she's had the twins since they were babies, and they're 4 now. They just turned.
Oh, twins! God bless you. I can't do it, twins. I'd lose my goddamn mind.
Look,
mine are enough as it is.
I'm too old. That's why I didn't renew my foster license, because my husband's 63. I'm 60. Going to be 61. No, I'm done. Because they'd always call me to go pick up the babies at the hospital, and it's too hard.
Well, that breaks my heart, because a lot of times it's unnecessary. I don't know, in my town, my state specifically, there's a lot of unnecessary shit that happens with child services, and I'm a victim of that as a child myself. There was no reason for me to be in foster care.
Oh, nah, the ones that I picked up, several of them were in withdrawal, and it's so hard. It is so hard. The poor babies, what they go through.
Oh yeah, but I'm talking like
they'll sign the day they give birth. They'll sign the papers and walk out of the hospital and never come back.
I could never. I don't know how anybody does that. I don't. Like, I can't. That's sad.
And
It's very,
that's
very,
where
very sad.
I don't like about the system is because they have to go into an emergency home because they have to be discharged from the hospital. But that's not their forever home, and they're going up for adoption, but it's a process. The paperwork has to go in front of the court. The mom's already signed and left, can't track the mom down. And then the baby gets shuffled. I don't like that. That baby
I don't like that either. Baby needs to
stability.
be where the baby was put, period.
Yeah.
Or with a family member.
Dogs are out running around. Oh, no, 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 no. They're so tiny. Ray and Trisha's dogs are out here. That means their batteries in their imaginary fence. Come on, guys.
I
You guys
almost
you
was
guys
going to.
or couldn't even see you little things.
I was almost going to foster. I almost in my life decided to do that. And then I didn't, because I was a foster kid myself that didn't need to be in foster care. There was literally no reason whatsoever for me to be in foster care. And I know the way the system worked in my case, and I just can't try. And I've seen it happen dozens of other times. And you know, that the system does not work properly. And they get away with doing whatever they want. They can lie, they can falsify records, and nobody ever holds them.
Summer dress
ever
with a lounge dress with no bra on, saving my neighbor's dogs while he sits on the shitter. You know?
Oh, hell no.
Oh, you.
Oh, hell no. Yeah, I would not be doing that. Yeah, I mean, I chose not to, and for good reason. I prefer to try to change the system the way it is now because it's very broken. So I've put my efforts into trying to change the way it works now because it ain't fucking working. It's that simple. It's not working for the kids. It's not working for the families. It's not working for the foster parents. It's just not working. It needs to be rehauled. The whole goddamn thing. Why are we on such a long recess is my question. Like, why? Why is this recess so long? Like, the judge literally was like, did a sidebar and then was like, all right, we'll take a recess, or morning recess. And then that was that. Like, lady, listen. For someone who complains about time a lot, Your Honor, you're not prompt at 9 a.m., okay? Never. And then it's sidebar, 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 and then long-ass recesses, a little bit of time, and then we're back to lunch, and then a little bit of time, sidebar, sidebar, sidebar. Like, and then these BS half days that like, those got to go. Time for those to go. Like, I guess while we're on this recess, I'll take the opportunity to pop this up here bigger on the screen for people who can't see it in the small version of it. If you want to help support my channel and me, this is the way you do it, with the information right here on the bottom. Cash App or Venmo. If you prefer, you can always do, super chats and super stickers, and you can become a member. Those things help as well. And there's a couple levels of membership, but those are all the ways that you can help donate to the channel to help keep it running, keep it going, so we can keep doing this, because it is not free. That is for sure.
I watched your live from the other night. It was really good.
Oh, the long one from the other night, I think it was like ended up being like 3 hours.
Yeah, I listened to it. I caught it on replay, but I listened to it.
See, that's me more in my element. Like, yeah, when you're covering a trial, it's basically just covering the trial. Like, but my night lives are very, very just me. You know what I mean? Like, you get this sort of raw me. And I'm way more comfortable doing them like at night, where it's like chill.
Because
they did. Yes, they did.
Paul, I think he doesn't bark at that little dog because I don't even know if he can see it. It's so damn tiny. But that is the only dog that my dog does not get upset about.
Hey, well, maybe he likes that dog.
Yeah, well, he eats everybody else's dogs.
Well, maybe that's his buddy.
Through the screen, I'm like, what the hell? I got to get. And of course, didn't have my camera to prove it to anybody because nobody would ever believe me that my dog would even let another dog near him. But for some reason, that little black and white dog, it's so tiny. I don't think he understands
He might know, he might think like, oh, it's a baby. It's a little, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it
Might
could be
think it's,
'cause pounds. Yeah.
yeah, Jackson doesn't want the jury to listen. That Karen is saying, but unfortunately, what's going to happen is eventually those voicemails are going to be listened to, and those voicemails are pretty bad. Pretty bad.
You've heard them all?
Yeah.
I've
So
heard
the
a couple.
stuff that they were talking about with like Marietta Sullivan, that I had known about obviously before this, where Karen thought she was like kissing John, that whole thing. So where she jumped to conclusions there and fuck you and all that shit, like that's along the lines of what you're getting in these voicemails, except yelling and angry and lots of accusations being thrown, lots of cuss words. Yes, exactly. I said this on my live the other night. I don't know if no, she left voicemails on John's on his phone. So with Higgins, it's texts, but Karen left voicemails on John's phone that night. So we're gonna hear those. The public's gonna hear them for the very first time. I've already heard them, but that's why I'm saying, yes, a lot of this stuff I was talking about this on my live the other night, that after Higgins, a lot of this other evidence should start picking up some steam, because now after Higgins, you're going to probably, I'm guessing, the state troopers. And now, mind you, there are 12 listed as witnesses for the Commonwealth. I don't think they'll do all 12. They may, but I don't think they will. I think a few is enough. But the other next, like, quote unquote, bigger witnesses after this would be Proctor and Buchanan, really, and Tully. So I don't know. I mean, you're going to see more evidence as you get to the state troopers, because they're the ones who recovered it. They were in the ones who were doing the investigation. They took over. So a lot of it is going to be the voicemails, the text messages, John's Waze shows when they arrived at Fairview. And the fact that John's phone never moved from the spot it was in until it was found, from the moment that they think he was hit on, or he landed, I should say, on. So all that's going to come in, and then you're going to get the expert, Ian Whiffen from Celebrite, to explain why there are no deleted calls, and to explain why they're trying to use a WAL file for the Google search, which is not how you read the software. The WAL file is when she opened the tab, not when she did the Google search. The Google searches did not happen until 6. So yeah, so the Celebrite expert will testify to all of that stuff that the defense is trying to be pushing as their crap theory. And then you'll have the car expert. You'll see this stuff about her Lexus, the Lexus infotainment system, the EDR, the key cycling she did, I talked about. That's not like public stuff yet, the key cycling, but obviously it will be once they get to it in the trial. Yeah, so yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen. Is the Celebrite expert is the guy who basically wrote the software for Celebrite that these people are interpreting. So the defense's expert is going to, quote unquote, interpret the way they feel like interpreting it. But I'm sorry, if I'm a jury member and you give me 2 experts, one being the person who basically made the software and knows how to read it, I'm going to go with the person that basically made the software and knows how to read it. I'm not going with the defense's expert that's interpreting it any way they want, because then he's going to have to explain why he's trying to read a WAL file as a timestamp. It just doesn't. The way they did that in this case is so interesting to me, on how they cherry picked out a WAL file to say that it happened at that time. It did not happen at that time. And when you get down to learning the like forensic data of how the files work, the timestamps, how the phone puts things in the background, how the phone doesn't delete, but that's how it registers in the phone as like however many phone calls will fit in your phone log. The rest don't get quote unquote deleted, but that's what it like looks like in the phone. Like, so your phone will choose what to put in the background. So the Celebrite expert is going to explain a lot of that. Probably way better than I can explain it. I'm hoping in layman's terms better than I can explain it to you. But the jury's going to hear how actually you should read that software and how it's been misinterpreted. Yeah, and then you get the car expert, and then the Emmy, and that's the part I keep telling people who are on the fence to wait for. Like my friend Jersey, she's stuck on the quote unquote boxer's fracture. There are no boxers fracture. There's 100 pages in that Emmy report, and only 2 pages of it were leaked to the public. And I promise you, there's interesting shit in the other 98 pages. Explains why. Also, the original photos, the original autopsy photos that do not have a defense darkener on it. The defense darkened the photos to make sure that John's injuries looked deeper. When you see the original photos, they're barely scrapes. You can literally, when you skin your knee, like, and you're playing like street hockey or something as a kid, and like you fall and you skin your knee, like scrape your knee, and you can see that like after it stops bleeding, there's like spots that are like little tiny scrapes, and then it's like regular skin, and then little tiny scrapes, and then regular skin, like, and you can tell it's like a scrape. Well, those are very visible in the pictures, and the other pictures you guys have not seen yet without the darkeners on them. So once you see those, come back and talk to me after that, because I think those are going to piss a lot of people off who've been misled, like very misled, and the Emmy report as well. Because and people learning that, like, and I've been saying this since the beginning, even when I thought Karen was innocent, I've been saying this, his eyes are the result of a cranial fracture. It is from blood pooling to the front of your face from inside. They're called raccoon eyes. It's very known in medical, and it pisses me off that like nurses or anybody else is like, I'm a nurse. I don't know. There's a reason you're not an MD. Please stop trying to be an MD. Okay. You didn't go to medical school for that.
Those are
a thing.
Though his eyes were not injuries from being beaten. His eyes were because of the skull fracture.
Cranial skull fracture, correct. Raccoon eyes are something that doctors see all the goddamn time from things like falls like that. So yeah, software engineer. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, you don't actually have to be a code expert to read it. If you're, you just kind of need to know how they work before you can sort of interpret and read it. And a wall file is not like, that's not what they use in digital forensics to find a timestamp of a Google search. That's what time her tab was opened, that she used that tab the first time she opened the tab, not what time she made the Google search. So they've cherry picked a lot of information though. Do you guys not remember, like, everybody screaming from the federal proffer, Brian Higgins, it's a federal proffer, and he's flipped. And I've been trying to tell people like this entire time since that came out, like it's not a thing. He didn't quote unquote flip because there's nothing to flip on. Like, I don't know what you guys think you're going to hear out of him. You think the feds are going to like walk him in and walk him out like he's in jail or something? Like, he's still with the ATF. Like he is active duty ATF, people. Like, is that a criminal? He didn't commit any crimes. He doesn't need a deal of any sort. Like, so I don't know why anybody would believe that.
And you think about she'd want to share some of that $50,000 clothing budget so I could get a couple new outfits for summer. It's only been 4 years since I bought anything.
I mean, I don't even have any shorts for the summertime. Like, I have no short. I desperately need to get shorts or something.
For court. I mean, you don't have a closet full of clothes? Dear, come on.
She's
You
wearing
do.
$1,000 suits and shit. Like,
I'm telling you, but yet she's got to go fund me selling popcorn.
mm-hmm. It's insane to me. Like,
spandex shorts for summer, they're on sale on Amazon, Karen. I'll send you the link.
Right? Like, I'll go right into Walmart. I don't give a shit. Like, they're shorts. I just need some actual comfortable or actual summer clothes, because right now I have like t-shirts and stuff, but I have no shorts. I got to get some shorts.
I bought myself a pair of leggings and a t-shirt in the last 4 years because I feel guilty.
Oh yeah, I've probably done this exact same. Maybe some socks and underwear, and that's about it.
The kids always need something, or I think they need something, even
Bingo.
if they don't.
It's the kids. I got to take care of the kids first, and there's never usually anything left after that for me. So it's the kids, and that's it.
But I'm splurging, and I'm getting my hair chopped off this weekend, and I can't wait.
Oh, girl, you go ahead.
I can't. This shit is down to the small of my back, and it is so thick and heavy. I cannot.
Oh yeah, mine's touching the top of my butt right now. It's not thick
Mm.
anymore. Thank you, COVID. I've lost a lot of hair, but it's still long, very long.
No, I'm getting it chopped off. They're gonna
No,
donate.
she's not renting them because one of them is something you can't even buy anymore. It was already in her collection, and before this, she dressed like that as well. Her father is the dean, or was the dean of Bentley. She was a professor and she worked in finance. She has money. It's not, her family is not poor or broke by any stretch of the imagination.
I'm gonna become friends with her. Maybe she'll just, take pity on this old woman who's trying to be a mom at an old age. Maybe she'll just take
Listen.
some pity.
If I ever hit the lottery, you're all set. Just,
Hey, I got mad because I wasted $2 on a quick pick and I didn't freaking win nothing.
I'm telling you, dude. I just have this one day I'm gonna win the lottery, and then like everybody I care about is gonna be like taken care of and like all set and like not struggling anymore. And that would make me the happiest person on planet Earth.
My dream is
Me
to
and
have
everyone else not having to struggle is like the best thing ever that I can think of. Like,
to have a foundation for us working class people who can't get no help anywhere. And not to have to put them through the ringer to make them beg for money, because things happen, cars break down, emergencies happen,
Oh,
but
yeah.
if you get a paycheck, you can't get no help.
Nope.
And no one can help you with your car so you can keep your job and go back to work.
Nope. Nope.
If you do anything, you got to go in and beg, borrow, and steal just to get the little bit of help they're going to give you. See, I want to avoid all that. Here, go get your car fixed,
Yeah, exactly. I think we all want one. Nobody wants to ask for help, dude. It's the hardest thing. It's so hard. And then people want to shame you for it. Like you can't have it both ways. I maybe have muted this. Sorry. Hold on. Oh, she's giving instruction to the jury anyway, so I didn't really miss anything.
Might go to the nature of the relationship with John O'Keefe and potential motive. Okay. All right, Mr. Lally, go right ahead.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Oh, girl, you go ahead.
For you now, a series of documents, 115 pages in length. Your references on the side there. In general, do you recognize what those are?
Yes.
What do you recognize those to be?
Text messages between the defendant and I.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth to move to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No, not as the next exhibit. We are going to mark that 104A.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes.
103A.
103A.
That's my understanding. I think the others were marked 103. So it should be
John O'Keefe's texts were 103. So it's 104A. And jurors, you'll have both exhibit 104 with you that was a little bit difficult to read. What we've taken all this time for as counsel was great to work out a form that is much clearer for you to be able to read, and that will be attached or right with exhibit 104.
It was hard for them to read.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Higgins, first, Your Honor, may I request permission to publish the drawing on the screen?
Yes.
Starting with page number 1. Now, Mr. Higgins, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as exhibit 104A?
Yes.
And as you just mentioned, these are text messages between yourself and Ms. Reed, is that correct?
Yes.
And on what dates did you first receive any communication from Ms. Reed?
January 12th, 2022.
And prior to that, had you had her number or did she have your number as far as you were aware?
No.
You had never communicated to her via cell phone or any other means prior to January 12th, 2022?
No, I had not.
So initially you received a text on that date from an unknown number, is that correct?
Yes.
And from the text before you and what's up on the screen, as far as there are gray bubbles on the left, blue bubbles on the right, which is you and which is Ms. Reed?
The blue bubbles would belong to myself.
So the other bubbles will be Ms. Reed, is that fair to say?
Yes,
And so that initial communication you received on January 12th, 2022, that's about 8:27 PM, is that correct?
yes.
And what was the content of the message that you received?
You want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Hey, Brian, it's Weed Whacker.
And how did you respond to that?
Question mark.
And if it's helpful to you, sir, if you can't see the screen sort of from where you are, you can read along in the exhibit before you.
Okay.
Now, as far as that communication is concerned, is the Weed Whacker, what if any meaning did that have to you or?
So ultimately, it was based off a interaction with the defendant, kind of a nickname that she adopted.
And how did that nickname sort of come to be, or what, if anything, transpired between the two of you that led to that?
So I was leaving, I believe, my residence one day in Canton, traveling down Pleasant Street. I saw the defendant along the side of the house on the Pleasant Street side using a weed whacker. And I gave kind of a beep of the horn, and the defendant gave me the finger. So I realized that she clearly must not have recognized me possibly because of what I was driving. I was in my work vehicle. So I spun the vehicle around, and as I pulled up to roll down the window, she said something to the effect, "Get the fuck away from me. My husband's a Boston cop." And then I rolled down the window more, and she clearly recognized me, who I was in that vehicle.
And did that become sort of a recurring theme in subsequent conversations that you had with Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 6 within that exhibit before you.
They're not numbered, right, Mr. Lally?
I'm sorry?
They're not numbered? Is your copy numbered?
No, Your Honor. Not that I can see.
They're not, so be cognizant of that when you ask questions.
You know, I believe they are. That's why I hesitate. It's sort of in the middle of the page, facing sideways. Turn the page.
Oh, my apologies. I have it now. Very small.
So just on this page, directing your attention to the bottom, it sort of goes on to the next date of January 13th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if I could direct your attention to page 7 of those text messages. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have page 7 on the screen. And sir, if you could read from page 7, and if you could just indicate who's speaking and what is being said in this communication.
So again, I'm in the blue bubbles. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. I said, haha, how did you get my digits? Defendant responded, the Melissa and Lito show. I said, haha, I thought you creeped John's phone. I said, haha, again. Defendant responded, no way. I was the last person in Greater Canton who didn't have your number. I think even Kerry has it. I responded, what, with a bunch of question marks? I said, I just don't give my personal number out to anyone. How would Kerry have my number with a bunch of question mark? And the defendant responded, Melissa had it.
As far as in those communications, the reference the defendant makes to the Melissa and Lito show, do you know what that means?
The two individuals that I also know from the hillside.
And the Kerry person that she refers to, do you know who that is?
I believe that's Kerry Curran, Chris Curran's wife.
Now, if I could direct your attention to page 9. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have page 9. And again, sir, if you could read from page 9 as far as that conversation goes, it just indicates whom is speaking at different points.
Okay, so the defendant said, "I'd prefer a weed whacker." I responded, "That's the thing about nicknames." Defendant said, "We were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show, wanted to see if you were game." I responded, "You don't have a say." And I believe I was referring to nicknames. And I said, "Vacation where?" Defendant responded, "I know they need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in, I believe it was supposed to say Fort Lauderdale. It's abbreviated. Something quick and easy." I said, Defendant responded, "I'm the queen of vacays too. Always a good time." I responded, "I'm going to Nashville next month, 19 to 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come."
And as far as either one of those trips that you were discussing, do you recall any further discussion or any going on any of those trips?
Well, I mean, I definitely went to Nashville for that benefit for one of my coworkers. There may have been more conversation about the Florida trip, but I can't specifically recall it.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 16, and Ms. Gilman, if I could have that. And this is on that same date of January 13th, is that correct?
I believe so. The date's not at the top here, but I believe it is.
And again, sir, if you could read from that page of communication as far as who's speaking and what was said.
So there's a photograph of somebody with a weed whacker. The defendant said, "No, you're not a creep." I said, "Nope." She said, "You're kind of a loner," which I used to be. I responded, "No, not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I'm tight with. So you think you got me figured out?" And then I typed "circle of trust" in quotes.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next page, number 17. Ms. Gilman, if I could have that. And again, sir, if you could read from page 17 as far as what is said and who is talking.
So the defendant said, "Yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people, PPL, people abbreviated. You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young." And I responded, "He died in March of 2020. I'm so not a loser. You won't figure me out. LOL. Defendant responded, no one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry that that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it?" I responded, "Cancer." Defendant responded, "I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you are private and observant. I'm sorry, what kind?" I responded, "Lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL."
If I could turn your attention to the next page, page 18. And again, sir, if you could read from that.
In the blue bubbles is me. I said, "You're funny." Defendant responded, "Yikes. Wow, that's rough. Jesus, I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside." I responded, "Don't be sorry. Life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out." Then I said, "Who chats?" ? Defendant responded, "Life is hard, but losing people is the hardest. So I'm sorry. We chat." I responded, "That's all you got? We chat? Sure, you're from Brockton. Spit it out." Defendant responded, "You and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting to lock the door." I said, "Oh." She has been out of play like for 3 months now. And then I believe it starts to say out of rotation, question mark.
And then, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 20. And again, sir, if you could read from that page.
I'm in the blue bubbles again. I said, I just got a Saturday invite. The defendant said, did you say yes, question mark? I said, not yet, with a bunch of periods, but did respond. Defendant said, what did you say, Mr. Elusive? I responded, no, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night. Ha, I'm shy. The defendant responded, we prefer to hang out with non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too, solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. I'm inviting you. And I said, ha.
Now, sir, is that the Saturday night that's being referenced there? Is that the same night that you had gone over to the home at some point for the Patriots game?
Yes.
And if I could.
Kissed by ocean air, darkened by pounding waves, caramelized by equatorial heat. See what the ocean has in store for you. Jefferson's Ocean, aged at the mercy of the sea.
I responded, ha, did you tell him you texted me? The defendant responded, no. And then I gave a thumbs up. Then I said, you cranky now, question mark. Defendant said, ha, no, just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. I said, name a few. Defendant said, name a few? I don't know. All of them, question mark. They all want to hang out with single people. And then I said,
Thank you. Sir, if I could direct your attention to page 26. And sir, if I could ask you to read from that page.
in blue is going to be myself again. Foul ball. Defendant responded, you stink. I said, you suck and you're double trouble. Defendant responded, you're hot. I responded, are you serious or messing with me? Defendant responded, no, I'm serious. I responded, failing is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that? Defendant responded, are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here. I responded back, I'm fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question. And then it starts to say, defendant said, rather you stay here.
And is that, to your memory, when is that text exchange taking place? In reference to the night that you went over to the O'Keefe's house?
I believe it was that night.
Now, at Mr. O'Keefe's house on that particular evening, do you recall how you came into the house?
I believe it might have been the front door.
And if you know about how long were you at Mr. O'Keefe's house that night?
I was probably one of the last people to leave, I think.
And what, if anything, happened as you were exiting from Mr. O'Keefe's house that night?
So as I was exiting the house, it was either through the breezeway or the garage. And as we were walking out, the defendant planted a kiss on me.
Now, before you went out that way, where was Mr. O'Keefe? Did you say goodbye to him or anything like that?
I think I said goodbye to him. He might have been in the bathroom. I'm not 100% positive where he was.
And when you went to leave, which exit from the house were you headed to initially?
Well, as I said, I don't remember exactly if it was the breezeway or the garage. I was starting to walk through, but whichever way I started to exit, the defendant told me to go a different way.
And which way did the defendant tell you to go?
Well, her way. I honestly can't tell you which door that was. If it was either the breezeway or the garage.
And as you were going out, again, I'm sorry, what happened?
The defendant kissed me.
And how did she kiss you?
Not like a friend.
Lip to lip, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Like a romantic kiss?
That's the way I interpreted it.
And were you still inside the house at the time that this occurred, or were you outside the house if you know?
Not sure if we had just got to the outside or not. It might have, I'm not sure if it was close proximity to leaving.
And what was your reaction to that?
I was taken back.
Is that something that you were expecting?
No.
And about how long was it between when the defendant kissed you and when you left?
Oh, almost immediately.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention back to the exhibit before you on page number 27.
Yes.
Again, sir, if you could read from that page and who's speaking.
So I'm in the blue bubbles, and I said, I think you're messing with me. The defendant said, why do you think that? I responded, because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? Defendant responded, I just think you're like me. I said, meaning? ? Defendant said, do you have your own kids? I said, I have no kids. How am I like you? ? Hello? And defendant responded, aren't we alike? I responded, I think so. So why did you get my number and reach out to me? And I think the defendant put a question mark on that bubble, I believe. Or I might have, I don't know.
Now, that conversation as far as you asking her about why she reached out to you, how often was that question asked by you through the course of these text communications?
Well, the extent of the actual communication via text between the defendant and I was between January 12th and January 29th when John passed. On the 28th and 29th, the 28th, I sent a text, as we spoke about before when we were at the waterfall. That text didn't respond. There was a text sent by the defendant to me the next day. So in that time period between the 12th and the 29th, there was 9 days that the defendant and I exchanged text messages. With that being said, those text messages, I don't believe, were every day, consecutive days. There was 9 days in between the 12th and the 29th.
And so as far as that questioning, as far as posing to her, why did she reach out to you? Was that something that you asked once or more than once?
Yeah, I asked it more than once. And during the pendency of this communication, I was basically trying to suss out what the intentions were of the defendant. Was the defendant interested in me? Was she at the end of her relationship with John? Was she trying to weaponize me against John and put me in the middle? There was numerous things that were going on. And that's what I was trying to vet out or suss out, or whatever you want to call it. But I was having a hard time accepting what was happening.
And sir, if I could direct you to the next page, page 28. And again, sir, if you could read from that page.
So I'm in the blue bubbles. Shoot straight with me. Defendant responded, I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Couple question marks. I responded, yes, agree. Now what? Defendant responded, I don't know. I said, shouldn't you know? Defendant responded, do you like me? I said, yes, from jump. Defendant said, when was jump? I said, first time I saw you. Defendant responded, when was that? I said, Hillside for your shore.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 29. If I could ask you to read from that, sir.
So again, I'm in the blue bubbles. Hillside for sure. When were you interested? Defendant responded, I don't know, you're just my type. I responded, you think you can handle me? I thought you were happy, ? Defendant responded, how do you know if I'm happy? I said, I just assumed. Defendant responded, are you hard to handle? I may have put a ? Then I said, what do you like about me? Defendant responded, I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. I said, yes, yeah, ditto. Defendant responded, and I think you're hot.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, page 30. If I could ask you to read from that, sir.
I'm in the blue bubbles again. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. Defendant responded, what? I responded that you're hot, smart, witty, but I didn't think you were interested. Defendant responded, witty? I responded, yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Defendant responded, just thought we were the same / from the same neighborhood. I responded, are you afraid to say what's on your mind? What's in your mind? And then I said, on. Defendant responded, no, didn't I? No, didn't I? ?
And sir, if I could turn your attention, to the next page, 31, and ask you to read from that.
I'm glad I'm in the blue bubble again. I'm glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Defendant responded, yeah. I was basically begging you. I responded, you don't have to beg me. I meant to say beg. Defendant responded, huh? I said, I will give you what you want. How are you texting right now? And I said, leaving me hanging. Defendant responded, no. I typed kids and then kinda. Defendant responded, how am I texting? And I began to say, is everyone asleep?
As far as the communication from the defendant indicating, yeah, I was basically begging you, what did you take that to mean?
That she wanted me to come over?
And if I could turn your attention to the next page, 32. If I could ask you to read from that page as well.
So it starts off with the defendant saying, I just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I said, I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? ? Defendant said, yes, you should have. I responded, that would have been distracting. So now what? So no, what? And then I said, now. Defendant said, now what? ? I responded, balls in your court. Defendant said, what do you want? I responded, loaded question. What do you want? ? Defendant responded, I asked you, ! I in turn said, nope, you initiated this.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 33. If I could ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, spit it out. I'm in the blue bubbles. Defendant said, hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. I responded, don't you have a boyfriend? ? Defendant responded, where are you? ? I said, Canton. Defendant said, where? ? I responded, my office is at the PD. Why? Are you going to Mansfield? ? Defendant responded, where is that? I said, Canton PD. Defendant said, I have a house there from before I reconnected W. John. I responded, oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 34, and ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant starts off and says, do you like me? ? I responded, yes, clearly. Defendant said, come over my house. I responded, when? ? Defendant said, when works for you? I said, whoever, and then whenever, when works for you, question mark. The defendant said, I asked you first. I responded, I think you're messing with me. Defendant said, I'm glad you came over tonight, with some type of face. I responded, me too, ball's in your court. What do you want, Karen? You looked great tonight.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 35, and the last, or second to last blue bubble down the bottom, starting with, are you glad? Do you see that?
Page 35?
Yes.
And where is it again?
Second to last blue bubble, starting with, are you glad?
Yes. I said, I'm in the blue bubble. I said, are you glad you walked me out? Question mark.
And what did she respond?
Defendant said, yes, with like semicolon, some type of a mark there. Are you? Question mark. And I said, DEF for definitely.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, 36. And if you could, please read from that.
So at the top, I'm in the blue bubbles. It says yes. And then I said, are you going home tonight or tomorrow AM? Defendant texted, we kissed, comma, right? Question mark. So then I put a question mark on her question and said, is this a trick question? Defendant said, I don't know when I'm going home. I'm selling my house, with what I think is a smiley face. What a trick question, and a couple of question marks. I responded, are you moving to Canton? I'm following your lead with this. Defendant responded, I live here, but I have property in Enfield. I'm guessing it's Medfield. Defendant said, why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. I responded, you started this, right? Question mark. Why did you get my number? And it says each out to me. It meant to say reach out to me. I then said, still have not told me.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next page, 37, and ask you to read from that.
Defendant said, sorry, should I not have? I responded, I'm fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. Defendant said, you're mad at me? I said, OMG, no, not at all. You're being silly. Defendant said, I told you, exclamation point. I just think you like me and I'm attracted to you. And then she said, a lot. I responded, feeling is mutual. I just never saw this coming. Defendant said, why? Question mark. I responded, because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. Defendant responded, I was, but things have deteriorated.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, 38, and ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, why? Question mark. How so? Question mark. What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? Question mark. Defendant responded, it is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died and everything got fucked up. I responded, he seems very into you. Defendant responded, I just told Melissa that I had your number but lost it. I said, that's cute. She wasn't suspicious? Question mark. Defendant responded, no, she's great. I responded, does she know you like me? Question mark. Defendant responded, she's a sweetie. We just agreed. You are great, with another smiley type face.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 40 and ask you to read from that.
Defendant said, yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years and my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water. I responded, are you breaking up or staying together? Defendant responded, I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I'm very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation. I responded, when was that and how did you find out he hooked up? Question mark. I don't want to complicate your situation. Defendant responded, we went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel all over one of our friends. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I responded, it does matter.
Now, as far as that indication that she made to you, either through text communications or in person, did she indicate at any point in time where that occurred?
So there was an occasion that the defendant stopped at my house. And again, the conversation that took place at my house was in relation to, again, sussing out and trying to figure out if this was everything that I stated before. Like, was this legitimate? Was she seriously interested in me? Was she at the end of her relationship with John? And during that, there was touch on that topic, and I became to realize, it was my understanding at that point that this incident took place in Aruba on New Year's Eve, based off the text messages and the conversation at my residence.
This was something that she brought up, not only in the text communications with you, but in person in communication with you as well.
Yes, I mean, outside of being over there for the game, there was only one time that the defendant and I ever interacted on a one-on-one basis.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 41, and ask you to read from that.
So I'm in the blue bubbles, and I said, "Did they bang?" ? The defendant responded, "Does that matter?" ? I said, "Sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out." Defendant responded, "It doesn't really matter." I said, "Okay, I won't ask again." Defendant said, "I don't care," with a smiley face. It doesn't matter. I said, I responded back, "Okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen." Defendant responded, "Okay." I responded, "Why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions?" Then I typed on. Defendant responded, "I'm not. I am?" ? I responded, "You're kind of getting defensive." Defendant responded, "Not at all," with an exclamation point.
Thank you, sir. If I could direct your attention to page 46. Ask you to read from that.
Defendant is in gray. She said, "We did kiss earlier, no," with an exclamation point. I responded in blue bubble, "I think you initiated that, no?" ? Defendant said, "Yep. Do I owe you an apology?" ? I said, "OMG, no. Why are you being sensitive?" Defendant responded, "I'm not." I responded, "Kinda." There's a P and a FFT, never, responded by the defendant. "What do you want from me?" ? I responded, "What's on the table?" ? Defendant said, "What do you want ideally?" ? I responded, "The real deal." Defendant responded, "It doesn't exist."
Thank you, sir. I can direct your attention to page 57, sir. And ask you to read from that.
It starts off in blue. I said, "I can go to any base, but usually Hanscom and Bedford are down to the Cape." Defendant responded, "Which base down the Cape? Which branch?" I said, "Army's Army." Defendant said, "I'm not abnormally sensitive." I responded, "Joint Base Cape Cod. I won't be so hard on you." Defendant responded, "OMG, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad." I responded, "I was just playing with you." Defendant responded, "You weren't, but that's okay." I responded, "Stop being sensitive, please." Defendant responded, "I'm not."
Now, sir, in reference, in that page of text communications, you made reference to a base down the Cape, is that right?
Yes.
And where is that in relation to where you live in Barnstable County?
So I can utilize one of the gates to get onto the base. I can get fuel. I can shop. I then can hit the Bourne Bridge, and I would use that as a cut through at the time when I was splitting my time between two different properties.
Is there also like a duty-free shop there?
There is, yes.
And at some point throughout the course of the text communications, did you offer to pick something up for the defendant from that shop?
I believe so.
If I could direct your attention to page 60.
This house is such a sleigh.
This season on Hot and Toxic, one homeowner has to live with the 21 toxins found in natural gas.
You can call me Di because this body is to die for. And I'll probably make you die.
Complicated dynamic with the four of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues. I responded, I think he believes he is doing the right thing. Defendant responded, well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister. I responded back, I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. Then I said, I'm divorced since 2017 and have no kids.
If I could ask you to turn to the next page, 62, and ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, I'm divorced since 2017 and I have no kids. Defendant responded, I try very hard, but they are very spoiled and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel differently if they were mine or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on NYE while we were away, and that has really affected me. I responded, what did he exactly do? ? Defendant responded, I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing someone about raising kids with an emoji. I responded, why don't you tell me? ? Defendant responded, he was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over our friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure. I responded, oh God, did they bang?
And ask you to turn to the next page, sir, page 63, if you could read from that.
I'm in the blue. I said, did they bang? ? Defendant said, so I was the kids celebrating New Year's, I think it's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. I said, was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? Defendant responded, I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They are constant, and it feels like a lose-lose. I responded, you clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside you. Defendant responded, yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant. I responded, or began to respond, you can vent, babe.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 64, ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin and sometimes it's thankless. I responded, Defendant responded, you probably felt that way too. I responded, I did at times. It was one, not two, thankfully. Defendant responded, want to grab a drink? ? I responded, if you gave me some notice, I could have. Defendant responded, you in capital letters said you were adaptable. I responded, I am, but I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way? Defendant responded, that sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way.
Now, as far as her invitation, is that something that occurred on one time or more than one time?
I believe it was more than one time.
And at any point in time, other than the two you've already recounted, as far as going over to Mr. O'Keefe's house for the football game, or the defendant stopping by your apartment in West Roxbury, were there any other occasions you went out over the defendant's house or out with the defendant by yourself?
No, never.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 74. Ask you to read from that.
Defendant said, "Are you single?" ? I responded, "Yes." Defendant said, "I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? ? I responded, "You getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me? ? Defendant said, "And on vacay and probably a few other occasions." I responded, it should say, "You didn't really beg." Defendant said, "I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? ? I responded, "Why would I have thought you had any interest in me? ? Usually do it when they do live with, do it when they do live with someone." And then I said, "Do not do it." Defendant responded, "Maybe, maybe not."
Thank you, sir. If I could direct you to page 77. And ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, "I could go on and on, but I do not want to pump," it should say, "your shit up too much." Defendant responded, "Thanks for saying that, but low comps at the hillside." I responded, "You know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places." The defendant responded, "John has showed me about 5 times the ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly," with an emoji of somebody throwing up. I responded, what?" Defendant responded, "Yeah, he has cameras everywhere, you cops," with another emoji. I responded, "Jesus." Defendant said, "He's like Christ. Are you guys hooking up? ? And I said, "OMG, great."
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 78, sir.
I responded, "I don't need drama, dude." Defendant said, "No, it's fine." I responded, "Seriously?" Defendant said, "I'm serious," with an exclamation point. I said, "You legit planted one on me." Defendant responded, "I know where the cameras are anyway, duh." And then it was OMG Bruins with an emoji after that. I responded, "So your slick move isn't on there?" with some question marks. Defendant responded, "Course not." I responded, "Oh my God." And then I said, "I almost," an emoji with somebody throwing up. Defendant responded, "It was a peck anyway. I kissed Kerry and Gay Jeff too." I responded, "Yeah, weak. I agree."
Now, as far as cameras at Mr. O'Keefe's house, is that something that you were aware was there prior to that conversation with the defendant?
No, not that I recall.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 79. And ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, "LOL, funny." I responded, "So now he is jealous of me? ? Defendant said, "No," with an exclamation. "I told you, he likes you a lot." I said, "Which makes this worse? ? Defendant said, "You said or did something at the bar last week," and he goes, "I like Brian more and more." I responded, "I think he's a good dude too." Defendant responded, "Yeah, he is." I responded, "Funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse it should say the shit out of yourself, because I'm a lot of fun."
Now, sir, the he that you're referring to in those text communications, who was that, just for clarity?
John O'Keefe.
And if I could direct your attention to page 84. And ask you to read from that page, sir.
I said, "It was fun." Defendant said, "I've complimented you today too," with a couple of exclamation points and then some type of emoji. I said, "And kicked my nuts in." Defendant said, "OMG, how?" I responded, "If I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere, so I'm all set with that's," and then I said, quotations, that's fine, but I am not asking again. Defendant said, well, it was 7 p.m. and I'm super cool. So right now I'm asking again with some type of I think it's a smiley face. I responded, coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. The defendant responded, now equals not. That sounds good. I responded, that's trouble. Defendant said, why, question mark.
And if I could direct your attention to page 90. Ask you to read from that, sir.
9-0?
90, yes.
The defendant said, no, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. I responded, no, you are sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have gotten carried away. Defendant said, you in capital letters said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. And I responded, oh, okay. Defendant responded, I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone over for a drink. I responded, you're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it up. Defendant responded, I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of cop DM mindset, and then said, been through.
And if I could direct you to the next page, 91, sir.
Defendant said, what am I avoiding, question mark. I'm not afraid to be direct. I responded, some of my questions. Defendant responded, okay, which? Ask again. I said, nope, tricks are for kids. Defendant responded, I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. I responded, okay. Defendant said, I can't say that, question mark. I said, of course you can. Defendant said, did I miss any other questions, sir, question mark. Probably, are you having a drink right now, question mark. Defendant said, yeah, on my second. I said, show me what you got.
And if I could direct your attention to page 99. And ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, none of that is true, exclamation point. I'm not talking to other guys and I have issues with John and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him, BC, I guess, because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, neither are you, neither is John. I responded, was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning, question mark? What do you want from me, question mark? Defendant said, that's just how I think / feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I responded, I'm not judging you, never have, never will. Defendant responded, you shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business.
Thank you, sir. If I can now direct you to page 102 and ask you to read from that.
Defendant said, my only, I'm assuming, point is that there's a difference between being married to someone and dating them, and we have no intention of ever getting married. The point of dating is not to get tied down. If you're not confident, you should be, in my mind anyway. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. I responded, okay, so he is cool with you dating other people, question mark. Defendant responded, and I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he's seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same way. And you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. I responded, okay. Defendant said, you don't agree with me? Question mark, question mark.
If I could direct your attention to page 107. that, sir?
Defendant said, at a bar, ? I responded, I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Defendant said probably after 8. I responded, okay, if you don't wanna, that's fine, no pressure. Defendant responded, I will a drink. It looks like I tabbed the bubble with a question mark. I then said, what do you drink? ? Are you out now? ? Defendant responded, sorry, I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. I responded, haha, send me a pic of you two.
Now, you had testified earlier about some occasion prior to the 28th when the defendant had come over your house in West Roxbury, correct?
Yes.
This page that you just read, as well as some of these successive pages after that, is that sort of arranging for that to occur after she goes out or leaves from a friend out in Boston?
I believe she was out with a friend that night in Boston, a female friend, yes.
And that evening when she came over your house, about how long was she there?
Not long.
And so what happened when she arrived, or what, if anything, did the two of you talk
It was kind of more of this. It was a kind of wasn't an interrogation. It was a face-to-face version of trying to suss out and vet, like, what is this all about? Again, I mean, I'm not proud of these text messages. It is what it is. I'll take responsibility for them. But, John was a friend at the same time. And I certainly wasn't, if they were at the end of the relationship, they were at the end of their relationship. But I wasn't going to have somebody utilize me and weaponize me against somebody that I liked. And it was just a weird experience. It was, I don't even think either one of us finished a drink. It was, like I said, it was this type of like, what is this all about? And then she left. I think I might have asked her to text me when she got in, so I knew she got home.
Now, that evening or at any other point, in your friendship or your relationship, whatever, however you want to term it, was there any other sort of intimate contact beyond what you described occurring as she walked you out that night you were over at Mr. O'Keefe's house for the patrons?
Are you asking if she ever kissed me again?
I'm asking if there was any kissing, any sexual relationship, anything at all between yourself and the defendant.
Absolutely not. In referring to at my residence when she stopped by, I was very uncomfortable, and it's just an uncomfortable situation. Just a weird vibe. That's the best I can describe it.
And lastly, sir, lastly, as it applies to this, turning your attention to the last page, number 118. And there's a couple different dates from the middle to the bottom of the page. Is that correct?
There is.
If I could ask you to start reading from, excuse me, where it says Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m.
Defendant, so Sunday, January 23rd at 9:40 p.m., defendant texted me, phone works, and then an emoji with arrows going like both ways. And I responded, thought you were all set, ? Defendant said, with talking, ? No. I said, are you sure? And she didn't respond. And I believe I said, that was it for that, the 23rd. I'm sorry.
So then the next date that any text communication was sent between the two of you would have been Friday, 11:32 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct. That would have been when we were at the waterfall.
And again, what does the text say there?
Well.
That's from you to her, is that correct?
Yes.
And then the next text communication is the following day, or Saturday, the 29th at 11:54 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who is speaking in that communication, and what is said?
That is the defendant, and the defendant said John died.
And did you respond to that at all?
No.
And did you have any other communication with Ms. Reed following receiving that text message on January 29th?
No, I have not.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take this. Sir, if I could, a couple more questions for you, taking you back on the early morning of January 29th, when you had come from Waterfall to Fairview and then you were leaving from Fairview, if I could turn that sort of portion into your mind. When you're pulling away from the residence, the period of time that you were talking about as far as the plow being down and scraping a little bit on the ground, you recall that?
I do.
About how much distance are we talking about with respect to that?
Distance less than a foot, I would say. I mean, it's real quick. I heard it.
And then as far as when you familiar with an area in the front of Mr. Albert's property at 34 Fairview, where there is a flagpole and a fire hydrant?
I do know where that is, yes.
And as you drove by the house that evening, where were you in relation to that part of the yard?
When I drove away?
Yes.
Well, I might have been I was in the street. I pulled away, so that area would be on my passenger side.
And so what I'm asking, sir, is as you pulled away, did you pull away alongside the curb? Did you pull to the middle of the street, or where did you direct the vehicle to go as you were pulling away?
Like any other time, I pulled away from the curb, and that's kind of it's a one-lane street, so to speak, and nobody was coming towards me, so just pulled out into the street, drove away.
I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I have no further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
I'll see you for 1 minute over here at sidebar before we begin. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Well, I knew all that already, but just for you guys. Well, they were trying to show there, like, the fact that she is telling him, like, where the cameras are. So she knows where the cameras are, knows how to operate them, knows how to delete things. That was what part of that was for. The other part was to show she was lying to Brian Higgins about John. All he did was hug someone, and she clearly was not trying to remain faithful in her relationship as this happy, super great, wonderful couple that they've been trying to portray. The defense this entire time, ruined their narrative. That's that simple. This ruined that narrative. Yeah, my carrier doesn't allow. I'm not allowed.
Did you know girl trees absorb pollen? Learn how Claritin is helping.
Straight to voicemail, I think now, but before I couldn't even do that. It depends on the carrier in the area. She's definitely not happy. She's doing a lot more blinking. Well, it only lasted a couple days, Leela. Probably, I think it was like 10 or something, 11, whatever it was. While they're sidebarring, if you want to donate to our stream, this is how you help out the channel and how you keep us rolling. Ticker is at the bottom. It scrolls. I know it's really small, so sometimes I try to pop up the bigger one, the Cash App of Venmo, and you can always do super chats or super stickers if that's your thing. But it does scroll across the bottom in that blue ticker. It's always very appreciated. Yeah, it only lasted a few days, Leela. It was from like January, I think he said 9th to when John died. So it was like 10 days or something like that. So it wasn't very long.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Here we go.
Who did you come here today with, Mr. Higgins?
Who did I travel to the courthouse with?
Who did you meet here?
An attorney, my attorney.
Is there a reason that you felt compelled to bring an attorney with you for your testimony
So was
as a
everyone else.
witness in a homicide investigation?
Objection.
Sustained.
Trial, I should say.
Sustained.
You brought your attorney with you who's sitting right behind you, correct?
That is not my attorney.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were his attorney. My mistake. Where's your attorney?
I don't know. He might be in the courthouse.
Is he in the building?
I don't know where he physically is right now.
Okay. Without telling me anything that you said to your attorney, did you meet with him this morning before your testimony?
Yes.
Did you meet with him during the break? And again, don't tell me
Most
what you
people
talked
do,
about, but
genius.
Did you meet with him during the break when we took a break a few minutes ago?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yep.
And obviously the subject matter, again, without telling me any
He's
communication,
trying to make it
subject
look like
matter
this federal
was your
offer
testimony
is,
here today,
is a thing
correct?
when it's not. So that's what
No.
he's doing here.
How many conversations have you had with Mr. Lally about your testimony or your proposed testimony in anticipation of you testifying today?
One.
When was that?
That was on Monday.
How long was that conversation?
I would say under an hour and a half.
In person or over the phone?
In person.
Where was that conversation?
That was at the DA's office.
Who else was there?
My attorney, victim witness advocate, I believe her name is Kristen Collins, ADA McLaughlin, ADA Lally, and Lieutenant Brian Tully from the Mass State Police.
Anybody taking notes?
I did not. I don't know if anybody was taking notes.
Well, you were sitting there watching Lieutenant Tully. Did he take notes?
Not that I saw, no.
You had an hour and a half long
He just
conversation.
wants
with the
notes. There are no
prosecution team
notes.
and
Alas, they've already
a
told
police
you there's no
officer
notes,
witness, and you're telling me that you did not see anybody taking a single note down. Is that right?
That's correct. I
what
I
he
did hand
said.
something to Lieutenant Tully, but he didn't take any notes in reference to what I handed him.
What'd you hand him?
I handed him a piece of mail that I got at my residence.
Anything having to do with this case?
Well, I believe so.
Was that turned over to Mr. Lally?
No, I turned it over to State Police.
Your Honor, may we approach for a second?
Yes.
Probably has absolutely nothing to do with this. And if it has anything to do with the federal investigation, it's not allowed to be brought in here. She needs to stop looking behind her. It's not helping her because she has to look past the jury to look behind her. And she looks very pissed off. So it's like, stop doing that, Karen. I'm sure your attorneys have probably told you to stop doing it, but just can't help yourself with that control issue you have. The problem is Jackson knows that he lied about this federal proper and Higgins flipping and all this bullshit. So right now he's trying to grasp at any sort of straw to make it like appear that way, only to the public, not to the jury. And unfortunately for him, that's going to happen because it's a little bullshit. So that's why he said, well, who did you come here with? Hoping he would say like, what, the feds? Like, stop it, bro. Stop it. I told you guys at the beginning of the stream, Brian Higgins is not coming with the feds. They're not jumping out of the walls. They're not coming through the ceiling. They're not stopping this trial in any way, shape, or form. He has not, quote unquote, flipped. There's nothing for him to flip on. There's no deal. Like, I don't know where people get this information from, but it's not a thing. So, I've been telling people this for quite some time. People don't seem to want to listen, so that's on them, not me. I think anybody would, T. Berry, but unfortunately, it's a murder trial, so they don't really have a choice. They'll subpoena it, and we'll.
Other than that piece of mail that you handed to Lieutenant Tully, was there any other exchange of documents or anything like that? Have you shown anything in anticipation of your testimony?
The only thing I can be recalled showing was a photograph of the exterior of 34 Fairfield Road in Canton.
What about the text messages that you just went over extensively? Were you shown those?
I was shown a pile of papers, and I was advised that those text messages were going to be, they were put into another format, so they were easier to read.
And these are the screenshots that you just described on the exhibit.
Well, as I said, he showed me the stack, said they were the text messages. They were in a different format, but I'm assuming that's what they were.
What was your assignment with the ATF back in 2022?
I was assigned to the Bridgewater Field Office, but I was full-time with the United States Marshal Service doing fugitive apprehension.
And where were you physically officing out of?
Well, I continue to maintain the office at Canton PD.
Okay, but to be clear, you were a federal officer, not a Canton police officer on some sort of a task force with Canton PD, correct?
No, I was not on a task force with Canton PD.
But you did have an office at Canton PD based on a personal relationship that you had with the chief, correct? He gave you this office as a courtesy. Is that right?
So if I can explain,
Yes or no? Was it provided as a courtesy?
well, working partnership, I would say.
And you've been asked that specific question in a prior hearing, correct?
Yes.
In June of 2023, right?
Yes.
And you explained, look, there was a personal relationship that I had with Chief Berkowitz.
Did.
It was born out of
Already trying to spin.
a family tragedy that he was aware of.
Horrible tragedy, yes.
And based on
trying to
that
spin.
personal friendship and that personal relationship, he offered you the convenience of officing out of Canton PD.
I would say that's a good summary.
And in addition to just having an office there, you also had a key card access, correct?
I did to get in and out.
What was the name that you used? You said it was a proxy card?
I think it's called, I think in the IT world, it's probably called a proxy card. That's what I know it to be.
So you had both a physical office and full access to Canton PD, all based on the friendship and relationship and convenience. Well, the friendship and relationship you had with Chief Berkowitz and the convenience that he wanted to give you for having that office there, correct?
No, I wouldn't say full access. I had access to certain areas within the department.
Well, you certainly had access to and from your office.
Yes,
You had ingress and egress to the Canton Police Department.
yes,
You could go in and out of the Sally Port.
I could.
You could go upstairs to Chief Berkowitz's office.
Yes,
You could go downstairs to the dispatch area, which is on the first floor, correct?
yes,
And then you could go out to the Sally Port, into the Sally Port, across that garage, those two bay doors at your leisure.
well, that would exclude the evidence room, the arms room, and places like that. I didn't have access to those places.
Right. But the places that I just mentioned, you did have access to.
Yes, absolutely.
You'd had that office for what?
The
back in
federal
June-
officer,
back in
dude.
January of 2022.
He
Probably
has
had that
more
office for
clearance
more
than a
than,
regular
3
cop.
years.
Of course he does.
I would estimate probably sometime around 2018.
2018. Okay,
Yeah.
not 18 years. 2018.
No, 2018. I'm sorry. My apologies.
So, yeah, maybe close to 4 years.
Yes.
Okay. I want to turn your attention, Mr. Higgins, to January 28, January 29, 2022. By the way, I should ask another foundational question. Are you currently still at ATF?
Am I employed by ATF?
Correct.
Yes, I am. A special agent. Yes.
And what is your current billet or your assignment?
Objection.
Is that something you're free to discuss?
I'm assigned to division operations at this time.
Okay, what does that mean?
That's,
You're taken out of the field?
was I taken out of the field? Yes.
Are you no longer in the field?
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
Sustained, let's move on. You may be able to come back to this.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to turn your attention now to January 28, 29 of 2022.
Field for medical. That's why they
you
have
recall those
medical
dates?
records,
I
not
do.
for any
You've
other
been
reason.
living with those dates for the last couple of years.
Like a nightmare.
John O'Keefe's body was found outside your
Injured.
friend Brian Albert's
His
house
medical
on the morning of
last
January
week.
29th, 2022, correct?
In anticipation of
Yes.
this bullshit.
You've previously testified that on January 28th, you had gone to New York for this memorial service, correct?
Funeral service. Yes.
The funeral service, not the memorial, you separate the two?
So, well, the wake would be the night before funeral. It was, I call them the services. It wasn't a memorial. Memorial to me would be more of like an annual thing. This was the services.
Understood.
Just want to be clear.
So you went with Brian Albert, Kevin Albert, and Eddie Hernandez, is that right?
I traveled down there myself, but I met up with them.
To go to the services?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you and Brian Albert and Kevin Albert sort of run in the same social and professional circles?
I mean, without speaking for anybody else, I think we know a lot of the same people.
Go to some of the same holiday parties, for instance?
Yes.
Go to some of the same events, whether they're law enforcement events or otherwise?
Retirement parties. Yes. Things like that.
Might meet up at a bar and have a social drink together?
Yes.
Might share a meal together, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that you particularly are pretty well connected to the Canton law enforcement community?
Could you qualify that, explain that?
You know quite a few cops, right?
Well, it's a small department, so I do know everybody in the building in some capacity.
Okay, so my question is, you know quite a few cops in Canton.
I do.
You're pretty good friends with, matter of fact, maybe best friends with the chief of police, former chief of police, Kenny Berkowitz, correct?
Yes.
You know Brian Albert, he's a Boston police officer.
Yes.
You know his brother and work with his brother at Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
So it's fair to say, back to my original question, you're relatively well connected in the law enforcement community, the fabric of that community in Canton. Is that right?
Well, I think that comes with working with people. Yes.
Is that yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. As a matter of fact, you've even given a personal toast at one of these events, these retirement events,
Here we
et cetera,
go.
correct?
Chief Berkowitz, yes.
And during the course of that toast, you even said, if you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man, correct?
Objection.
Did you say that? Did you say that?
I don't recall that.
You don't remember telling that joke in front of a room full of folks?
I don't.
If you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man?
I don't.
You will agree that
The goddamn joke, as in he's a
some
good
of your
person and has your
closest
back.
friends
That's
are
what it
some of the more powerful people
Stupid.
in Canton in terms of politics and law enforcement.
Obviously,
right?
nobody was fighting
Objection.
bodies, right? He's on the lawn,
Ask it
dumbasses.
At that same retirement dinner, there were members of the DA's office there, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, the DA, Michael Morrissey, was there.
I believe he was at one point.
All right. And that was the same event that you gave either a keynote speech or some sort of a speech for Chief Berkowitz's retirement. Is that right?
Yes.
How long have you known Brian Albert specifically?
I think I had some interaction with him when I was on the Cambridge Fire Department in my capacity in fire investigations. And then I would say pretty much through my entire career at ATF, you know, I came into contact with Brian.
Give me a number of years.
Well, I've been with ATF now for 15 years. I've probably known him at least that whole time.
You'd say that you have both a social and professional working relationship with him?
I would say yes, he's a friend.
Frequently drink together?
We have drank together. I wouldn't say frequently, but yes, we've drank together.
Break bread together, have meals together?
Absolutely, had lunch.
As a matter of fact, you were asked at a prior hearing whether or not you could put a number on the number of times that you've had drinks with Brian Albert, and you said somewhere around 50 or something like that? Or under, actually you said under 50?
Under 50, I think I might have said 30.
And that was in 2 years, correct?
Yeah, so.
Yes.
So not under 50 in the entirety of your relationship, a 15-year relationship with Brian Albert, literally in the prior 2 years when you gave your testimony in June of 2023. In those 2 years, met up with him and had drinks under 50 times.
Was that a question?
Yes.
Well, could you rephrase it?
Sure.
It's not a question.
Is it true that
was
you
a statement.
testified, answer,
Objection,
quote,
Loudon.
I mean, in 2 years, I mean, maybe under 50, end quote. That was your testimony to how often you socialized with Brian Albert, correct?
So we socialized more when I started working with his unit.
Okay, so my question is, well,
I don't know the exact number, but yes, we socialized, absolutely.
that's all I was getting at.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, there's no secrets here, right? He's my friend.
Mr. Higgins, let me ask the questions. I get it.
That's fine.
I get it.
You ask the questions that you keep spinning, sir? Come on. You're not asking questions. You're stating statements. That's why he
You
asked
also know Brian Albert well enough to know what his relationship with, for instance, the other guy that you traveled back from New York with, Eddie Hernandez.
I do know Eddie Hernandez. I actually know Eddie the longest out of everybody.
So you knew Eddie, or Officer Hernandez.
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask the question.
You knew Officer Hernandez before you ever knew Brian Albert.
Yes.
You knew him before you even knew Kevin Albert.
Yes.
And you're aware that there was a physical altercation
Objection,
between
Your Honor.
Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez.
Eddie
that you're
Hernandez has nothing to do
aware
with
of, correct?
anything.
The objection sustained.
Literally.
Are
has
you aware
nothing to
that
do with
Brian
anything.
Albert had gotten into a fist fight with Eddie Hernandez?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you at a Christmas party when that happened?
Objection, Your Honor.
Objection.
Sustained is to that form. You can be specific.
Have you ever been at an event with Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez and seen them fight?
Objection.
Christmas 5 years or so before 2022.
Okay, the objection sustained.
You do know that Brian Albert has a reputation for being a fighter.
No,
Objection.
Sustained.
it's not a question. You knew, did you know? It's not.
You were
those are-
asked in a formal
You
interview.
knew isn't a question.
Do you recall, I want to make sure I'm clear about some of your prior statements. You had a formal interview with some folks prior
Completely
to
irrelevant at all.
your testimony at a prior proceeding.
This is
You
grasping at
understand
straws.
what I'm
Yes.
talking about?
I'm tracking.
Okay. At the formal interview, which is what I'm going to call that,
Okay.
the formal interview, you were asked about Brian Albert and his reputation, were you not? Yes or no?
Yes.
You indicated in that formal interview that even Chief Berkowitz was
Objection.
quote, a little afraid of Brian Albert.
All right, so that is the objection
not
sustained.
allowed
That's
that in.
stricken. I'll see you at sidebar.
Yeah, none of the federal shit's allowed in. Like, so I don't know where like he's going. No, he doesn't know shit about his own conspiracy. Now, I mean, this is literally Distraction Jackson, like B. Tim said at his very best. We're hashtag chaos Karen. I mean, being afraid of Brian Albert or Brian Albert being a fighter. He was in a fugitive task force, bro. Okay. A fugitive task force. Dangerous, dangerous people. All right. For the BPD, which he ran. Like, I'm sorry. What? Like, he's a big guy. I mean, I'm not afraid of really anyone on planet Earth, but if I probably hadn't been abused in life, I might be afraid of it just because of his stature. But that doesn't prove there's a vast conspiracy to throw him out on the front lawn and leave him there and hope that someone doesn't find him. All the while turning over willingly your phone and everything else. Like, I mean, it's just, the pieces don't add up. The rest of the evidence doesn't add up. And until someone, and I've said this numerous times, unless someone, I want to hear someone from the Free Karen Read movement tell me that John's niece and nephew are in on this conspiracy, because until you can tell me they're in on this conspiracy, okay, with a K though, do it with a K at the beginning of chaos. We've changed it to a K. But the kids, especially the niece, is going to testify that Karen, while using her phone and calling Jen at 4:50 something a.m. before she ever left the house and quote unquote backed into John's car at 2 friggin' miles an hour, which the bumper would have hit first, not the taillight, the bumper, that Karen told Jen she had a cracked taillight before she ever left the house. So until you're going to tell me that the niece is in on the conspiracy, she was 14 at the time. Until you're going to tell me that she's in on the goddamn conspiracy, it's time to wake the hell up. Okay? Niece is going to testify to that. She's also going to testify that Karen changed her story numerous times while on the phone with people from her phone right there in front of her that very morning she woke her up. Come on, dude. This is crazy. Like, and I don't know why. Maybe it works in California. I mean, I think, and I've said this before, there's a very big gap in Jackson's understanding of people from Boston. We are not thin-skinned people. We also don't tolerate bullshit and spinning. Oh, who cares about the grammar? I'm not the grammar police, and I hate when people do it because it's the internet. I'm not writing, to my teacher. I'm not in college writing to my teacher. I don't give a shit. Like, there's also autocorrect or change your phone will like change your words and stuff. Like, I don't give a shit about that. Federal stuff isn't allowed in, and they know it. So they just got a good talking to. Oh, look, yeah, the O'Keefe's heard it. You could see them, the faces.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. You're also relatively close friends. In addition to being close friends with Brian Albert, you're also relatively close friends with his brother, Kevin, correct?
I am.
Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police Department. Is that right?
Yes.
And you've worked in the same physical office with him for a number of years?
Physical building.
Physical building. That's a better way to put it.
It's different.
Is that right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that you've consulted with Kevin Albert on certain of his cases professionally. Is that right?
I've assisted.
And you've also socialized with him, shared drinks with him, gone out to bars with him. Is that right?
Yes, I have.
It's fair to say that you know the Albert family relatively well.
I would say that I know Brian and Kevin the best.
On January 28th, you drove your Jeep Wrangler to the Hillside Bar to meet up with Brian Albert for drinks, correct?
I did.
You said you drank 3 to 4 whiskey sodas at the Hillside. Is that right?
It'd be Jameson and ginger, not whiskey soda.
My mistake. Jameson and ginger. Jameson is a Irish whiskey.
It is.
And ginger is ginger ale.
Yes.
Okay. What was Brian Albert drinking?
If I was to guess, a beer.
I don't want you to guess. Do you know what he was drinking?
No, I don't.
He was drinking.
He was
something?
drinking something.
Okay. Alcoholic.
Yes.
You two were probably going round for round. In other words, finish a drink, get another round for the two of you. Finish it, get another round.
I don't think no, I wouldn't say we were going round for round.
So he was nursing 1 beer while you had 4 Jamesons?
Well, it would have taken, say that again?
He was nursing 1 beer while you had 4 Jamesons? Were you separate?
No, he was probably, maybe he had more beers than I had Jamesons is more what I would say.
Okay, so maybe he had 5 or 6 beers while you had 4 Jamesons.
I'm not going to put a number on it because I don't know.
But it was more.
More than what?
More than you.
Maybe. He wasn't there that long.
Well, it doesn't take that long to drink a beer, does it? If you're sort of thirsty and in a hurry.
You can't guess on how much.
Is that a question?
Everything I say up here is a question.
Okay.
That's not a question.
All right. So.
Well, that wasn't.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Thank you, Your Honor.
Question.
Yes, Mr. Higgins, that was a question.
All right, let me put a question mark at the end of that.
Okay.
Your memory that Brian Albert had
That's
more
not a question,
drinks
sir.
than you did when you
I
had
just
those
lied.
3 to 4 Jameson and Gingers.
To be honest with you, I wasn't keeping track.
He left Hillside and you stayed, correct?
For a short time, yes.
You later changed your mind and ultimately decided to go to the waterfall. You finished whatever you're eating or drinking, you decided to go over to the waterfall, right?
Yes, because I'm always saying I'm going to show up and then I kind of do the Irish exit. So I decided it was a long day. It was an emotional day and I decided to join them.
Did you drive your vehicle over there
Yes, I did.
after having as many as 4 whiskeys?
Yes.
Brian Albert, did he drive himself?
Well, I didn't see him. I dropped him off in Boston PVD district down there in Charlestown. And I'm assuming he drove back towards that way to meet me.
He wasn't with anybody else?
Not that I know of.
So he was drinking at the Hillside Bar and then got in his car and drove over to the waterfall as well?
I didn't see him drive over, but I assume that's what he did, yes.
You went to John O'Keefe's house. I'm going to shift gears for a second. You went to John O'Keefe's house at some point to watch the Patriots game on January 16th, right?
Yes.
That was the time when you indicated that when you left, Karen gave you a kiss goodbye, correct?
Yes.
It's safe to say that that was not some hot, passionate, long kiss, but you think it was more than just a friendly peck, correct?
I wouldn't describe it as a peck. I describe it as more than friends. It was a kiss.
Well, you did describe it as a peck, didn't you?
When?
When you texted Karen Reed and she said it was just a peck, and then you texted back, I agree.
No,
Figure of speech.
he said that was weak.
Or the truth,
It's-
right?
Figure of speech.
After that incident, it's safe to say, we've just gone through a number of them, you exchanged flirtatious texts with Miss Reed, is that right?
Is the incident you're referring to when she kissed me?
No, I'm saying after that incident, yes, after the Patriots game,
Okay, yep,
you exchanged flirtatious texts
we did.
with Miss Reed.
I did.
And that was over the course of a few weeks, couple of weeks, but just 9
10 days.
Is that right?
So it was between the January 12th and I would say before the 28th, because the 28th, she didn't respond. And the 29th, she sent that last text that John died.
Well,
Those
actually,
weren't,
You've looked at the text, right?
I have.
You just looked at the last couple of texts.
I did.
The last text that she sent of any substance was January 23rd, right? Almost a
Well,
week.
I think the text,
Almost a
I think the text on the 29th, John died, there's substance there.
Okay, I'm not suggesting, I'm talking about after you said, well,
Yeah.
28, right? The text of substance between the two of you, talking between the two of you, not the John died text. That substance ended on the 23rd, didn't it?
I'd have to have the text in front of me to agree with you.
I think it's right here, Mr. Jackson, right in front of the exhibits right there.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
There's no need for him to lie. Everything's out there.
Okay, are you directing me to the 23rd?
I'm directing you to the last page. Just look at everything on it and tell me if that refreshes your recollection. This is the last substantive text about you and Karen before your well.
Yes, it'd be the 23rd at 9:40.
Okay. So it was 9 days of texting between the two of you, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Jackson just called it weeks now, remember? People,
and
it wasn't
aside
even
from
more than a week and a half.
The kiss goodbye. You two never had any sort of physical contact with one another.
Do you mean intimate? When you say physical?
Correct. I'm not
Yes.
talking about shaking her hand, Mr. Higgins.
Well, I want to answer your question truthfully.
I would like you to too. You didn't have any physical.
He's being a
intimate
jerk,
contact
and the
with
jury's not going to like
Mr.
that.
correct?
No, I did
He's
not.
trying to
There was
clarify
no
what the
other
fuck
hugs
you
or
mean.
kisses or
Jackson.
certainly no sex.
No.
And when she said, "I'm glad you came over tonight," in one of those texts that you just read a few minutes ago, she was referring to the Patriots game with John there and a big crowd there, correct?
Yes.
Over the course of that week or so, Ms. Reed did explain her feelings about her relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, correct? In text messages.
During the pendency of communication, she did express, yes.
And she indicated that there's a difference between being married to someone and dating someone, et cetera. We saw those texts. Is that right?
Yes.
She also indicated that in terms of the situation in Aruba, she was upset by that, but it's not that big a deal. Correct?
It was clear to me she was upset.
And she said, "I don't care too much about that other girl." Right?
Well, at least that's what she said in text, yes.
That's what I'm asking you. Is that what she said in text, Mr. Higgins? It's not a trick question.
That's what she said in text.
She clearly cared, dude. That's very clear.
She said something along the lines of, "I'm just trying to be realistic. There's cracks in the relationship. It's far from perfect." Is that right?
I think that's something she texted.
All right. And you'll agree that during the course of these texts, you were constantly asking for clarity and explanation from her, were you not?
During our communication, I did ask for clarity.
Many times.
Yes.
You saw it, correct?
Yes.
And she pretty much wouldn't answer you, correct?
She was non-committal, I would say.
Which is why you were saying in your texts, "Why won't you answer the question?" And she would parry and not answer that one either, correct?
Well, I didn't want to be stuck in the middle of anything.
That's not my question. I'm asking you whether or not she would answer your question about clarity specifically.
She avoided questions about text.
Right. And that was frustrating because you were very interested in her romantically at that point, correct?
I was attracted to her. I don't know that I would say very interested in her.
You texted things like, "Why did you get my number and reach out?" That's a quote from the text we just read, correct?
I did ask that, yes.
You said, "Now what?" Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, as in,
You
what do we do
texted,
now?
"So now what?" Correct?
So she would answer it.
Yes.
You texted, "I would hang out," meaning with you,
Yes.
correct? You were showing interest in her.
Yes.
You're showing romantic interest in her.
I wouldn't say it was romantic. I was trying to vet it out.
Well, you weren't seeing if she wanted to go see a ball game with you as a buddy, right?
Why not?
Not really, no.
No, you were showing romantic interest in her, weren't you?
I was trying to vet out was her interest in me legitimate? It was very normal for me to have that question in my mind when I didn't initiate this, she did. And I think it was a fair question just to try to find out.
You were showing romantic interest in Karen Reed, weren't you?
I was interested, but I don't think I was at the romantic phase.
Okay. When I say romantic, well, what do you mean by romantic? What's the romantic phase?
Sending somebody flowers?
Dating?
Yep.
Well, there's a difference between dating and hanging out. I mean, it's kind of hard to date somebody when you have a boyfriend.
Mr. Higgins, well, not if both people are dating other people, right? Happens all the time, doesn't it?
Well, I think I asked that question too.
Right. That's not my question. My question is, you seem to have a problem admitting that you had a romantic interest in my client. Is there a reason for that?
I was attracted to her.
Right. Physically attracted.
I thought she was an attractive woman.
Romantically attractive. Of
I'm not going to go there. No, I don't agree with that.
course, you're not going to go there because that would put you in a very awkward position, wouldn't it, sir?
I would.
Objection.
Not at all.
So the objection sustained is to the form. You can ask it differently, and that answer will be stricken now.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I?
Yes.
You were sexually attracted to her.
I was physically attracted to her, yes.
Sexually attracted to her was my question.
Well, I think in the text I said you're hot.
Okay. So my question again, Mr. Higgins, you seem to not want to answer my question. My question is, were you or were you not sexually attracted to my client?
Yes.
Okay. You were saying things like, what do you want from me? And I want the real deal. Those are your words, correct?
As in,
Yes.
I'm not going to be someone's second choice. That's what it
And
is.
the real deal with you would be to date her, to get involved with her romantically, correct?
No.
The real deal was what? What did you mean by I want the real deal?
Well, the real person.
Like a relationship.
What kind of relationship? A buddy-buddy relationship? You just want to go like
That's how you start.
This is the same thing everybody wants, a real relationship.
a romantic relationship, Mr. Higgins?
It's possible.
Right. And she was answering with things like, when you said, now what? She answered, I don't know, correct?
Yes, she did.
When you asked, so now what? She answered, I'm sorry, when you said, so now what? She answered, now what? Correct?
Well, I don't have it in front of me, so I can't agree with you.
Yep, that's right.
I'd like to see what you're referring to.
Yep.
Well, you just read it about
Smart.
10 minutes ago. Would you
Doesn't
correlate?
matter.
I know, but you're giving me portions of it.
You were given portions of it by Mr. Lally as well,
Okay.
right? Did you text
He
something
was
like,
able to read from it.
now what? And she responded something like, now what?
I think on one occasion she did, yes.
Okay.
So Jackson's not supposed to be allowed to avoid giving it to him if he
And
asks
you remember
for
you
it.
just read a text where she texted, I'm sorry, you texted, what do you want from me? And her responsive text was, I don't know. Correct?
I think that was one of the texts.
Again, with this theme of her being non-committal, one way or the other. Is that right?
What? Come on, stop.
Well, that's not how I would interpret it as a theme, no.
Well, didn't you just say she was non-committal? That was your word, not mine.
I did, but as I told you, it's been a process of trying to suss it out and see what this was all about.
Right. So when you were sussing it out and determining whether or not you were
He
gonna
didn't
advance
reach out
this
to her.
romantic
He got
interest,
his number from someone
she was
else.
sort of
Common
non-committal,
sense. He didn't
wasn't she?
reach out to her.
Well, not one person advances it. I think that's a joint thing.
And it is a
When
joint.
you texted, you want the real deal, she responded, it doesn't exist, didn't she?
She did, yes.
Because she was not happy.
And she
in the
never
relationship,
once, in
clearly,
any of those
and you just
texts,
highlighted that. You
expressed
idiot.
anger or hatred toward John Cookie, correct?
No, not at all.
But in fact, she texted more, she indicated more of frustration with the immediate family. The kids, she didn't want to have kids.
In its totality, I would say yes.
And then on January 23rd, as you just saw, she just stopped communicating with you altogether, correct?
Until the 29th, yes.
Correct. Do you know what the term ghosted means?
I think I have a general idea, yes.
She
Oh,
sort of
yeah,
ghosted
she ghosted him.
I wouldn't agree with that.
That was frustrating to you, that she just stopped communicating.
What?
Wasn't it?
No, not at all.
You had been moving through this mindset of exploring a
For
romantic
days, bro,
interest. with
just a few
a
days.
beautiful woman, thought was interested in you, just like that. It was done, right?
No,
So what communication did you have with her after January 23rd?
well, she texted me on January 29th.
You keep saying that, but you know what I'm getting to. January 29th was her
What are you
informing
getting to? Say it.
that a tragedy had occurred. John had died, right? I'm not talking about that, Mr. Higgins, so I don't want to keep playing games.
All right. So that's what we talked about. No more of
Sorry.
that.
But you're the one playing games.
After the 23rd, or up to the 23rd, she had been texting back and forth with you pretty regularly. You just saw it, correct?
She also sent me a text with arrows saying the phone works both ways.
And as of the 23rd, she stopped, didn't she?
The texts were sporadic over those 9 days. I don't know if they would have stopped or they would have kept going.
Well, they didn't keep going, did they?
Well, John passed away.
You know they didn't keep going because from the 23rd onto the 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th.
She saw
all the
him
way to
on
the
the
29th.
Didn't she?
She never texted me.
29th, when they were at
Right?
the bar.
I believe so.
She didn't respond to any of your texts. Correct?
Well, she didn't respond to the text on the 28th Friday.
It's the only day you text her.
All right, why don't we take our lunch and recess, folks?
What I'm going to ask the jury to do is, can we do a 45-minute lunch instead of an hour's lunch today? And also, you don't have to answer me now, but maybe we'll go to 4:30 rather than 4 o'clock, if that works for you. If it doesn't work for any one of you, let's put office now.
Chair is leaving your notebooks on your PDAs. All right, follow me, hurry up.
Karen doesn't look happy. That's for sure. Does not look happy. She knows this is not good for her at all.
So why don't I see counsel over here at sidebar?
Uh-oh. Oh, she just rolled her eyes. Take counsel at sidebar and big roll of the eyes. Well, I mean, if your counsel didn't have to make ridiculous statements while they're asking non-questions, because they're not even asking questions, they're making statements, then maybe this wouldn't be a problem and they wouldn't have to be seen at sidebar. Just saying. So you can roll your eyes all you want, Karen, but all you're doing is literally showing the world your control problem. You might not have shown the jury because the jury might already be gone, but you just showed the world. It's not smart. Like, no worries, girl. He went nowhere. Fast is where he went. That's where he went. Absolutely freaking nowhere. So ridiculous. I can't. Long sidebar, huh? Oh, man. Someone just came up with a very... I'm going to put it in here, right? Hashtag... Someone from Twitter that I know didn't... Instead of Weed Whacker, like she wanted to name herself, which is a really odd thing to want to name yourself. Oh, I can't. Hilarious. Good job, cartoon character, on the name. Wow, this sidebar is long. They must be really getting a talking to. Yeah, that one is a good one. Chaos Karen, Reed Whacker. You guys come up with the best stuff, I'm telling you. You can. You can. You can. You can have both. They can't stop you from having a firearm just because you have prescriptions. It is your right. This is not going good for Karen today. Oh no, you didn't see the eye roll yet? Did you get to the part where she rolls her eyes when they ask for the sidebar? She literally puts her whole head up, rolls her eyes, the whole shebang. Like, bro, what? Man. Jackson was trying to say, like, she ghosted him just because they hadn't texted. Like, he hadn't texted her either. They're genius. There was one text. There was one. And I think they saw each other when they were at the bar on the night of the 28th, turning into the 29th, obviously. So they wouldn't have needed to text if they were all together. So she realized she's still on national TV. Like, it's not exactly a good look. While the attorneys are arguing at sidebar because they have to be yelled at every 7 minutes. Like,
You are muted. Thank you.
All right, to the court, please.
everything I say is a question, except the judge is like, except that was not a question.
Hey there, Karen
Oh,
Reed,
no,
trial
you shut
watchers.
up.
This is
I
a
don't wanna
law and
hear you.
crime
You're
legal alert.
Goodbye,
Google
sir.
Incognito.
I said good day, sir. I said good day. And then, I can't remember where they're from, but it's definitely not around here. That's for sure. Yeah, I mean, the whole court laughed when he was like, is that a question? And Jackson was like, everything I say is a question. And the judge was like, well, that was not. So, like, you just lied to and the judges called him out twice today. Like, you guys have to remember the jury's hearing all that. So it's like the jury in real time gets to see that he's lying right there in front of the jury. Everything I say is a question, except it's not, because many times he made statements. Would you agree? That's not how can he agree? He can't agree whether a paper is accurate and real because you're not showing it to him. And how the hell does he know where it comes from? He's tried that with many witnesses. And then he tries not to give them the papers when they ask for it. And I don't know why the judge hasn't intervened, because if a witness asks to see it, they're supposed to be allowed to see it so that they can answer the question. They can follow along with what the hell you're talking about. Because if you're taking bits and pieces out, that's where he tries to spin and change the narrative with Jackson. That is what he tries to do. It didn't work with Jen McCabe. So now he's not trying to give the papers. I don't think the judge is going to put up with much more of that, though. Like, I think this is not going well for Karen today. I knew it wouldn't, especially with the text messages. Jackson can try to spin this as he was interested in her, and that's where he's going with this is, oh, he was interested in her, so the motive is kill John and throw him on the front lawn because he wanted Karen. Like that's where you're going with this, bud? Because they talked for 9 days. Like, come on, dude. Like, come on. Like, what the heck? That's just ridiculous. Like, you got to come up with something better than that, Jackson. Not only that, but again, they only talked for days, and it was not Higgins that reached out to Karen. It was Karen that got Higgins' number from somebody completely different. And he asked her many times, like, where did you get my number? And then asked her many times, like, so what now? So, like, what do you do now? Like, his whole point was to find out what her motive was and to find out, like, what was this all about? Was she just unhappy? Was she trying to cause a fight? Like, what? What was it? Or was she actually interested in him? Like, you can be attracted to someone and interested and not romantically interested. If I'm romantically interested, I would like to go out on dates. I would like to be seen together. I would like to give and receive small gifts to each other as a token of my, relationship with you. Like, they hadn't even gotten to the, like, anything. And remember, Karen kissed him. He did not kiss Karen. So this whole theory of he just wanted her, so he threw John out on the lawn, like, that's where we're going? Like, that, you expect a jury to believe that. I know you can't possibly expect a jury's going to believe that. And I just want to give everybody my opinion. The judge only are allowing them to develop a third-party culprit defense with the state's witnesses. As of right now, I do not think that the judge will allow them to use it in their defense witnesses at all. They have not shown any sort of evidence. Everything's based on guesses, conjecture, and nothing that would allow you to use a third-party culprit defense. So, I mean, I think you'll find, in my opinion, that the judge is not going to allow them to use this third-party culprit. As of right this minute, the judge is not going to allow them to use a third-party culprit defense when they call their witnesses. That's my opinion of what is going to happen. Oh, no, that's exactly. I mean, come on. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, come on now. I mean, to me, it's a little insane, like, that they're even going with this ridiculous cockamamie theory. I think that the judge is watching them very carefully because Jackson has a real tendency to do that thing where he, like, doesn't ask a question and states a bunch of shit just to get it out and then tries to form a question at the end. That's not a question, dude. It's you stating a bunch of crap. Like, you're not. Don't worry, you're not. You're not, Leela. You're not. Not even a little, not at all. Also, remember the ticker at the bottom of the screen, I'll make it bigger right now, is how you support the channel and myself while we're on this lunch break. And how we keep this going for you guys every day. We very much appreciate any help. It does go scroll across the bottom. I just like to blow it up sometimes because not everybody can see it. I've gotten people message me like, can you make it bigger? I can't make it bigger. The ticker, like, that's it. That's the size. So the best I could do was make a different one that did this. It doesn't tick. It doesn't scroll, but I can blow it. That's as big as I can get it for, because some people are like, I have glasses and I can't see and it goes too fast for me to write it down. So that's the best I could do is pop up a bigger one. The ticker will always be there though. So you could just like wait for it to come back around. I think it goes pretty fast, you know? You're not crazy, Leela. You're not crazy. Of course they knew better. I can't believe the whole community just said nothing if they knew. To me, for someone like myself who's been sober from opiates for as long as I have, if I was friends with them, obviously I don't know them, but if I was friends with them and these people knew and you did nothing to help, nothing. Not that an addict is going to take your advice, but you give them a damn ultimatum. Like, listen, if this is going to continue with both of you, like, then I'm going to take your kids. I will take care of them until you get sober. But what I'm not going to do is knowing, whatever's happening with those children, leave them there and do nothing. I don't know how anybody would look in the mirror and do nothing. What I'm going to say is you're going to let me take care of the kids while you get yourselves cleaned up, or I can go to the authorities, your choice. And I would hope that they would agree to allow me to take the kids while they got their shit together. Me and my husband have had to do that, unfortunately, for his little brother. He's actually older, but he acts like a little brother, so I call him little brother. But we've had to do that. So with his kids, and they are Irish twins, and at the time we're 2 and 3, it was either 2 and 3 or 3 and 4, and I was pregnant at the time with my youngest. So it was a lot, but I'm glad we offered it, because I think if someone can get their shit together, they belong with their families, not, and I was in foster care. It's not, I don't recommend it if a family can take care of the kids, So I think Karen wanted no children. Like, that's clear. She didn't have children. And I think she was one of those people that needed the attention of her partner 24/7. And the kids don't allow for that because they're kids. That's kids' need and wants come first, So I don't know. For me, it was more like she needed someone who didn't have children and could pay her mind all the time. And for her, like, John had these kids and they're kind of fucking that up for her, The kids lovingly called John their fungal. Father uncle. He had custody, I think, 8 years when he passed. So those children lost both parents within a few month period. Their mother died, she was sick, and then the father died of a heart attack just a few months after. And that's when John took custody of them. And then John cared for them for eight years. And now John's mom, their grandma, takes care of them. Peggy, who was a rock star and a hero and a very strong, amazing woman. Peg deserves all the credit in the world for keeping her composure, because I don't know if I could do it. I don't think I could do it. So, Yeah, no, absolutely not. That's a damn good point. I've never watched that channel, so I have no idea what they do over there. I've heard of it. I've seen it tagged. But I have no idea what they talk about or don't talk about. But if that's the case, no, absolutely not. I would never sit on YouTube lecturing, quote, bad people for a living. Like, I try not to judge anybody for anything that they've done in their past life or a very long time ago. I mean, I'm sorry, but like, you want to use someone's addiction against them if they've been sober, years, like, that's just sick and wrong. People don't wake up and want to become addicts because it's like the cool thing to do, right? Like, people have goals and ambitions in life. Like, most of the time, people who become addicts have very severe trauma that you couldn't even write in a novel of your worst nightmare. They don't just say, like, hey, I'm going to be a drunk or a heroin addict. Like, that's crazy talk. That's nuts, dude. I've been sober 16 years, like, this, from opiates. Like, I drink very rarely, probably 10 times a year, maybe total. Never had an issue with alcohol. Wasn't really my thing. I drink socially, vacation, maybe Super Bowl, wedding, birthday party, 4th of July, something like that. But very rarely. I don't smoke weed. I've almost fully quit smoking cigarettes. But I could never sit there and lecture, quote, bad people for a living, like being someone who is an addict. Like, it doesn't make sense. People can change their lives. I went from someone who sat in a jail cell to someone who worked at a jail. I find that people can turn their lives completely around and become productive members of society and good people. Some of the best people I've ever known in my entire life. Some of the most generous, kind, empathetic, fun, awesome people have been people who have come from an addiction and recovered. Like that, literally. So the stigma attached to it, to me, is utterly disgusting. But you can't be in the midst of an addiction, not listen to all these people. And it's not like these people don't have money or resources or anybody to reach out to. They had options. I got sober on my own. I wasn't ordered by a court. I wasn't forced. I did it on my own. Now, I won't sit here and preach that everybody should do AA or NA, because that was not how I got sober. It was not my thing. I don't like AA. I don't like NA. For me, it feels too culty. And I just find a lot of the stuff they say contradictory, and some shit they literally just make up. So that was not my thing. I got sober with just basic willpower, keeping myself busy, therapy, things like that. But if it works for some people, then do it. But there is no one size fits all for addiction. I think that's what bugs me, is everybody seems to think that every addict or every alcoholic needs AA or NA, and that's the only way to do it. It's not. That's false. It's on a case-by-case basis. Some people need it, and it's the only way they'll get sober. They need that sort of structure of a meeting, you know? Like, for me, it was off-putting for the times that, like, you know, usually you go to like a detox, and then you go to a holding facility, and then you go to a halfway house. And usually in those halfway houses, you are stipulated and they make you go to NA and AA meetings. And that's the only time that I did. And in that time, it was basically like you showed up in a meeting, and as an attractive female, all you did was got hit on. And for me, that was uncomfortable. I didn't like it. It wasn't helping my sobriety. And I also don't want to hear about how much drugs the speaker did, how they did them, why they did them, what they did to get them. I just didn't think that was conducive to talking about that all the time, actually being sober. So for me, AA and NA was not something that was going to work. For other people, they need to be told when to eat, sleep, piss, roll over, go to a meeting. Like they need to be told all of it. And that's why it's on a case-by-case basis. And for some people, AA and NA, they need that structure. And other people, it just doesn't work for them. It's not their thing. And so that's why I don't think should be thrown out there as something that has to happen and every person has to do, because it's not true. I know plenty of people who've gotten sober with it, and I know plenty of people who have gotten sober without it. Unlawful user. It's unlawful user, which means you don't have it lawfully. Prescriptions are lawful. You have it lawfully from a doctor. It's unlawful user, which means it's an illegal drug. You're getting it off the street. You don't have a prescription. They can't stop you from getting a gun because you have prescriptions. The only one I know of that stops you is weed. Funny enough, because it's not federally legal. So that one you can argue that is a quote unquote prescription that they can stop you from getting a license to carry. Again, state by state, it's different. But here, they can't stop you from having a prescription as long as it's a prescription you got lawfully. So weed is the only one. So yeah, with a proper prescription, it wouldn't be illegal. When humans are in trouble because of our own decisions, some just cannot reach for help. Yeah, I get it. I've seen it. And sometimes even offering it, they won't accept it. You can't make an addict get sober, and that's, they're only going to do it when they're ready. But you sure as hell can give ultimatums to force them to at least do the right thing when it comes to children or pets or stuff like that. You can't force them to get sober. Even after you take care of their pets or children, they may not get sober right away. But at least you know that those things or those people are safe, right? So never expect that you're going to force an addict or an alcoholic to get sober. It's not going to happen. It is absolutely 100% not going to happen. You cannot do it. They're only going to do it when they're ready and not when anyone else is ready. It's unfortunate, but it's the truth. Yeah, so yeah. Yep. Yeah. is comments. That means his comments. The judge wants them to stick to questions and stop making comments like, yeah, sure you did, or you know what I'm saying? Like stuff like that. Like just sort of patronizing the witnesses or like calling them liars or like making snark comments. Like the judge doesn't want that. She wants just the questions you're gonna ask. Agreed. Agreed, Leela. Some people are. They need those prescriptions because without them, they're can't function. Like they just can't. I know. Agreed, Leela. Yep. I agree. I've thought this so many times and I'm like, why doesn't he just on the end the redirect with that? They may not be allowed to. That might be like, you know what I mean? But yeah, no, they're not. They're definitely not. But I agree, Anne. I 100% agree. Completely agree. Like, what? Like, what are we even talking about here? Just to me, it seems so insane that they want to run with this whole, well, you talked to Karen Read for 10 days. And remember, that was another lie Jackson told. Weeks, he said. You talked to her for weeks. It was, and then go back and clarify. It was like 10 days or 9 days, whatever it was. Like it wasn't even 2 weeks. It was a week and a half. So weeks is not accurate, Jackson. Not even a little. So it's like, if you don't think that the jury is picking up on things like that, especially when they're being corrected right there by the witness, like, you got another thing coming. Juries pick up on that kind of stuff. They write it down. They take the notes that they were trying to spin and that they were lied, right? Why would you need to lie as a defense attorney if your client isn't lying? You wouldn't need to, right? You wouldn't. Yep. That's exactly it. That's exactly it, Bree. Yep. I think she's been sick and tired. The judge is sick and tired of telling him at sidebar, because if he's going to keep doing it and doing it and doing it, even after at sidebar, she has instructed them not to. Then eventually how many times she has at this point is ridiculous for a sidebar. So at this point, we're talking so many sidebars to tell them not to do this. And they're doing it over and over and over. So at this point, the judge is tired of it. And I think by her doing that is her way of saying, like, you keep doing it and I'm going to keep saying it in front of the jury. And it's going to be your own fault, because we've talked about this at sidebar numerous times. You're not going to say it's a question when it's not a question. You made a statement. Okay. A statement. And the witness is like, well, I need you to clarify because I want to answer the question correctly. Is that even a question? Like, is that even a question? Like, is it a question? And Jackson, of course, everything's a question. And the judge is like, well, that was not. And the entire courtroom bursts out in laughter because it wasn't a question. It was not a question. You just said everything you said is a question. Right before that, you said weeks, even though you knew it was 9 days. And then, of course, Brian Higgins clarified it was 9 days. So then you had to go back and say it was 9 days, Jackson. Like, you're not helping yourself here, bub. You're literally showing that you're lying right there in front of the jury, and the jury's watching it. I mean, I wouldn't want my money back. Karen, get your money back. Get your money back, sweetie. Like, oh, girl, don't talk about pizza. I'm starving. Oh, my God. Pizza would be awesome right now. Listen, you're making my mouth water. Or the tots from Domino's. I love those. The bacon cheddar ranch tots. Those things are delicious. I'm not going to lie. Those sound like amazing right now. I agree, but he doesn't help himself, Anne, because then he goes and he lies right in front of the jury, and the judge called him out on it. And then the witnesses call him out on it. And it's like, okay, you don't see them calling out the prosecution for lying. I don't, like, come on, dude. Like, you're not helping yourself. And the jury sees that because they're arguing about semantics and words. And he's done that with almost every witness, and almost every witness has pointed it out. So that's not helping him. If I was him, I would have changed this tactic a while back, but I think it's because it's the only tactic they have. Like 145, John. It's the only tactic they have, so it's the only thing they can do. The judge said 45 minutes, not an hour. So 145, I'm guessing, ish. You're welcome. Yeah, the judge also wanted to go until 4:30, which is interesting because usually she's freaking stopped it before 4 or right at 4. It's never freaking 4:30. Like, I think they should have been doing till 5 this entire time, especially since they never start at 9. It's always like 9:10, 9:15, 9:20. Like, then you got these 15 to 25 minute recesses, all these sidebars, half days. Like, this is it's dragging. It is. Like, that's right. Well, yeah, that's the problem, right? Is that he's used to his audience in California. This isn't California. This is Massachusetts. We are very, very different people than people in California. So what may have worked in California with juries there is not exactly going to fly here. Maybe some of it, but definitely not all of it. And you can see the disconnect. You can see the big giant disconnect he has between not realizing where you're at, not reading the room per se. Boston is very unique. We are unique people here in New England. Okay. If you go from Boston to California, it's like living on a different planet, legitimately. If you just go from here to North Carolina or Virginia, it's like living in a different planet. So it's much different than California. We are much different people. Where, you know what I mean? Like, some of the stuff that he thinks would work in California is not going to fly here at all. And if he was smart, he would adjust that. He would have already, we're at day 17, he should have already adjusted some of this to fit. Yannetti should have given him some pointers, but I feel like even if Yannetti had, Jackson's not going to listen because he thinks he's a better attorney than Yannetti. But at this point, I don't know, like, maybe Yannetti's better, honestly. Because, I mean, he at least knows how to sort of read the room a little. Like, Jackson is complete. It's going right over his head. Like, yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. At least Karen figured out that, like, he's not a good person and won't talk to him. That's why he keeps going scorched earth on people like the Roccos, because Karen won't talk to him. She figured out what a shit person he was. Like, yeah, these half days are like really dragging, like really, really dragging, like full days off. Yeah. I mean, I haven't either. I literally I've never seen where they'll do like 3, what is it? Tuesday. So 2 or 3 half days. I've never seen that. I've never seen them go for such short periods in a trial that they know is going to last maybe 2 months or more. Never have I seen it. So I don't get why they would have ever implemented half days in any way, shape, or form. I get it for the jurors, but I'm sure these jurors just want it over and done with so they can go back to their lives, because at some point they don't get paid. Most jobs pay like 3 days or something like that. You get a stipend from the court if you do it longer, but it's not even close to a day's pay. Like, that's why anybody who would have been burdened, like, monetarily would have been excused, for a trial this long. They would have been excused, because jobs usually only pay a certain amount of days and then that's it. You'd have to, like, that they're not getting paid full days pays to be here and be on this jury. So it's gross. It's gross. And let's get real. Let's say what it is. Okay. Let's say what it is. It's for the numbers. It's for the clicks and the views and the donos, and it's for all of that, all of it. I just don't understand how they look themselves in the mirror and continue to do it. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me. Once you realize there's this much evidence, I don't know how you continue on this path. I don't get it. I really, really, really don't. Like that, yeah, the donations are nice, especially for smaller channels. For bigger channels, it shouldn't really even matter. But since they see their numbers going through the roof and people, you know, stroking their egos and you're so great, you're so awesome. Yeah, well, if they say one thing that they don't like, you're not great and awesome anymore. You're bad. So that's, you know, that's where that's going to go eventually. Like, so, you know, you're not doing right by yourself or the family. Even though you don't know the family, like they're wonderful people, the O'Keefes, and they don't deserve this. It's not right. You know, like the shit they've been through is awful. Awful. Absolutely awful. No family should ever have to go through this when their loved one passes away. Mrs. O'Keefe has lost 2 children and a son-in-law. So technically 3, okay? She's got to take care of these kids now, you know, like she's taking care of kids. Like, so the fact that she has to go through this whole circus is not okay. Or the Alberts or McCabe's. Why should they have to live this circus with people sending them letters and emails and calling their jobs and dude, there's people to this very day, going to the Alberts and McCabe's homes. Going there. Every day. I kid you not. Hand to God. It's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Leave these people alone. They have been charged with no crime. There is no, like the federal investigators in a very not normal at all move, a rare move, were able to tell their attorneys that they are not under any sort of federal investigation. And even that didn't stop these people. They still think the feds are coming at some point and all these people are going to be arrested. I mean, for God's sake, they claimed that Brian Higgins was going to be walked into the courthouse by the feds. Like that I kid you not. Like, this is like delusional land. Like, it's insane. Like, I just can't. Like, well, that's all it's going to be about because it's all they have for their case is to just try to say that it's a conspiracy and that all these people conspired together. But in order for all those people to have conspired together, they've had to conspire with all the firefighters and EMTs that have testified. They would have to conspire with the hospital staff that's going to testify to Karen State, the things that she said and the things that happened at the hospital when they Section 12'd her, because that's upcoming as well. Then you'd have to say that the children conspired as well. So, like, no. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just not feasible. Like, not with the evidence. It just isn't. Like, right. So just wait for it. I know it's slow going, and it's not my fault, but I still apologize that it's slow going, but we'll get there. It's coming. I've told you guys about a couple things that were coming that came. It's, you know, some testimonies and stuff. So you'll see it. It'll come. But, I mean, I paid the price for that, though. Like, I was harassed, too. Like, these people don't care what the truth is. They just don't. Like, I paid the price for speaking up, but I'm not going to be bullied into not speaking up. I'm not going to do it. I refuse. I absolutely fucking refuse. Like, no, they won't. I think what bothers me about that more, though, is like some of these people already have numbers. Right? They already have it. It's not like they weren't already getting views like that. They were. They did. Like, you know, like they're getting plenty of donations all stream long, dude. Like, I usually read Vine when I get them, if I get them, unless somebody wants to remain anonymous. Therefore, I will not read it if they want to remain anonymous. All they have to do is write AN on it. Whether it's Cash App or Venmo, you can just write AN and I won't read it. But usually I like to thank people. So, and they sometimes have funny comments that I like to read too. So, but they spend like half their stream popping with their donations. And I think that's like where they're clouded their judgment. Like, donations are nice and all, but for bigger channels, it doesn't really matter much because they're already bringing in money. They're already bringing it in. They were already bringing it in. They were at we're bringing in more now, but they didn't have a lack of it, right? Like for smaller channels and the ones, and there are some of us who are very small, willing to speak out, Kevin being one of them. Like we don't, and because Kevin's been doing it the whole time, of course, he's got a lot more people over there. I just came back recently because I had too much information on these cases and I didn't want to accidentally say something that I shouldn't, because it pisses me off so badly. And the conspiracy theories at this point are ridiculous. But I wasn't going to not say anything. That's not going to happen. So for me, I can't, as a person who has to look themselves in the face every day, sit here and still say, I think Karen's innocent, and allow the donations and numbers and all that to continue to go up and up and up and up and up, when I know that to not be true from what I've seen myself. It would be very disingenuous. So I pay the price for that. That's okay. I'll be here long after the Karen Read trial ends and a new one begins. You know, I have my own integrity and I don't give a shit how anyone else decides they're going to do things, but I'm not going to be disingenuous to the people that come here and watch me and take their time out to come here and chat and watch me. I'm not going to do that. I appreciate all my viewers. I appreciate every single one of you. The ones that watch and don't comment, that tell me, you know, via text or whatever, like we watch, we just don't comment. Like, that's cool. I appreciate all of you, every single one of you. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you, right? So I just think it gets lost. They get, you know, crazed. If this was back in October, in November, beginning of November, October, September, before that, I would say they probably were believing she was innocent, because so did I. But we didn't have all the evidence at that time. We didn't have what even the public has now. And I have more than what like the general public does. And I've seen more than the general public. But like even now, the general public has a vast amount of things they can refer to. So there's no reason that normal, critical people with brain cells should be spewing this bullshit. And it certainly is not okay for people to still be harassing the witnesses. These are people. You got people, everyday people. Okay? Colin wasn't at the house. Get over yourselves, people. He wasn't there. He left before John and Karen arrived outside. And because Allie said he wasn't there when they got there, everybody's like, oh, see, she admitted he was there. He was there on the lawn. No, is that not where they found him? You idiots. He showed up in front of the house. He never went inside. Never went inside. Like, come on, guys. Like, they'll latch on to any tiny little thing they think they can to make this conspiracy keep going. And it's like, I'm afraid for, like, the world, my children and grandchildren. Like, I don't have grandchildren, obviously, yet, but I'm afraid to leave this world when I am dead and gone with the critical thinking skills that we have working right now. I'm flabbergasted. Like, frigging flabbergasted. I mean, I don't think some of these people even have shame, Brianna. That's the problem. I don't even think they do. I just don't think they do at this point. I feel like if they did, right, like, this wouldn't still be happening, right? Like, but also I want to point out, and I will point out that there are people that when they realized that they were wrong, they stopped streaming. They stopped streaming and they said nothing, because they didn't want to get harassed like I was. They didn't want false rumors and lies being spread about them like I was. And even for the recent Boston Magazine article, people wouldn't even talk to the woman. One person citing, I have children, because they know that if they speak up and say, hey, they were wrong, and hey, they want to tell the truth, that they're going to be relentlessly harassed over and over and over by the mob. So to their credit, I will say there are people that stopped when they realized they were wrong. And it's not for me to decide whether they should be here telling the truth or not. I feel like for me, that's the right thing to do. I feel like it's the right thing to do no matter what, but other people have different circumstances and they're afraid, and I can't blame them. I really, really can't. But the ones that continue on knowing the truth, that's where my disgust comes in. That is where my disgust. Like, I can't. I literally can't with it. Oh yeah, absolutely it has. But again, you'll go into the cesspool of X, aka Twitter, later on. You're like, this was such a win for the defense. They did such an amazing job. The feds are still coming. There's still a proffer for Higgins, which is clear there is not, and it didn't happen. And I've been saying this for I don't even know how long, but nobody likes to listen, apparently. They'll still claim there is, and something is going to happen, and the feds are going to come before the end of the trial. Like, they'll make up some ridiculous thing, but every day they say it's a win for them. And I honestly wonder if Ashton Kutcher has popped out of the bushes and said that everyone was being punked. I'm absolutely confused as to where they get. What are they watching? Like, what are y'all watching? Because it ain't the same trial I'm watching. Like, that's for sure. Like, I just can't. It is very convoluted. It's very implausible. And he's going to. I think what he did was a very legal. It was a legal tactic, and I think it was a smart legal tactic. And you'll see why by the end of the trial. What he's really going to do is basically throw all the evidence at them at the very end of his, because his is going to go on, for a long time. You don't want to put all the evidence in the beginning, and by the time the defense, brings their stuff, it be in the way back of the juror's mind. You want that shit fresh when they start the conspiracy theory, right? So basically, most of the evidence will come out at the end of the, I should say middle to end of the Commonwealth's theory. And then by the time the defense starts theirs, right, the jurors will have in their mind all of the evidence they've seen so that they, in real time, can debunk any of the conspiracy theories with the evidence that the Commonwealth just gave them. So I think it was a very smart legal tactic in this specific case, because it's a very different case than a lot of other cases where you've got the whole social media, campaign of slander and defamation and giving out false information and, all that BS. But there'll be lots of actual evidence, but I think it was smart the way he did it. And I understand why he's doing it this way. Yeah. I mean, I've imagined it a million times and it breaks my heart. It breaks my heart. Oh, she was offered 16 months and wouldn't take it. This was way, way back, but she didn't take it. Girl, see, listen, you're behind and you're making me hungry. I haven't had Domino's in a very long time. There's one right up the street, but like, delicious, those tots. I'm just saying. Yeah, I don't know. Like that's, I agree. I am as well. Like, that's why though, they're to match the viewer biases. It's to match what the people who are coming in are saying. And for me, like, if you come in and say something I know to not be correct, I'm going to politely correct the information. And nobody is ever always going to have 100% the same opinion. But as you guys know here, as long as you guys are cordial to each other and you don't start name calling or personal attacking anyone, then you're free to have a different opinion here and we can have a civil debate about it or talk about it, like, that's cool with me. But what you're not going to do is come here, troll, call people names, do personal attacks, continue to parrot the false BS that's been put out there by a blogger and his mob. That's not going to happen. You're wasting your time. You're not going to come here and call the witnesses names either. We're not going to, it's a personal attack. We're not doing that. If you have a different opinion, you think they're guilty, cool, that's fine. But they're not on trial here. Remember that. They have been charged with no crime. Don't you think if there was a shred of evidence of any sort of crime, they would have been charged? Common sense. You can frigging indict a ham sandwich. Kevin was not wrong. Kevin Reddington, when he said that. You literally can. So, yeah, there's that. I mean, I blame it on their lack of understanding of the law and how a court works in the most basics of it. But these law tubers know better. They absolutely know better. So that makes me mad because they fucking know better. It's that simple. Oh yeah, it was Chloe. Oh no, it's still Chloe. That's so to them now it's Chloe, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and Jen McCabe. That's their theory. And at some point they threw Caitlin Albert in there and Colin Albert. So it's them too. It's just too convoluted. Not only that, but it doesn't make sense. And it also doesn't match what people have testified to. It's ridiculous. The judge isn't on that. She's not the judge on the aid and stuff. She wasn't. So that's not, I don't know who said that, but that was not a thing. She's not the judge on that. So, and that's not why. They had agreed to that day off for quite some time now. So that day was already scheduled to be off. So yeah. I don't know. I don't think that's right. I don't think the full days were at Yanni's request. The full days were at the request of the judge. She had to ask the jury because she realized it was slowing things down exponentially. The Commonwealth themselves want the trial to move along, you know, like they don't, these half days aren't helping either side. Yesterday had been like something they had agreed on a while ago. Right. That's the it has to be reasonable, right? Doubt. Where's the part of any of it being reasonable? Like it isn't. There isn't. Like that's okay. That is okay. Just don't make me want the damn tots, Brianna. God damn it. Yeah. Well, but eventually it's going to happen anyway. That's what they don't understand. What they don't understand is eventually Dear Leader is going to hate that these people are watching them instead of him on the days that he's on, and he thinks money's being taken out of his pocket. So each and every one of them at some point will be attacked and they will turn on them. It's only a matter of time. It's not an if, it's a when. It's not an if, it's a when. This is the same people who told me I was so amazing and so smart until I changed my opinion, right? Then I'm bad and I'm terrible and I'm awful. So like, it's not an if, it's a when. John's family deserves justice. John deserves justice. His children, niece and nephew, his children, I called them his children because he took care of them for 8 years. And they, like I said, lovingly called John their funkle, their father uncle, you know? Like, John deserves justice and he doesn't deserve this circus. He was a police officer and a well-respected person in general, a kind, loving person. There isn't anyone that says anything bad about John. No one. So he doesn't deserve this goddamn circus. He just doesn't. That's why I started the show the other day with people seem to forget this is about John passing away, dying, and the people in his life who've had to pick up the pieces. Like, it's sad. It's awful. No family should have to go through it. What's happened here? This is a goddamn circus. Making a circus out of a man's life. It's not a joke. It's not funny. I feel terrible for John and his family. And I can only imagine, he's up there sort of just huffing and puffing, being like, what in the actual F and F is happening here? Why in the hell? But I know that he knows at the end of the day that justice will happen. It might take a while, as it is now, but it will happen for John's loved ones, family, friends, Agreed. They do. No, they don't. They do not. Yeah. Well, that's the problem is you're literally pandering to that instead of the actual jury, and that's not going to help you. Text communications.
Up to January 23rd. You recall that?
Yes.
It's fair to say that her text communications with you started to dwindle off in the days before the 23rd, correct?
They lagged.
As a matter of fact, you reached out to her in an effort to try to prompt the conversation to continue, did you not?
I reached out to her, but I wouldn't say that's what it was about.
Well, you texted her, stranger, didn't you? Not once, but twice.
I believe so.
Take a look, if you don't mind, at, this is a page from what you've just seen.
So he needs to.
I'm sorry. I was thinking that was right in front of you. May I approach?
Please.
Thank you. Just a second. Easy to
Maybe
find.
that should just stay with Mr.
Thank you. That's easy to find. It's literally the last page. Report commission, may I publish?
Yes.
Does that look like a fair representation of what you're looking at, the last page of that series of texts?
Yes.
And at the very top, could you read what you write in the blue bubbles, starting at the top?
Haha, stranger.
And then what was the response from Miss Reed?
Hey, I was at the Hilly all weekend.
And what did you respond to that point?
I have not heard from you.
And by the way, if you look at the next date down, what's the date underneath I have not heard from you?
The 23rd.
So this would have preceded the 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then on the 23rd, and by the way, after you texted, I have not heard from you, she did not respond, correct?
She did not respond.
Then on the 23rd, she did respond, the phone works, correct?
Both ways.
In the arrows, like both ways.
Right.
Yep.
And then what did you text after that?
I just said, thought you were all set.
And she said, we're talking?
And how did she
No.
respond?
She said, we're talking? No.
No, that's all I have for that.
Okay.
This doesn't help Jack
Bring the
in
lights
any
back
way,
up.
shape, or form. That's
So
definitely
clearly
not
with
helping.
that last text, her response was, in response to you saying, thought we were all set, she said, with talking, no, correct?
Yep. Yes.
Did that indicate to you that with flirting, yes, we're all done?
No, I didn't read anything into it.
No, that's
But you
not
did
what it
read
meant.
she
Nice
said,
try,
with talking,
Jackson.
No, correct?
Yes.
And then you responded, how?
I said, are you sure?
And did she respond?
No.
As a matter of fact, the next time you saw or communicated with her, she was walking into the Waterfall Bar on the 29th, late night hours of the 28th, when in the early morning of the 29th, with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Now, you had discussed your flirtations, if I can use that word, that you had with Miss Reed with your friends, at least some of them, correct?
I don't recall that. No.
Do you recall that you openly shared the details of your interest in Miss Reed with your work supervisor at the DOJ?
Well, that was after I shared what happened, that she kissed me. Yes, I did share that with her.
And that was with
That was the first time.
that was with a person by the name of Kate Dowd. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that was before January 29th.
Yes.
And that's because your interest in Karen Reed, whether you call it romantic or sexual or whatever, your interest was something that was at least occupying your mind at that point, correct?
No.
It was occupying your mind enough to share it with your boss.
No, what I shared with my boss was the fact that she kissed me. That was it.
Did you discuss your flirtatious relationship with Karen Reed with Brian Albert at any point?
No.
Never.
No.
So you were on a 4-hour drive in a snowstorm back from New York with Mr. Albert, and your interest in Karen Reed never came up.
No.
Even though he's a good friend.
Yes, just something I wouldn't talk about.
You'd been drinking since about what time? What time? That's a bad way to ask it. What time did you start drinking?
When are we at, Mr.?
I'm sorry, on the 28th, when you got back from New York. When did you start drinking?
Well, it wasn't until I swapped out vehicles and I went up to the hillside.
Okay. That would have been, give me a time frame. 9-ish, 8-ish?
It was dark. It was maybe in the area of 8 o'clock.
And what time do you think you got to Waterfall?
I couldn't say. I don't. It was after the hillside.
Before Brian Albert left Hillside, did he tell you that John O'Keefe had been invited over to meet them at the waterfall?
No.
Was there any particular reason why you changed your mind and left the Hillside to go to the waterfall?
Well, I think, as I previously testified, that it was because I didn't always take them up on their offer, and I usually did the Irish exit, and I decided because of the weather and everything else, and it had been a long day, that I would go down there and join them.
Didn't have anything to do with you knowing that Karen Reed might be at the waterfall.
It couldn't have, because I didn't know she or John O'Keefe would even be there. I didn't know who was going to be there other than Brian's wife.
Do you have any text messages with Brian about going to the waterfall?
I don't recall. He told me about it at the Hillside.
And once he got to the waterfall obviously before you did.
He did, I think shortly before, yes.
Any text communications between you and Brian Albert about who was at the waterfall or who was expected to come to the waterfall?
No, not that I recall.
Now, you've already indicated, and I don't think we need to go into a lot of detail about this, but I want to ask you just in general, the mood at the waterfall was good spirits, correct?
It was great. Band was playing.
You did not see any sort of tension between John and Karen?
I did not.
Nobody seemed overly intoxicated?
No.
You had several drinks before you even got to the waterfall, right?
I think it was 3 to 4.
Did you drink additionally at the waterfall?
I did, yes.
Did you drink whiskey or beer or what?
Whiskey.
Okay. How many do you think you had?
I couldn't put a number on it. At least a couple.
And ultimately you left from there in your personal vehicle and drove over to, that's the Jeep, drove
The Jeep,
over to
yes.
the waterfall, correct?
I drove over to the waterfall?
I'm
I
sorry.
was at the waterfall.
Left the waterfall, drove over to 34 Fairview.
I did, yes.
When John walked in to the waterfall, were you already there?
Yes.
He greeted you, you indicated, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Karen walked in with him,
Yes.
but she did not greet you, did she?
I think they kind of went like that, different directions.
Right.
Yes.
Did she greet you?
No.
Right. So she walked over toward the corner of the bar, and John came over and greeted you, and then walked over and joined her, correct?
Yes.
Karen didn't stop what she was doing when she was over in the corner of the bar and come over and say hi to you?
I didn't have any interaction with her that night, no.
So safe to say that throughout that evening, once she was sidled up next to John O'Keefe or friends that she was with, she never turned back around and came over and even acknowledged you, correct?
That's correct.
So she basically ignored you the entire evening.
That's not how I interpret it, no.
I didn't ask you how you interpreted it. I asked you what she did. Did she ignore you or did she pay attention to you?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that. Did she ignore you?
No.
So she paid attention to you. Came over and said hello, shook your hand, gave you a hug.
Well, just because somebody didn't come over doesn't mean they ignored you.
Did she do those three things?
Hug, what was the other
She
thing?
say hello, shake your hand, give you a hug?
No, she did not.
No, she didn't do any of those things, did she?
No.
It's like you didn't even exist.
I think that's dramatic. No, I don't look at it that way.
Did she ignore you or not?
No, she did not ignore me.
So what did she do to not ignore you?
She was working.
Interaction with you.
Can I answer now?
Sure.
In my opinion, she was working the room, talking to people, saying hello, catching up.
Right. The one person she didn't come over to talk to and say hello to and catch up with is you.
Well, I don't know that I was the only person, but I was one of the people that she didn't say hello to, yes.
Treated you sort of like a stranger.
I don't feel that way, no.
She actually positioned herself away from you at the other end of the table on the opposite side in the corner. Isn't that right?
I don't know where she was all night, no.
Did
I
that
don't know.
upset you that she ignored you or didn't pay attention to you?
I did not feel ignored and didn't upset me at all.
But it bothered you enough to send her a text, didn't it?
No, it was a flirtatious text. It was just, that was it.
It bothered you enough to send her a text that said, with 6 M's behind it.
Okay.
And, well, correct?
Well, it wasn't like that. It was, well, that's it.
Just, well, like a well in the ground.
I think you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think you do too, sir. You meant, well, when are you going to pay attention to me?
No, that's not correct.
Well, why are you ignoring me?
It's not correct.
Well, am I chopped liver?
Objection.
All right, that's sustained. Mr. Jackson, let's move on.
At the end of the night, the group basically discussed going back to Brian Albert's house. Is that right?
There was discussion at the table of like, were we going to go to the pizza shop or were we going to go somewhere else? And ultimately it was 34 Fairview.
Before you left, just so we're clear, when you texted, well, she ignored that text too.
Can you say that again?
When you texted her, well, at Waterfall, she ignored that text too, correct?
Well, that was the only text I sent that night to her, yes.
Okay.
She didn't respond.
That wasn't my question.
What,
My question is she ignored the text, correct?
well, I don't know if she, I don't know what her mindset was. If she purposely ignored the text or she didn't see it, I don't know. I didn't read into it.
Karen's shaking her
Did she
fucking
ignore
head
the
like,
text
dude,
or she
you
didn't?
know, you
I
didn't
don't
ignore it.
know.
You just didn't answer because your boyfriend was
respond
right
to the
there.
text?
Common sense.
She did not respond.
So when everybody was leaving, did you leave before they did, John and Karen, or did they leave before you did?
I don't know.
You said you were the first one back to Brian Albert's house, correct?
Yes,
Safe to say you were one of the first ones to leave.
I was the first one to leave
Waterfall.
the waterfall. Probably.
I mean, if you're the, if everybody's herding out and you're the first one to get there, you're probably among the first to leave, correct?
Most likely.
Okay. You never personally discussed going to 34 Fairview with, certainly not with Karen Reed, did you?
No,
And you never discussed it with John O'Keefe either, did you?
no,
You didn't say goodbye or walk over and give John a big hug or anything like that?
No.
Acknowledgement, did you?
no.
You just left.
That's what everybody was doing, just leaving.
Okay. You too. Correct?
I did leave, yes.
And all you knew that at that point, all you knew was that you were going over to 34 Fairview. You did not know who else was invited over to 34 Fairview.
My impression was that it was an open invitation and I planned on heading over there.
But you did not know who else was coming.
I had no idea who was coming.
And you didn't say goodbye to John, correct?
I don't think I said goodbye to anybody.
And you didn't talk to him about coming over to 34 Fairview.
No,
Yet at 2:20 in the morning, you texted John O'Keefe, you coming here, correct?
at 2:20,
Sorry, 12:20.
I did.
And that had 3 question marks behind it, correct?
Yes,
Did you text Karen about coming over to 34 Fairview?
no,
So at 12:20 a.m., after you left the waterfall and made your way over to 34 Fairview, you were more interested in getting John to come to 34 Fairview than you were to getting Karen to come to 34 Fairview.
no, that's not how I would describe that.
But you didn't text Karen, correct?
No, I didn't.
But you did text John.
Yes,
You've indicated that you took your Jeep, your personal vehicle with the plow on it, over to 34 Fairview, correct?
yes,
And you were among the first to arrive because you were doing that thing with the sort of playing around by plowing his driveway.
it was a sweep of the driveway, yes.
And then you indicated that you parked in front of the house, correct?
I did.
I know you've been over this before, but I'm going to ask you one final time so that it's completely clear. Exactly where was your Jeep in front of that house?
By the mailbox.
Okay. Can we have, with the court's permission, exhibit 66?
Okay.
This is a graphic representation of 34 Fairview, not a photograph. Just to orient you, do you see what's depicted in exhibit 66?
Yes,
Do you recognize it?
I do.
You see the mailbox, which is out right there.
Yes.
Okay, where was your Jeep in relation to that mailbox?
So the back end of the Jeep, the rear, would have been about around equal with the mailbox, and I was not blocking the driveway.
Okay, so you would have been about there, correct? If the right edge of that highlight is the mailbox being right there. Would have been about right there on the street, correct?
Well, that would have been the front of the Jeep. Where a laser pointer is, it would be the front.
Okay. So the front of the Jeep was facing the flagpole.
Towards Chapman Street, correct.
And the rear of the Jeep was basically even with the mailbox strut or stanchion.
It was definitely past the driveway, yes.
Okay. You indicated the plow was a 6 foot, what inch plow?
I think it was a 6'8", 6 foot.
Meaning the width.
Meaning the width, yes.
How deep is that plow?
How deep? Like
2 foot, 3 feet, 6 inches?
I mean, it's probably a few inches.
Okay.
It's light duty. It's on a Jeep.
Okay. And it's obviously curved and canted to the right?
No, it wasn't canted at all. It was straight down.
Okay, so it's not like I guess I'm picturing in my mind, I don't know that I've ever seen one, that the front of the Jeep is not parallel to the plow. In other words, it would plow stuff off to the right. Is that not right?
I'm not understanding what you're trying to communicate to me.
How is the plow positioned as it relates to the front end of the Jeep? Is it perfectly parallel to the front end, or is it canted one way or another?
So when you're driving, straight locally, where you're not gonna have to worry about overheating the Jeep, I would just have the Jeep plow straight. If I was on the highway for a long distance, I'd be worried about overheating, so I would canter the plow, tilt it up so that air could get through the front grille.
So in other words, you can control it.
I can, yes.
How was it that night?
So
How was it canted that night? Was it straight or canted?
it was straight and straight on.
All right. When you walked into 34 Fairview, you indicated that there were people congregated basically in the kitchen area, correct?
There were some people in the kitchen area, yes.
How many people were at the high top table that you described?
Initially, when I walked in, I believe there was Brian Jr., and he was flanked by one, possibly two females.
And you indicated that basically you were positioned in that area with your back to the door for most of the evening. Correct?
I was like I would describe this diagonally across from him and had my back to the door that I had come in, which would be the breezeway door.
But at some point you had moved out of that kitchen area with Brian Albert, correct?
Well, I briefly went and looked at some photos.
Right. So you moved out of that area with Brian Albert alone to go to a different room.
Yes, and I think his wife Nicole might have popped in the room for a second, but it was brief.
Did you have anything to drink while you were at 34 Fairview?
Well, when I got there, they didn't have any whiskey. I believe they might have put a beer or something else in front of me, and I knew it was going to be a short night there because I just wasn't going to. I'm not a beer drinker.
You've indicated in a prior testimony that you've never been upstairs in Brian's house, correct?
When you say upstairs, like you're talking like second floor?
Correct.
Yes. No.
Okay. You testified to that in a prior hearing. Is that right?
Yes.
In May of 2023.
Yes.
And you said specifically, quote, "I've never been upstairs." Is that
Yes.
right? All right. You understood when you gave that statement that you were under oath?
Yes.
You were telling the truth?
Yes.
Same oath that you took here today, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that the photos that you saw were on the first floor living room area. Is that right?
I believe that's where they were. Yes.
So the only floor downstairs from the first floor would be what?
The basement.
And the only floor upstairs from the basement would be what?
The first floor.
So if someone were to describe going upstairs to look at the photos that you've described on the first floor, where would they have to be to go upstairs to look at those photos?
Are you saying on the first floor?
Correct. If the photos are on the first floor,
yeah,
and someone said, we went upstairs to look at those photos, where would they have to be?
I guess upstairs.
The people would have to be upstairs?
Well, the photos would be upstairs. Is that what you're saying?
Where are the people? Where would the people have to be to go upstairs to the living room to look at the photos?
I'm not understanding the question.
If the photos are on the first floor, Mr. Higgins.
Yes.
The only floor beneath it is the basement.
Okay.
and someone says, we went upstairs to look at the photos, where would they have to be?
Well, who said they went upstairs?
All right, so Mr. Jackson, you can save this for argument. Next question, please.
If Brian Albert said you went upstairs to look at the photos, where would you have to be?
He's like, he has no idea what the fuck he's talking about.
Now, Brian Albert had a weight room someplace in the house, right?
Yes.
And a gym.
I guess he called it a home gym.
Where was that?
In the basement.
Had you ever been down to that basement before?
Yes, one time.
Here we go. But they
When
brought
was
him
that?
down to the basement
That was during the twins'
hit him with a dumbbell.
graduation party.
and dragged him outside. Come on.
Summertime.
That's where
Summertime before.
Summertime before. Yes.
Summer of 2021.
Maybe.
So if Brian Albert testified that you've never been in the basement, that would not be accurate.
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, you do recall giving testimony at another proceeding on June 1st, 2023, correct?
Yes.
And of course, the same thing applied. You were under oath. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that it was a crime to lie under oath
Yes.
in that proceeding?
Mind you, Brian said he didn't
During the
remember
course
if
of that
it was that day
proceeding,
or a different day that he thought.
you were asked
maybe
who was in the house and who you saw come into the
He
house,
remembers
correct?
it.
Yes.
Like,
And during the course of that testimony, you admitted that you observed a tall, dark-haired male enter the
Admitted?
Albert house that night,
admitted.
correct?
I believe that was in reference to ask it to somebody's brother in a pickup. I don't know if that was during.
All I'm asking you, Mr. Higgins, is did you say that? Did you say tall, dark-haired
wow,
male?
reaching hardcore here. You don't even want to say who it is, Jackson.
I said they might have.
Did you say they might have?
Yes. And that was in reference to
Let me have
somebody's
just a moment,
brother.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Isn't it true that you indicated that a male showed up who may have been Julie Nagel's brother, correct?
I said might have, yes.
Right. But there was no question in your mind that a male did in fact show up, and you described him as tall and dark-haired, right?
Yes.
You were asked, a male showed up where? And you answered, quote, showed up at the house that I didn't know. I think he was there very briefly. I was half paying attention to it. Question, did that male come inside the house? Answer, I believe he did. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So a male did come in the house that night, correct?
No, I said I believe he did. I wasn't sure.
Well, when you testified at the prior hearing,
Objection.
you were asked,
I know where this is
so
going.
you saw
Objection.
someone else come? Question. Answer, somebody else.
Yes, he was obviously.
Yes. End quote.
It had been a long.
That's what you
day.
testified to under oath.
A lot of
wasn't it?
places.
Is that in reference to that?
What
Yeah,
page are you on, Mr. Jackson?
Page
You need to give him the page.
485, 486, I believe. Yes. If I may, can I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Look at the top part. That I highlighted.
No, he knows John. It's not John. He was mistaken. Probably remembering something else from that day. It had been a long day. They went to New York, came back, went to 3 different places. Yeah. Yeah, he would just say John if that's who he meant. Exactly. He knows John. So if they're trying to say it was John, they're fucking stupid. If they're trying to say it's some unknown male that no one else fucking saw, I mean, I don't think that's going to fly either. Like,
Mr. Higgins, do you have that in mind?
I do.
May I approach?
Yes.
Been grasping for days.
You were asked the question,
Really
quote,
bad.
did that male come inside the house? You answered, I believe he did. Question, so you saw someone else come? Answer, somebody else. Yes. Correct?
Yes, but I also said that I wasn't paying
Mr. Higgins,
attention.
I realize that you want to explain your answer. I've asked you a very simple question. Is
He's
that your
allowed to
testimony
answer the whole
in front of
question.
Another proceeding?
Yes, it was.
At another proceeding?
It's
which you were under
asinine,
oath?
John.
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Asinine.
You also said that you only remember seeing that person come in briefly. And it looked like he was having a conversation with the two girls briefly, correct?
Yes.
You were asked how long was the person in there roughly, and you said it was quick. Less than a couple of minutes.
Probably
it was
Colin,
quick,
Albert.
correct?
Yes.
Probably Colin.
And then you were asked what he looked like, and you said, I feel like they were a little bit taller, and you had dark hair, correct?
Yes.
So you testified that a tall, dark-haired male came into the house, at least briefly,
It's not
in
John.
your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Approximately when in the timeline of events did that unidentified male enter the
Yeah,
residence?
me too.
I don't know the time frame. It would have been while I was there.
When you gave your statement to the Massachusetts State Police, you didn't tell them about a tall, dark-haired male coming into the
Wasn't asked.
residence
sense.
at 34 Fairview, did you, on February 3rd?
I don't recall.
You were specifically asked by ADA Lally when you testified before the state court grand jury on April 28th, 2022, who else was present, correct?
Yes.
And you never mentioned a tall, dark-haired male coming into the house, did you?
Yeah, I'm
No.
guessing he wants it to think it's Colin. Colin.
However, on June 1st, 2023, at this other proceeding, you were specifically instructed at the start of your testimony that it was a
Oh,
crime
here we go.
to give materially false statements
It's
in
not
that
giving
proceeding,
false
correct?
statements.
Yes.
And that's the proceeding in which you admitted that there was a
Admitted,
tall,
no, there's no
dark-haired male
admitted.
who came in the house.
I
Yes
said
or
I-
no? Yes or no? It was that
Okay.
proceeding.
Can you answer that, yes or no?
No, I can't, Your Honor.
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
The quotations or the quotes that I just read you and that you just looked at,
Yes.
that was from the June 1, 2023 hearing, wasn't it?
I don't know.
How's he supposed to know? You didn't tell him. There's no page that shows it. Colin left. Yes, exactly. Yeah, I know. It's funny too, because I think that all the shit that they've seen on the internet and made up in the last year is going to somehow come into this decision, which it is not, obviously.
That's what was just read, and that's another page. Just take a look at that page and see if you see a date on it, the first page.
I see it. Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
What's the date, sir?
June 1st?
2023?
Yes.
How long did you stay at the Albert residence in total? From the time you got there till the time you left?
Maybe like a half hour, less than an hour.
And what time did you leave? Say 12:30, you said?
I think I said between 12:30 and 1 a.m.
And you indicated that you pretty much didn't say goodbye to anybody, right?
At the house?
Correct.
I just kind of left. I said, see you later. Turn around, left.
As a matter of fact, at that same hearing that we just looked at, your statement was, I made a beeline out of there, correct?
I don't know if that's the verbiage I used, but I left
Why the rush? Why did you leave so quick?
because it was a long day and I just wanted to go home.
Except you didn't go home, did you?
No, I went back to Canton PD.
Right. So it wasn't such a long day that you actually drove home. You went back to the Canton Police Department at 1 or 1:30 in the morning, correct?
To move vehicles, correct.
Well,
Idiot.
let's talk about you leaving. You walked out the side breezeway door, correct?
Yes.
You walked down the driveway.
Yes.
There's nothing obstructing your view at that point of the lawn to your right,
Not looking at
correct?
the lawn.
I didn't look over there, but I would not think so.
Between you and the flagpole, in other words, there wasn't some mound of dirt, something obstructing your view. You could see straight across if you wanted to, correct?
Who
If I
knows?
wanted to, yes.
He wasn't looking.
It's just basically a flat grassy lawn with a light
Not
dusting
flat.
of white powder snow on it, right?
It's not flat.
I don't know how much snow was, but there was snow there.
Yeah, you indicated that it wasn't even enough to stick to the pavement at that point.
Well, that's when I got there. Yes,
Well, you only stayed less than an hour, right?
that's correct.
So
Doesn't
I'm
mean-
assuming it didn't dump 3 feet in an hour, right?
That's not what he said.
I think we can both agree that it's not it wouldn't have been 3 feet now.
Right, so it would have been a light dusting of snow.
More snow than there was there.
How far would you say it was from the edge of the driveway over to your Jeep?
From where the back of my Jeep was parked,
Correct.
maybe a foot or two, or it could have been even with the edge of the driveway.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's probably a bad question on my part. When you left the house, as you started to walk down the driveway toward your Jeep, how long of a walk is that? Across the yard to the, down the driveway to get to your Jeep?
Short,
30 feet?
maybe.
Okay. During the course of you walking out the door, heading to your Jeep, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary in the yard, correct?
No,
You certainly didn't see a body in the yard.
of course not.
Now, you get in your car and it's facing directly toward the flagpole, correct?
It's facing directly up the street. The flagpole would be off to the 1 o'clock.
Right. So just a few degrees off to the right, the flagpole is, correct?
It's off to the right.
Just a few degrees.
I don't know how many degrees, but it's off to the right.
Well, you just said 1 o'clock. You're
Yes.
a former military guy, right?
I am.
Okay. 1 o'clock means 1 o'clock on a watch. 12 o'clock is due north or right in front of you. 1 o'clock is just a few degrees to the right, correct? That's what you meant.
What?
At the 1 o'clock, yes.
Okay. So you didn't see a body when you got in your Jeep.
No, I did not.
Then you turned the engine on, correct?
And the wipers, yes.
And the lights.
Yes.
And the lights lit up everything in front of you, correct?
Yes.
On the street.
Still didn't see a body, did you?
He's not
No, I did not.
on the street, dude.
Sitting in the driver's seat, you put the car in gear and you begin to roll forward, right?
Yes.
But there was a plow on
I
the
agree,
ground.
John.
It scraped for a foot, right?
He is a car.
Yes.
So you picked it back up,
Yes.
looked out the windshield to make sure the plow was situated, and continued to roll forward, correct?
I knew it was up when I continued to drive.
And as you continue to drive, you're looking ahead of you and probably to your left to make sure that there's no oncoming cars, right?
Well, I knew there was no oncoming cars. I was just driving forward.
Right. So your focus is directly in front of you.
On the road,
Correct.
yes.
And everything in your peripheral vision is right in front of you as well, correct?
Yes.
Nothing obstructing your view.
I mean, other than snow on the car.
Nothing obstructing your view outside toward the lawn. Wasn't another car parked there.
No, I didn't. There was no vehicles in front of me. No,
It was the roadway was relatively empty.
there was no cars.
And you didn't see a body then either, did you?
I did not.
And as you drive past
I
that
don't know how this helps
flagpole,
them.
with
Right.
everything lit up
Doesn't help them.
and everything in your peripheral vision, you still didn't see a body on that lawn, did you?
No one
I
did.
did not.
No one fucking saw him. That's simple. Doesn't mean he wasn't there. He was there. Obviously, they found him there at 6 a.m. Hello, covered in snow,
You're
completely
a former
covered.
firefighter, is that right?
Yes.
That puts you in a position of being a first responder.
Oh, for fuck. Here we go.
Yes.
And you're currently a law enforcement officer.
Yes.
That puts you in the position of being a first responder, correct?
I'm also a tactical medic. Yes.
Which means that you have training to be an observer. You're a trained observer, more than the average person, correct?
Yes.
You look for things out of the ordinary. You look for things that don't belong.
What?
As an investigator, former firefighter, first responder,
When you're
correct?
not at work.
Yes.
And you did not see a 217-pound man bleeding out on the side of the road, in the lawn, or in the yard, just to your right by that flagpole, correct?
If I did,
I didn't
I
ask
would
you
have done
if you
something
did.
to help him.
I asked you if you saw one.
No, I did not.
Of course, he wants to stop him from saying.
And that's
it would
because
help.
there was no body there, correct?
I didn't see anything.
Because if there was a body there, you certainly would have seen that.
Objection.
It's fucked up. His friend was on that lawn, dude, and you have the audacity to sit there and act like he wouldn't have helped his
Where
friend.
exactly did you go when you left 34 Fairview?
He told you.
I went back to the Canton Police Station.
When you were asked that on direct examination, you said you weren't sure where you went when you left 34 Fairview, either home or to Canton PD.
No, that's not what I testified to.
That's
Did
not
something
what he
jog
said.
your memory
That
about
is-
where you went?
That is not what I testified to. That was in relation to where did I go after I left 34 Fairview the next morning?
Yep. Correct. He's right.
Why did you go to Canton Police Department that night,
He told you.
that morning?
He already testified to that.
What's the question?
Why did you go to the Canton Police Department that morning?
The morning when I left 34 Fairview, the Friday into Saturday,
Correct.
to move 2 vehicles.
There's been quite an evolution of that story over the years, has
No,
there
there
not?
hasn't.
I don't understand the question.
All right, let's talk about that for a second. You had an initial interview with Massachusetts State Police on February 3rd, 2022,
Yes.
correct? And you indicated during the course of that interview, which was just a couple of days, 5 days
Exactly.
after the events in question, that you left Brian Albert's house, went to Canton PD to, quote, fulfill some administrative obligations, end quote, correct?
That is.
You later said,
obligation.
when you testified in front of
Move
the
the
grand jury
fucking
on April
cars.
28th, that you went,
Don't
and
get
went
bitched
to
out.
Canton PD to do, quote, administrative work, correct?
Yes.
That
You
is-
never mentioned,
I said administrative things.
you said administrative work was your testimony in your transcript.
I believe it was things, but okay.
Okay. Can we agree, Mr. Higgins, that you didn't mention anything about moving cars around, correct?
Well, that would be administrative.
Yeah.
So
Sure.
when you say I went to Canton PD to do administrative work or administrative obligations, you meant moving your car, your personal vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Although you didn't say that you were going there to move your personal vehicle, right?
No, I said I didn't move my personal vehicle. I moved work vehicles.
Or either one. You just traded off vehicles, moved them out of the way, right?
I moved the purpose for going back there was to move 2 work vehicles.
And the reality is you had gotten Canton PD earlier in the afternoon and actually moved some other vehicles, traded vehicles, didn't you?
I swapped vehicles out. That's correct.
Right. And you left the vehicles that you now claim you had to go move exactly where they were, even
Exactly.
though you knew a blizzard was coming, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Which is
So
why he went to move
you
them.
didn't move the cars a few hours earlier, knowing that you just have to come back and move those cars a few hours later,
I was
right?
more concerned to go eat and have a drink because it had been a long day.
So wouldn't you want to move those cars early on so you wouldn't have to go all the way back to Canton and play?
Does it matter when
parking
he
lot with
decided
these
to
cars
move
in the
them?
middle of the night?
Not really.
Mr. Higgins, you weren't actually
Exactly.
at Canton PD to do administrative work at 1:30 in the morning, were you?
I was moving the vehicles. I'm sure it's on video.
Yep,
Oh,
probably.
we'll
is.
talk about the video in just a second.
It doesn't matter. He's just trying to make some sort of conspiracy work that will never work, no matter how hard he tries.
You entered the Canton Police Station through which door?
I believe it was the door to the right of the Sally Port as you come in the main entrance.
And you made note of who was on duty that night, correct?
I didn't make note. I walked by, I saw somebody sitting in the control room and then just went about my business.
So you immediately knew that your friend, Officer Good, was working dispatch, right?
So do you need to hear something or? Doing hot over there? So why don't we take a 5-minute recess?
Court, all rise. Put everything up.
Oh, F to F's sake, dude. They must be roasting. Oh, look at her face. She can't hide it. She just can't hide it.
Can you just open the door and just lights out of the window? Nancy, are you hot over here?
Jerry needs to, I think one of the jury members has to take a phone call. Look at her face. Angry. So angry. She can't even control it. Cannot even control it. This little, of course, puts her head right there on purpose.
So why don't we all stay here and just see if we can do it quickly?
Maybe seated.
She doesn't. It does not. Yeah, this is ridiculous. Like, come on, dude.
You go do this.
Yeah.
If you don't, you know, I'll go over there. Nancy Paul will do it. Just sit there.
Yes.
You
exactly.
are muted.
Yes, exactly, Anne. Completely. This is just so ridiculous to me. Like, he's still trying to make this conspiracy work that will never work. I'm sorry for him. There was no conspiracy. You can't make, you know, a conspiracy. The truth is the truth. You can't make your narrative fit what happened. It's not the way it works. The evidence dictates what happened. You follow the fucking evidence, even if it leads in a place where you don't want it to lead. And unfortunately, it's directly back to your client, Mr. Jackson. She is. Well, also because you don't want him badgering the witnesses, because trying to get them to change he tries to bully them into changing their answer. And of course, always gets things wrong. Well, you said you didn't know where you went when you left Fairview. No, that was in relation to the next morning, genius. Pay attention. He knew damn well it was. He was just trying to catch him saying something different and then trying to call him a liar by confusing him. And juries don't like that. They don't like when you purposely try to confuse someone to get them to say something where you can call it a lie. They don't like it. They know you're mincing words and playing games. And it's been a theme here this entire trial. If you don't think the jury knows, they know. I mean, here's the thing. Her smiling.
Need to see how she's doing.
All rise for the court, please.
About a juror. It has to be about a juror. She must have been extremely hot. She must have been extremely hot. I thought they had AC
Absolutely.
going in there, but it might be too many people. He bullies the witnesses. Multiple reasons she alluded to on Friday night. I don't know. Yeah, he does. No. I know, right?
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial watchers.
Oh,
this is
God,
a
this
law and
freaking
crime
guy.
legal alert.
Literally
Google
can't.
Incognito.
No, nobody's using Google Incognito, bro. Stop it. I know. I know far too much to not be here and watch this, but I just don't ever think you're gonna see a jury buy this vast conspiracy theory, and I don't think you're going to see the judge allow them to use third-party culprit in their defense, as they have not proven in any way, shape, or form that anyone was involved other than Karen Reed. So, I mean, I don't know what they have made some very rookie mistakes, Jackson and Yannetti, very opening doors that made their client look bad, and they're not helping themselves. That's for sure. I don't know what the hell they are thinking, but I want my money back. The judge can't make the case move faster because they have to have a right to ask the questions they want to ask and present their case. It wouldn't be a fair trial if the judge was like, all right, enough, keep going. Like that, you know what I mean? Yeah, the defendant has the right to a fair trial. But I think she does need to move them along more, and she can move them along more if they keep asking the same question that they've gotten the goddamn answer to. They're just not liking the answer. And I've seen her do it on many occasions. I just don't think she's doing it enough. Of course. Yeah, they're allowed to repeat them to see if a witness answers them in a different way.
But after a few times, the judge is going to move them along because that's not what they're doing here. What they're doing here is trying to bully the witness into answering it a different way, not just seeing if they would answer it a different way by phrasing it differently. They're just trying to bully the witness into changing the testimony is what they're doing. It's not working, right? You're welcome, man. So, I mean, I think it's not here nor there, but like this needs to definitely, yeah, exactly. Or making the comments. That's, I mean, Jackson and Yandy have both been yelled at numerous times, especially Jackson, for making these comments, you know? Yeah, absolutely they do. And the judge, I think, needs to move them along on that. Definitely. Because it's been asked. It's been answered. Like, it's been asked and answered and asked and answered and asked and answered. Like, come on now. It's a little ridiculous. You know what I mean? Like, stupid. Yeah, I agree. Lally, I don't know what he's fucking doing, dude, if he's even paying attention or what the hell's going on sometimes, because sometimes there are these long gaps of things that, like, the witness is being badgered and bullied and he's not objecting. And I'm like, what the f are you doing, dude? Like, time for an objection there, bub. Like, let's do this. And so he says he went there to move cars, which we know that's what he went there to do. So what I find funny is he says, I'm sure I'm on video. Jackson, we'll get to the video in a minute. Well, so there is video then. So if there's video, you realize the jury's going to see said video. And then your whole conspiracy theory about why he went there to move cars. Like, I guarantee this is what it's going to hinge on. That Brian Higgins doesn't remember which door he went in. He believes he went in a specific door. And Jackson's going to be like, see, you went in the other door. You said you believed you went in this door. Like, so that's where he's going to go with that. Like, literally about a door. Because, I mean, what else is he going to have? He's not really going to have anything else. Like, I can see that's where, like, this is going. Because at this point, they're literally throwing anything to the wall to see if it sticks. I think Jackson and Yandy have to know this is going badly. And obviously, they're not going to show that in public. Let's get real. But I highly doubt they're telling Karen how bad it's going. You know, I highly doubt. But it's not going well for them. It's really not. They should be advising their client that it's not going to get any better for her. It's actually going to get worse. It's going to get worse after the kids testify. It's going to get worse after the voicemails. It's going to get worse after the things that she said to John in those voicemails. Like, it's going to get worse after the experts. Like, it is not going to get any better for Karen Read. My opinion is there will be a guilty verdict, even if the jury asks if it's a lower count that they can charge her with. Like vehicular homicide. Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, listen, I grew up in Norfolk County. There are some very smart people that live there. Okay, so don't underestimate the people that are on that jury. I think that the jury, again, this is Boston, right? So I grew up in that county, lived there most of my life. So there are plenty of people in Norfolk County that are smarter than whatever the hell the defense is trying to do here. Like, you know, some of those people are probably laughing in their head right now. Like, oh, I already know what I'm voting. So can we get this over with? Like, obviously you're not allowed to make a decision until the very end, but there isn't any evidence that anyone else committed this crime other than Karen. You're not going to tell me that 80 witnesses and all these experts and everyone else tells the same goddamn story except Karen. So everyone's lying except Karen. That's a vast conspiracy, including even the children. Like, come on, dude. Stop it. Like, they are definitely annoyed. I will tell you, as a Bostonian, it's fucking annoying. Also, it's patronizing to sit there and act like the jury doesn't know that, like, especially when almost every witness has called Jackson or Yannetti out on, like, lying or spinning or saying that's not what I said. Like, so, I mean, the jury are not idiots, bro. You know what I mean? Like, they're not a bunch of idiots. This Norfolk County, they're a very well-educated county. Like, I definitely think she didn't know, or didn't remember, I should say. It's the actions she took afterwards, when it maybe came back to her in bits and pieces.
and what she did after that make it a murder 2 charge, which is why it was upgraded. Even if she had no idea she did it, she remembered at some point throughout that morning. So she actively covered it. The problem with not knowing that she did it is, why would you delete the ring cam footage between 1 and 5 a.m. before you ever even called anyone or said John was missing? Why are you deleting the ring cam footage? You know, that's something that points to she knows that she did it. Otherwise, you wouldn't be deleting that footage. Oh, they're definitely underestimating. I promise you they are. Yeah. Yep. On which part? The ring cam footage? John's phone never moved from 12:31 until they found him at 6, whatever it was, 6:00, whatever, in the morning. So he could not have deleted the footage. The only person who could have had access to that ring cam between 1 and 5 a.m. to delete those videos. Changed her story multiple times. She knew exactly where John was, even covered in snow, and nobody else could see him, even driving by, trying to look to see if he was walking down the street. She ran over to a mountain of snow. Nobody saw him but her. She knew exactly where he was. Did that too. At 5 o'clock, she called Carrie Roberts and said, John is dead. He was hit by a plow, and then hung up. And then Carrie tried calling her back. She didn't answer. And then she called again and said, I think John was hit by a plow. He didn't come home last night. It was there. And then that story had changed from what she just told Jen McCabe in front of the niece minutes before. She had told Jen McCabe from Kaylee, the niece's cell phone, right there in front of Kaylee, that she had a cracked taillight before she ever left the house, before she ever backed into John's car at freaking 2 miles an hour. She told Jen she had a cracked taillight. How would you know? In her Nightline interview, she says that she knew she cracked her taillight, but she didn't get out to look at the damage. How the hell would you know your taillight was cracked if you got out to look at the damage? You wouldn't. It's common sense. You wouldn't. You wouldn't know you had any damage. And you certainly wouldn't know whether you cracked your taillight or not if you didn't look at the damage. Oh, absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. It is absolutely damning. You have to remember, the conspiracy theorists thought he was going to be like walked in by like the federal government and walked out. I mean, it's ridiculous. There was federal property flipping. Like, what are you people? There's nothing to flip on. What the hell? Like, I can't. All right, you know what? I'm just going to say, I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. Told you it didn't exist. I freaking told you. Like, it's that simple. Also, just let me be clear here. If Higgins had any sort of deal, at all, it has to be told to the jury. It has to be disclosed at court. So I just want to point that out. Okay? So I'm just going to say it again. I told you people it was BS. Not you guys specifically. I think so too. It seems like there was a juror that was getting some heat exhaustion in the room. Agreed. John agreed. She should have would have, right? Shoulda, coulda, woulda. You might not be a great litigant, but the evidence is going to, like, the actual forensics and all that's going to speak for itself. And the witnesses speak for themselves. So in that regard, he doesn't really have to be a litigant. In order to believe there's reasonable doubt here, you have to believe that every witness is lying and that they all conspired together.
for their stories to court, including the children. And that's just not feasible. I do. I do, Meredith. I do. I absolutely do. But I mean, for me, I already know what's coming. So I know what's coming for the evidence. I've heard the voicemail. I know what's coming. So I know that it's not going to get better for Karen. It's going to get much, much worse. The children are going to testify. Those voicemails are going to be played. The Celebrite expert is going to testify that the Google search never happened at 2:27 a.m. That was a wall file, and that is when the tab was opened, when Jen searched for the basketball. It's not when she Google searched anything. Hey, I'm glad that you changed your mind. Some people have just been listening to the conspiracy train theory of all these people because they, like the clicks and the views, and they don't want to tell the truth. I'm not an attorney, but I wanted to be. And that was something that I, to this day, study because I still have goals and ambitions of maybe going back to school and doing it. That was the path that I chose. I knew I wanted it since I was like 11 or 12 to be an attorney. And I had a daughter with medical conditions and stuff, so I went to school, but I never finished. And so it's something that I have a very big passion about, and I keep up on everything when it comes to that. The law, I know, stuff. All this stuff is just not I've had for a really long time. Oh, absolutely. I think, Meredith, what you have to do is drown out the noise and use your brain cells on things that make sense. If it doesn't make sense to you, ask why. Don't just listen to an echo chamber of people who are like, this is why, and this is why, and this is what. The basement floor being ripped up. That was false. That was a lie. The basement floor, part of it, was ripped up for a flood. No Genevieve ever died. There are things that people have told that are just out and out lies. The photos of the autopsy photos, those were darkened with a darkener by the defense. Once you guys see the originals, you're going to be shocked and pissed. I have seen those myself. I know I do all the time. Attorneys tell me all the time. I want to. It's about having the time and the money and all of that. I do want to, though. They entail rage, Aaron's rage, and hatefulness.
I remember the old
screaming
days
at John.
when we had the ACs on, you'd have to turn the ACs off. The room would get incredibly hot.
They're not flattering in any way, shape,
And we did Grenadier in the main courtroom. People, just sure enough, a lot of people take their shirt and their jackets off and stuff like that. It's so hot.
Throwback,
Yeah, a little throwback.
like 1992.
But that was the old days where you'd have to turn off the ACs for when we were in trial.
I think
They were too-
if they find her, I think what they do is, even if they don't want to find her guilty on the murder 2 charge, and I just want to remind everybody here that murder 2 in Massachusetts does not include intent. You do not have to find intent in Massachusetts to have the murder 2 charge or be convicted of a murder 2 charge. Murder 2 here means that you did something, i.e. driving drunk in a snowstorm that you could have, that a reasonable person would have known could have caused severe bodily harm or death. And Karen, knowing, driving in a snowstorm drunk, that you could have caused death that way. That is what the murder 2, you don't have to have intent for murder 2 here in Massachusetts. A lot of people don't understand that. Murder 2 here doesn't include intent. You don't have to have intent for that charge. I do. Yes, I do. But that's going to come from the car data you guys are going to see and the pieces of taillight that are in John's clothes, and his injuries. That's all going to tie together there. And the fact that she tried to hide it. She tried to hide her car data by key cycling it almost 200 times to delete data from her car. I have no idea why.
You are unmuted.
I can only guess on that one, Meredith. Sorry. People have said that they've tried cases, but I know
attorneys who have tried cases with Lally that have lost. So he's not a rookie. No, I think he could do better with some objections and maybe not being so monotone. But they were fighting. They had a fight of some sorts because Karen admitted to having a fight with him, but then she says she only remembers being at the waterfall. In the beginning of the night, she remembers only being at the waterfall. But I think, again, I don't think that's true because she deleted the ring cam footage. She was the only one with access to it. You know, they keep arguing that the cops deleted it, John's phone, but nobody had John's phone, and John's phone never moved, as you're going to see from the data from 12:31 till they found him at 6.
Let's bring Mr. Higgins back. Thank you.
It hovered over the GPS, hovered over the house for a whopping 3 seconds. It's not possible for them to have had the phone for 3 seconds and deleted ring cam footage. That was the GPS sort of floating a little for those 3 seconds that it went over the house.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. Mr. Higgins, if you went back to Canton PD at
No matter what type of severe asthma you have, Tespire can help you have fewer attacks and relieve your.
Did you ever testify in the previous hearing that you started somewhere else?
Not that I know.
Did you ever mention a couch in any of your description about what you did when you went home that night?
Not that I recall.
We're losing audio. I don't know what's happening. They turned it down.
In a different hearing was that you may have gotten something to eat,
What the hell?
then went to bed, stuff on the nightstand next to your bed.
That's them, not us, guys.
That would be the routine, yes.
You did not make or receive any calls after returning home that night.
No.
You might have to turn your phone or computers up, people, because they lowered the volume on Law and Crime. Just can't hear anything.
You were
Really.
clear when you went to sleep in your prior testimony that you put both your work and your personal phone. You had two at the time, correct?
Yes.
A personal and a work cell phone, right?
Yes.
You put them both on your bedside table because that's what you do every night. Is that right?
Most often, yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked whether or not you have a charging station, and you said, "Yeah, it's right on my bedside."
I don't know that I don't have a charging station.
Right. You said no, bedside. In other words, you keep your phone by your bedside on your bedside table.
Usually.
You also testified that you did not use your phone that night to go on social media, correct?
That's correct.
You indicated that you don't go on, you didn't go on social media because you don't have social media. You don't use it that much.
I don't.
You said, I don't have the gram. I'm guessing that means Instagram, correct?
That is correct.
And you don't use Snapchat and quote, don't do those things, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So you testified that the first call you received after returning home on the 29th was a call from Chief Berkowitz just before 7 a.m., which woke you up. Is that right?
It was around 6:30-ish, I think.
Okay. Your testimony previously was at some point before 7 a.m., that call was the one that woke you up.
Yes.
And it turns out, Mr. Higgins, that was a lie, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't a lie.
Here we go.
When you were asked that question at a previous hearing, you didn't know that the person questioning you had your phone records, did you?
I assume they did.
What the hell?
And you were thereafter confronted with those phone records.
Oh, the phone records you guys keep reading
I
wrong?
was asked about them, yes.
And those phone records established that you and Brian Albert actually exchanged not one,
false,
but two phone calls at 2:22 a.m. that morning at
False.
a time when you claimed you were in bed asleep.
It's a butt
All
dial
right.
there.
I have no recollection of any phone calls.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
These are the ones that Brian Albert accidentally butt dialed and were never answered by Brian Higgins. That they keep claiming it's all a cover up. You guys talk to each other. Which the Celebrite expert will clear up just fine.
Yes. Thank you.
So that's going to be dead in the water when the Celebrite expert gets to it.
Take a look at those two documents and tell me
Defense
if you recognize at least the top one.
Do they have a page number for me to follow or no?
I was just asking Ms. Little. I don't think we've introduced
Can hear
them,
shit.
and no, they don't have a page number, but I'm going to ask that they be marked for identification, at least at this point.
Hold on. I'm gonna try to see if I can get it on Court TV because
Do you recognize those?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
These are, you know what, I'm gonna, if it's okay with the court, may the witness maintain those documents?
Sure.
shit over there.
I'd like to have those two documents marked only for identification with the court's permission.
As one exhibit?
We can do it as one exhibit, that's fine.
Okay, could you please?
Hold on, guys. I got it on this other one so that you can hear it.
I have no recollection of any phone calls.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
Please.
Why is it?
May I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hold on.
Take a look at those two documents and tell me if you recognize at least the top one.
Still, with the volume's not
Do
good.
they have a
I don't know.
page number for me to follow or no?
I was just asking Ms. Little, I don't think we've introduced them, and no, they don't have a page number, but I'm gonna ask that they be marked for identification at least at this point.
What's happening right now?
So I can't mark them.
It's not mine. I'm trying to figure out what is
Do you
happening.
recognize those?
Volume.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
These are, you know what, I'm gonna, if it's okay with the court, maybe witness maintain those documents?
Sure.
I don't agree with you, Mary. Sorry.
I'd like to have those two documents marked only for identification.
even a
with the
little.
Court's permission.
Okay. As one exhibit?
We can do it as one exhibit, that's fine.
Okay, could you please hand those to Madam Clerk?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is exactly why Jen was asking for the record. Exactly why.
Sorry, what was it?
Thank you.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, you see the document on the lower right, it has a page number or there's a numeric indicator 01770, in other words, 1770
On the lower right-hand corner?
in the right, in the red.
I love you, Mary. I just disagree.
It says 01771.
Look at the next page. I think they're just out of order.
Why don't you come show
Am I
me?
missing something?
Oh, this has been marked over. It's right over the top. That's the protocol. It's okay, it's okay. I'll use.
I don't think there is any neutral people.
And the one
I have not seen
1771,
one single neutral person.
The other numbers.
When you're referencing them. When you're referencing them?
When I'm referencing them.
Okay.
Take a look at the one that's marked with the QQ.
Listen, Mary's one of
I
my
see it.
very best
You've
close
seen
friends,
that
and I love her
document before,
dearly.
Correct?
I think I've seen it maybe on a screen, not in my hand.
That was these were the records that were shown to you at a prior hearing.
Yes.
And you acknowledge that at least the one marked QQ is a record of your calls, correct?
It has my name, my telephone number, correct?
And it indicates that on January 29th, 2022, at 2:22 and 35 seconds, you received a call from Brian Albert, duration of 1 second, correct?
Yes.
In other words, Brian Albert called you at 2:22 and 35 seconds, but it looks like you missed the call, correct?
I see the 1 second call, yes.
There's a second call just below that. On the same date at 2:22 and 52 seconds from you to Brian Albert. Do you see that one?
Yes,
And the duration of that call is 22 seconds, correct?
I see that, yes.
So 17 seconds after you missed a call, according to
Yeah,
these
they didn't
records
talk. It's
from Brian Albert.
Those
you
records are
called
not
him
right. They're
back,
not reading
and it was
Celebrate
a call
correctly.
lasting
It's
22
not.
seconds.
The
Is that
Celebrate
right?
expert will show them.
That's what the records say.
May I approach?
Yes.
That's not what happened though. And the records, they're interpreting them incorrectly.
So the fact is, you were speaking to Brian Albert in the middle of the night, approximately 3 hours before Mr. O'Keefe's body was found in his yard, correct?
No, that's not correct.
And that was 5 minutes before 2:27 a.m. when there was a Google search for how long to die.
Google search didn't happen at the 27th.
Objection.
Sustained.
And then, of course, you lied about that under oath in that prior proceeding by saying, I don't remember this phone call.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you
Agreed.
in fact tell the truth
Agreed,
at the
like
prior
that.
proceeding when you said, I don't remember that phone call?
I always tell the truth.
Did you lie under oath, sir?
No, I did not.
Would you tell us if you did?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You acknowledge that there's a 22-second phone call in your phone
No,
record.
he acknowledges it's on a paper.
That's what's reflected by the record.
And 22 seconds is quite an amount of time. Would you agree?
It's 22 seconds.
As a matter of fact, it's not
Exactly.
this long, with the court's permission.
I'm interested to see.
The court does not give permission. That's argument, Mr. Jackson.
If we were to count off 22 seconds, that's an uncomfortably long time, is it not?
No,
It's long enough to have a conversation, isn't it?
I didn't have a conversation.
Is 22 seconds long enough to have a conversation?
Maybe.
No.
Not really.
You can't, a human being can't have a conversation.
What are you going to say in 22 seconds?
Sure they could. I don't think it's anything of substance.
Okay, so that's my question. Is it 22 seconds long enough to have a conversation?
Maybe.
I don't agree with it. No.
No, I mean, what are you going to really say in 20? It's not a conversation lasts a while. You can't, I mean, you're saying 22 seconds.
Now, when you were asked about this and you were shown these records.
1 second for that
prior
matter.
hearing, you had an explanation for what that 22-second call may have been and what the prior call may have been, correct?
Yes.
What was your explanation?
Well, I used a phrase that people commonly used as a butt dial.
If someone called him, his phone would have been lit up. So if he was
So
sleeping
you
and
think
rolled
it's
on it or
possible that you
something,
may
yeah,
have
he could have butt dialed back. Common sense, dude.
Brian Albert. for a
I've done it
22-second
a
call that
billion
you're not aware of.
times.
I think it's possible that he could have been inadvertently called back, but I have no recollection of that, nor did I have any conversation with anybody.
But you admitted that you lived alone, correct, Mr. Higgins?
That's correct.
You have an iPhone at the time.
Yes.
Matter of fact, that number for the reflecting those records is in fact, or was in fact, an iPhone. Is that right?
Yes.
You already indicated under oath that you don't sleep with your iPhone. You keep it on your bedside table. Is that right?
Most often, yes.
There's nobody else in your room. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you had your ringer on because you were
Right.
awakened the next
Yeah.
morning by a call from Chief
The experts
Buckles,
can
right?
blow this right
Yes,
out
the
the
ringer
water.
was on.
When somebody calls you and you miss the call, there's a notification that shows up on that iPhone. Isn't that right?
I don't know how mine's set up at the time. I don't know.
If you open up your phone app and you go to recents, it shows all the missed calls, correct?
I think you can get to them, yes.
And you know that the iPhone does not automatically call people back. That is not a thing, right?
No, stop.
You miss a call from someone, it's not just going to automatically re-ring them.
Yes, I think we both know that, yes.
So to call somebody back, you have to go on your iPhone, open it up from a locked position, navigate
Not
to a
everybody locks
phone
their phone,
application,
bro.
then navigate to a contact, and then make a call, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can break it down.
Sure. In order to call somebody back, if you've missed a call, you first have to unlock your iPhone.
You would have to, yes.
You can do that either through Face ID or through a 4 or 6-digit passcode, right?
Yes.
Don't tell me the code, but did you have a 4 or a 6-digit passcode locking your iPhone at the time?
I don't know if it was a digit code or Face ID.
Well, if you have a Face ID, you have to have a digit code as well, right?
No.
I guess so.
Okay. Did you open your phone with your
No,
Face ID or
you don't.
a multi-digit code?
I have no recollection of answering the phone or calling.
Why is
Oh,
nobody
for
talking
effing
about how we're
heck's
supposed to
sake,
change our
dude.
underwear every 6
It's really
months?
freaking
Who has
annoying.
time to go shopping that
If you unlocked it with your face, if it would be right there, I've never thought about it.
Once you unlock that phone app, you have to manipulate the phone on the screen with your finger in order to make a call, correct?
You would
Yeah,
have
I
to
know.
hit at least one button, I guess.
At least one, right?
Yes.
So that's 3 or 4 interactions with the phone that have to be physically
That's the
undertaken
thing
to just make one
the
call.
Celebrate expert is
But
going
I
to
didn't make any
clear
calls.
that
So
up.
how'd you butt dial?
There's no There's
I
no
didn't
but-
make any calls.
he
I have
did
no recollection
but
of any
file
calls,
from him.
nor did I speak with anybody.
After you were shown these phone records at that
Yeah, I
prior
know.
hearing, in that hearing at least,
Jackson,
you
I
finally
believe I
admitted
checked before
that you
he
did in fact call Brian Albert back, but this
And
time you
integrate.
claimed the two of you just sort of sat in silence. Isn't that right?
Objection.
So I'm going to sustain it in that form. You can ask it appropriately, Mr. Jackson.
Did you ever previously testify that you did in fact make the call, but you did not have a conversation during the course of the call?
What I think I testified was something must have happened, but I didn't have any phone call.
Do you remember being asked, quote, did you call him back, end quote, and you answered, yes. And then there was a question.
There was a series of questions there. That's only a fragment of what I said.
I'm not done yet, Mr. Higgins. Can you answer my question?
Yes.
To the question, did you call him back? Your answer was yes, correct?
I think it was kind of, I must have.
Then you were asked, well, the answer was yes. And then there was a colloquy back and forth where you spoke over each other's words, right?
It was dialogue back and forth about this whole thing, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
May I?
Yes.
You see the pink highlighted question and the pink highlighted answer.
Yes.
What's the question? Please read it for me.
Did you call him back?
What's the answer?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
You then said a little bit further in that same conversation, I did not have a conversation, correct?
I did not have a conversation with anybody.
And the question following that was, you just listened to the phone, what someone was telling you? Answer, it's possible that the phone picked up on the other end and nobody said anything. And then I terminated the call, end quote. That's what you said at the other hearing under oath, correct? Yes or no?
Can I see it?
Sure. May I?
Yes.
Mr. Lally, same page.
Thank you.
The bottom portion in pink. If you could read that answer to yourself, please. You have that in mind, sir?
No, can I have a minute, please?
May I?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Does that refresh your recollection about how you answered that question?
Yes.
And your answer was, it's possible that the phone picked up on the other end and nobody said anything. And then I terminated the call. That's the only thing.
Meaning it's possible it could have happened.
It's possible it could have happened that you had a 22-second call with Brian Albert,
I
correct?
did not have a 22-second call with Brian Albert. There was no conversation.
You've had some time to think about this 2:22 a.m. call, correct? Since that last testimony.
Some time to think about it?
Yeah.
I haven't really thought about it, no.
So for over a year, you haven't even considered the fact that you were caught with a phone record lying about not having a conversation with Brian Albert at 2:22 in the morning.
Objection.
Mr. Higgins, what was so important that you and Brian Albert needed to discuss something at 2:22 in the morning?
There was no discussion. I never talked to Brian Albert.
Then why the 22-second phone call, sir?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to talk about what you did after you woke up on January 29th, 2022. That was obviously a memorable day in your mind, correct?
It was a sad day.
The very first person you spoke to after waking up was who?
Well, I believe I said I got the call from Chief Berkowitz.
That's not my question.
Say that again?
Who's the first person you spoke to on the phone that morning when you woke up?
Brian Albert.
Whose idea was it for you to drive to Brian Albert's house that morning?
It was my idea.
Was it important to you to speak with Brian Albert in person rather than over text or phone call?
No, it's important to support the people that were there.
So of course you drove over to his house, you had an opportunity to speak to him in person without any law enforcement presence, correct?
I was there with everybody, not just Brian Albert.
And Brian Albert was in the house and you were in the house, right?
That's correct.
So you had access to him and others without any law enforcement there. Is that right?
That's correct.
As soon as you got off the phone with Brian Albert that morning, who did you call? At 7:22 a.m. if you recall.
I think I might have called Chief Berkowitz back.
So as soon as you got off the phone with Brian Albert, first thing in the morning, the next call you made was to Chief Berkowitz. Is that
Yeah,
right?
yes, because he had called me first. Yes, I called him back.
Did you request from Chief Berkowitz any information that he may have had concerning the investigation surrounding John O'Keefe being found at 34 Fairview that morning?
No,
Were you trying to see how much law enforcement knew right away?
absolutely. I didn't even know what happened.
Were you trying to gather information about what happened so that you would know what happened?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
What you were trying to do?
No, Your Honor.
What did Chief Berkowitz tell you about his knowledge of John O'Keefe's body being found just after 6 a.m.?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been with John O'Keefe and you were at the crime scene the night before?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask that differently.
Did you inform Chief Berkowitz that you had been with John O'Keefe the night before?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I believe I may have told him at some point that I saw John at the waterfall.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been at 34 Fairview?
I believe I did.
Did you tell him that your vehicle was parked just feet away from where John's body was discovered?
No, because I didn't know where he was discovered.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you and Brian Albert had had a call at 2:22 in the morning?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been flirting with John O'Keefe's girlfriend in the weeks prior to his death?
No,
Did you ever tell Chief Berkowitz about the nature of your interest in Miss Reed?
no, I don't believe so.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had seen Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed the night before and that Miss Reed had ignored you?
Objection.
Sustained. You can break that down, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I may have just a moment. You indicated just a second ago that when I asked, did you tell Chief Berkowitz that your Jeep was parked just feet away from where John O'Keefe's body was found, you said, I have no idea where John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
That's correct.
You had just spoken with Brian Albert, right?
He said in front of the house.
All he said was John O'Keefe was found in front of the house. He didn't say right outside on my front lawn.
I believe he said he was found out in front of his house unresponsive.
Okay. If he was out in front of his house, then you would know, because your Jeep was also parked out in front of his house, your Jeep would just be feet away from it, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had texted John O'Keefe to have him come over to 34 Fairview just hours before he was discovered dead in the yard?
No,
Did you think any of that was important when talking to the Chief of Police of the Canton Police Department?
I'll let him have it.
no, I didn't. There was no reason to tell him.
You've been an investigator for some 15 years and you were a firefighter for years before that, correct?
Yes.
You're very familiar with some of the tools that are used in conducting modern investigations, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree that searching electronic devices and phones is an incredibly important investigative tool that modern investigators use, correct?
Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain it.
Are you aware that searching electronic devices is an important part of investigations?
Objection.
Are you aware of that, sir? Do you agree with that?
I've utilized phone data during the course of my investigations at times, yes.
Okay, so another way to put that is obviously phone data and electronic data is an important part of investigation. Right?
Objection.
Sustain.
What time do you believe you got to Brian Albert's house that morning after you received the phone calls and woke up? What time did you make your way back over to Brian Albert's house?
Maybe around 7:15 in that area.
Was there any law enforcement presence there when you arrived?
I can't recall specifically. There could have been one police car. I'm not positive.
Did any officer ever ask you to take a look at your vehicle?
At what time?
That time, but actually at any time.
No, to my knowledge, nobody from law enforcement associated with the investigation had ever asked to take a look at my vehicle.
So they certainly didn't ask that day, correct? On the 20th.
What I'm saying is, to my knowledge, nobody has ever asked me that.
Right. So that's my point. I'm just trying to break it down.
You want to tell me every instance when somebody could have asked me?
Correct.
Okay.
On the 29th, were you asked whether or not your vehicle could be searched?
Searched or inspected? What do you mean?
Either one.
Well, I would consider a search the inside of the vehicle more so than the outside. I would consider the outside more of an inspection. I would have been happy to show them it.
I'm sure you would have. I'm asking, did they ask?
No.
They didn't have to search it. They didn't have to inspect it.
No.
When you met with troopers, who was it that you met with on the 3rd of February?
Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
Did either Trooper Proctor or Trooper Buchanan ask to inspect your vehicle, otherwise search it?
Not to my recollection.
And to this day, nobody from Massachusetts State Police has ever indicated that they want to inspect your vehicle.
No.
When you entered the house that morning, Brian Albert was there, Nicole Albert, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, Brian Albert Jr., and Julie Albert were all there. I'm sorry, had Julie Albert gotten there yet?
She came after me.
Okay, so at some point, all the people that I just ticked off, they were all inside the house.
Brian
right?
Albert Jr., Nicole, Brian, Matt, and Jen.
You all discussed the incident together, correct?
I wouldn't describe it that way, no.
Did each of you discuss your own perspectives about what had happened the night before in the early morning hours?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
People were in shock at the table trying to figure out what happened. The math didn't make sense. John and the defendant never showed up. People were in shock.
Trying to figure out what to say, right?
No,
And you were all talking within earshot of each other, right?
we were all there in the kitchen talking together.
At this meeting, and these were friends and family, correct?
Excuse me?
These were friends and family amongst themselves, and you being a friend. These are friends and family inside that house discussing this incident, correct?
Yes.
So at this meeting, you actually instructed Jennifer McCabe to call Canton PD and ask someone to come back.
Objection.
Sustained as to that form, you can ask it differently.
At some point, did an officer come back to re-interview Jen McCabe?
Yes.
Jen McCabe had told you that she had information about something that Ms. Reed had said, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Did she tell you that morning?
She didn't specifically tell me anything. She made a statement at the table to the group of people and she clearly seemed like she was in shock. She was upset. And she made a statement, something to the effect that Karen had opined that she had hit John.
What she actually said was, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
Objection.
It's not what I heard. No.
Who did you ever tell this to?
I've reported that.
That she said, I hit him?
Yes, I've reported it.
What you reported was she said, Karen said, I hope I didn't hit him. And you said, oh, you need to tell Canton PD that. Isn't that right?
No, I don't think that's what I said. No.
You're as sure about that as you are about that 222 call, right?
Objection.
Mr. Higgins, what time did you leave Brian Albert's house?
It would have been, I believe, when Sergeant Lank arrived, and I think Lieutenant Gallagher might have been with him.
You weren't scheduled to work that Saturday, correct?
No.
Matter of fact, you weren't on duty at all.
No, I wasn't.
But you didn't go home and get some sleep or run errands. You went directly to Canton PD from 34 Fairview yet again, didn't you?
Who could sleep after somebody just was discovered like that?
Did you go home or did you?
I don't believe I did, no. I believe there might have been a stop at Canton PD before I went home.
As a matter of fact, you didn't just stop at Canton PD. You spent the entire day at Canton PD on the 29th, didn't you?
I don't know that I spent the entire day there, no.
Well, you've got a key card, right?
I do have a key card.
And that key card logs swipes.
That's correct.
So it logs where you go, access to, and access inside the
Yes.
Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
When you got to Canton PD, and you're telling this jury, you don't know how long you spent there.
I don't know how long I spent there. I don't know if I left and I came back. I don't recall.
So if the records indicate that you were there from 9 a.m.-ish after 5,
I don't know how the records would indicate that.
I'll show you in a second.
Okay.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak again to Brian Albert?
I don't remember.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak again to Chief Berkowitz?
Most likely.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak with Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert?
I don't believe so.
And it's because they are, Ian. That's why. The key swipes only show when you enter places, not when you exit. You don't have to key swipe when you exit. That's why he's like, I don't know why the records would show that, because that's, you couldn't possibly, there's no, like, that's not how it works.
Thank you.
That's a 167-page document. Just take a glance through. Obviously, don't read the whole thing. Just glance through it and tell me if you recognize what that is.
I won't read the whole thing. Well, I mean, I'd want to read the whole thing. Yeah, me too. That tells a lot.
So
You
it
know,
says
like,
Canton
you're not
Police,
going to make a
all
surprise
events
face like
logged by
that.
day.
So
if they're
don't
not-
read it out loud, please.
I'm sorry,
Just,
Your
do you recognize
Yes, I do.
it?
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
This appears to be a log of key swipes in and around Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
And it's in reverse chronological order, in other words.
I didn't note that, but okay.
Okay.
That federal investigation found no conspiracy.
That is a record of the key swipes that everybody uses moving in and around Canton PD, going through doors. Every place that needs a key swipe is logged.
I would assume that's what that is, yes.
All right. It shows that you entered Canton PD for the first time on the 29th at 1:27 a.m. Does that sound about right? When you got there, you say to move your cars.
It's possible.
All right. It shows that you were granted access to floor corridor 227. Does that mean anything to you?
No.
What about floor corridor 226 on the second floor?
Second floor would make sense because I went in the building and then to the second floor.
It's because they didn't find anything. They found no conspiracy whatsoever.
Let me to have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
As a matter of fact, they corroborated a lot of what all the witnesses have already told. There was 3,500 pages, and none of it was a conspiracy. In any of those 3,500 pages, it was things that they thought that Proctor could have done or should have done. That was about it.
No.
Without telling me the substance of the conversation, did he tell you when he talked to you at 7:20 or?
Not that I recall, no.
But you remember by the time you got there, the scene had basically been cleared. There wasn't a bunch of emergency vehicles, crime scene tape, nothing like that.
I didn't see fire trucks. I might have saw a cruiser. I can't be sure. I don't recall.
But you're not sure about that even.
Sorry, I'm
Not sure about even seeing a cruiser, correct?
not 100%, no.
Certainly we're not contacted by a law enforcement officer who took your name and ID or anything like that.
No.
Parked and walked in the house.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach one more time?
Yes.
Same thing. I'd like to have that document marked as next in order, Bates pages. It represents Bates pages 2850 to 3016.
All right, so marked for identification. Is there an agreement this is coming in, Mr. Lally?
There is not, no.
All right, so that's marked for identification, not next in order.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Mr. Higgins, if you will, I'm sorry, are we ready? Thank you. May I proceed?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, if you'll look at Bates page 3015, which actually is in order, that's not reverse chronologically, it's the second to the last page.
I have it.
One quick second. And you take a look at the 8th entry from the bottom.
I see it.
Does that indicate that this all occurred on 1/29/22? This entry at least?
Well, I mean, I only, on that 8th entry, I see that that's associated with my name. I don't know what the other ones are associated with.
Right. It would be other individuals in Kenton PD. I mean, this is the entire log.
They say if it's too good to be true, it must be. But at WGU,
Sorry, guys.
you can get your degree with the same accreditations as the large universities. See why over 95% of employers say they would hire another WGU grad. Learn more at wgu.edu.
My bad. My bad.
Granted, Brian Higgins, rear entry to secure corridor, rear entry to secure corridor, correct?
Yes.
All right, so that appears to be what the log entry or the key swipe entry looks like when it's logged, correct?
But it doesn't show when he leaves and comes back.
If you look at page 2967,
Investigation's been done for a while, dude. They found no conspiracy. Feds don't come out and say when an investigation is done.
that's Bates.
They just say nothing. They won't make an announcement that it's over.
Look at the time
They
entry
never.
for
That's
9:23 and 39 seconds.
not something they'll do. Is make an announcement that it's over. You can ask, but I can't answer you. So, like, I cannot give that information.
9:23 and what?
39.
And that's on 2976?
Should be.
Give me the time again, please.
Why don't we do it this way? May I approach?
Yes.
This is an exact copy.
Yeah, this time's all over the place. My apologies.
That's
Okay.
highlighted.
All right. Thank you.
At 9:23:39, I'm sorry, if you got that in mind?
I do. I see it. It's highlighted.
At 9:23:39, that shows that you were granted access to the Sallyport to front exit, front entry to Sallyport, correct?
Yes.
There's only one Sallyport at Canton PD, correct?
Yes. And there's a door on each side of the Sallyport.
Two
Yes.
bay doors, right?
You
Two
could
bay
say
doors on
that,
each side.
John. You
And
could
then
say
there's
that.
a
Pass through.
personal pass-through door as well.
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Let's just put it this way. I've said things that are going to happen, and they have happened in this trial thus far. So I would hope that nobody would have a reason to doubt me, but
I want to try
choose
to
on your
speed
own.
this up
Up
just
to
a
you.
bit, because it's small print, reverse chronological order. On page 2976, there's also an entry, same page, should be right above that, 92350, showing that you were granted access from booking to Sallyport as well, correct?
Federal investigators don't come out and say we've done with the federal
2976, and what was the
investigation.
time?
Page,
Yes.
it's about maybe 6 entries above, 6 entries up. You'll look for time 9:23 and 50 seconds.
What they did here, which was rare, was to say that Ryan Higgins is not under any federal
And that shows
investigation.
you were
Neither is
granted
Brian
access
Albert
to
and his family.
Sallyport, and then from Sallyport to booking, correct?
Says booking to
feds did that.
Sallyport to booking.
Okay, so that's a key
That very rare thing
either entry
that they don't normally do. And the lawyers were
Yes.
allowed to say that in pretrial in court, that their clients were not under any federal investigation or any investigation whatsoever. Normally, the feds will not do that, but in this case, because of what was happening, they talked to the lawyers of these people, and these people's lawyers were allowed to reiterate in court. And the judge was told that these people are not under any federal investigation, and they are not targets of any federal investigation. Hey, you go, girl. You get that green. I don't smoke what my husband does, so.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
That indicate, I have no idea what the last question was. I'll see if I can make a new one up. At 9:23 and 50 seconds in the morning, you were granted access, booking to Sallyport and Sallyport to booking, meaning swiped the key card in the door going from booking to Sallyport.
Yes.
Okay. I don't want to belabor this because.
Oh my God, you need to email me
Would you have
and
any
and
quarrel
remind me.
if those logs indicated that you were moving in and around
You
Canton
did.
PD at 9:28, 9:53, 9:53, 9:54, 9:54, 11:40, et cetera? We can look at every one of them if you want to.
Well,
That doesn't refresh your recollection.
it would not be uncommon for me to move around Canton PD at various times, the dates,
Right.
middle of the night, during the day. But just because I
It's like
swiped in
7 days.
somewhere, and then you have a swipe at the end of the day, doesn't mean I was there the whole day. I could have left, I could have come back, and I truly don't have a recollection, but I'm pretty sure I wasn't there all day.
Fair enough. If we moved from 11:40 to 11:44, 11:45, 11:47, 11:51, 11:52, and then jump to 2:05, would that be an explanation where you might have gone out for lunch, 11:52?
Could have.
Okay, come back. If
Yes.
there's a 2:05 and 56 entry, then obviously you're there, right?
If the card was swiped, I was there.
I mean, you're not giving that card to anybody else.
No, I'm not.
No way, right? let's just look at 2905 because I want you to be
This
comfortable.
proves
Page
absolutely zero.
2905, and let's look at that.
So he's in on a conspiracy because he's at the Canton PD. What? Like what? This is why the federal investigators were allowed to speak to Brian Higgins.
Where would you like me to look?
Not a target of any federal investigation because they found absolutely nothing.
This might be a little easier.
The only things they complained about in that federal investigation were things they thought the cops should have done or didn't do that they could have done better, things like that. Other than that, there was nothing.
Back at Canton PD at least 2:05:56, and you were granted access Sally Port to front door, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. At 3:10 p.m., you called Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert, correct?
I don't know. It's possible.
Okay.
I mean, I don't remember every phone call I made that day.
Understood. Do you remember talking to Kevin Albert?
I don't.
So you don't remember what you discussed with him?
No.
Do you remember that it was a 12-minute phone call?
No, I don't remember having any phone call, but I'm sure it's possible that we spoke.
Do you remember Kevin Albert providing you any information about the ongoing investigation into John O'Keefe's death?
No.
Did you ask him about additional information concerning John O'Keefe's death?
No.
Were you providing details back to Brian Albert that you were receiving while at Canton PD?
Absolutely not, no.
Do you recall that 2 minutes after you cleared the call with Kevin Albert, you then called Brian Albert?
It's possible.
So I think the question was, do you remember? Do you remember that?
Your Honor, there was a lot of phone calls made that day. It was an upsetting day. I spoke to multiple people at multiple times. I don't have a recollection. I'm sorry.
Okay.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
I love you. You have to email me and remind me because I keep going to sub to your channel and I forget because my kid distracts me or I keep doing something else and I get distracted. But if you remind me and it pops up on my phone, I can go, oh, I got reminded and then do it.
Thank you. Just to close this.
Okay, guys. So their theory is that because he was at Canton PD,
yes,
he was relaying information back to the Alberts.
Call at 3:10.
Cockamamie theory, but sure.
12 minutes with Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
3:10 plus 12 is 3:22, correct?
Yes.
You cleared the call about 3:22, is that right?
Yes, please, Brianna.
And then it shows a 3:24 phone call to Brian. Brian Albert then calls you at 3:24, correct?
Yes.
And you two speak for 6 minutes, is that right?
6 minutes, 5 seconds. Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that you made those calls?
I'm based on the record. Yes.
Was that just a coincidence that you were talking to Brian Albert and Kevin Albert within minutes of one another?
I mean,
Someone
there was a
they
lot
knew
going
just
on
died.
that day. People were
Are they
upset.
serious?
And I don't remember the phone calls. I don't deny making the phone calls. I just don't remember them.
Do you remember providing information that you were learning from Kevin Albert to Brian Albert?
Absolutely not.
Does he realize that they were friends outside of the fact that he's a federal ATF agent, you guys? This is what's sort of they were friends. That was his friend. So whether he talked to other people in law enforcement who were his friends about what was going on with his friend and what they could remember to put together about how this could have happened to John O'Keefe. So, I mean, I'm not following the defense here, and I don't think it's really doing much for the jury.
If you look just below those phone calls to Kevin Albert and Brian Albert, there's 2 additional phone calls that you had with Chief Berkowitz and then Brian Albert again, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, it looks an awful lot like you're gleaning information from Canton PD. Were you doing that?
Objection.
So I sustain the objection in that form. You can ask one part of that question.
Sure. Were you getting any information from Canton PD?
No, I wasn't.
Did you provide any information to Brian Albert
No, I did not.
based on any conversations or conduct at Canton PD?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
But you were, in fact, on the phone.
I fucking love you guys in your comments on this live stream. I just want to tell you guys that.
The world made choices for us.
Oh, there's my moderator. Hi, Ellen. I can't change the commercial right now, guys. I'm not in the house. Sorry.
Fear is all we have. This is how we'll survive.
Dune Part 2, now streaming exclusively on Max.
This investigation in any formal capacity, were you?
I was not.
As a matter of fact, you're a witness in a homicide investigation. That's your only role in this, correct?
That's correct, but they're still my friends, yes.
And yet you're still having conversations with Kevin Albert at Canton PD while you're at Canton PD, correct?
Not about this.
And you're having conversations with Chief Berkowitz of Canton PD while you're at Canton PD, correct?
I had conversations with him, but not about this, no.
And you're consistently through the day calling Brian Albert, aren't you?
I had conversations with Brian Albert. John was found on his lawn. Yes, of course I had phone conversations with him.
I want to take you back for a second to a couple of other entries, including one at 3:57, one at 3:58, and one at 4:07. I'm going to draw your attention.
What part of like they were friends is he not grasping here?
2885 and 2886.
So I think the jury's got it down pat now, guys. Like they're friends. Like it's that simple.
2885.
2885 and 2886. We'll start with 2886 and then work backward.
Okay.
First entry is at 3:57 and 54 seconds.
.357 and 54 seconds. I see it.
Very likely true. If I was a juror, I'd be staring at that fucking fan at this point.
It says Brian
Wondering
Higgins,
when Jackson's going to make any sense at all because he doesn't make
communication to pedestrian Sally Port. Communication to pedestrian Sally Port.
Look at the one just above it. That's 3:58:24. Look at 3:57:54. Or the one it probably is going to be just below it because it's reversed.
You said 3:57:54, correct?
Correct.
That's what I just read.
Got it. Look at 5.
He done fucked up.
6 entries below at 3.
That I was able to read. What else they were doing? Work. That's what they were doing. It proves they were doing work.
3:57:36. I see it. Access granted. Brian Higgins. Booking to Sally Port to booking.
And there's one more on page 2885. Look for 4:07:47.
I know what's going on over there. Jess Machado is learning how to twist everything she types. That's what's going on in that in the press box.
4:07:47.
To make it look good for Karen
I
Reed,
have it.
'cause that's
Access
what she
granted.
does.
Brian Higgins booking to Sally Port. Booking to Sally Port.
And there's no record in that document of you exiting, correct? That's just booking to Sally Port.
Yes. I don't. Yeah, there's no record. I don't know if it
That's all-
records you
that's all
going
I-
up.
you
That's
answered my
fine.
question. There's no record of it, correct?
Not that I can see here. No. I'm sorry.
And you're aware that that's about 90 minutes before Karen Reed's SUV was delivered to that Sally Port, correct?
No, I'm not aware of that.
You're aware that her car ended up in that Sally Port where you were at 5:36?
How would he know
I'm
where they were
aware
going to
her
bring the
car ended
car?
up there. Yes.
He would not have known that. Common
Are you
sense.
aware that there was
People,
other
come on.
evidence that was also being held in the Sally Port?
Objection.
Sustained.
They were friends. What do you mean?
In the Sally Port related to this case?
They were friends.
No.
Did you see a bag?
Not that he wasn't being a good friend in the last 9 days of his life with the girl, but like he didn't kiss Karen. He didn't cross the line. Karen did.
All I would do is use
Not
that as a
saying that.
cut through.
He
I did not see anything.
Are you aware that at 5, well, let me ask you this. You and Chief Berkowitz were moving in and through, at least in some parts of the day, in and through Canton PD together, correct?
At some points we might have been together. I'm not, I mean,
But that's not their
weren't
theory. Their
together
theory
all day.
isn't
Matter of fact,
two
he
drunk
was
men and
also
it's
in
Higgins.
Sally
Their
Port
theory
around the same time you were, correct?
theory is
I don't recall that,
Higgins,
no.
Chloe, Brian Albert, all these other people, not just Higgins.
Objection.
You were in the Sally Port the last time you're logged into the Sally Port. It's 4:07. Do you remember seeing Chief Berkowitz at Sally Port at 4:14?
No, and if that says that I'm logged, that could be me cutting
Mr.
through.
Higgins, all I'm asking you, I'm not asking you what you did. I'm asking you where you were.
I don't know where I was at that specific time.
Well, you walked into the Sally Port. We know that.
If I walked in, I
Correct?
cutting through, yes.
Right. Was Chief Berkowitz in the Sally Port at 4:14?
Not that I recall, no.
Was he there at 4:30?
I don't remember ever seeing him in the Sally Port, no.
Was he there at 4:33?
I don't remember ever seeing Chief Berkowitz in the Sally Port.
At 4:50?
Objection.
Sustain. Let's move through this, please.
Finally, was he there at 5:36 and 37 seconds at the same time Karen Reed's vehicle was delivered?
I don't remember.
Do you remember Chief Berkowitz, or were you with Chief Berkowitz when he made a call to the front desk?
No, I don't remember anything like that, no.
Do you remember Chief Berkowitz calling the front desk at 5:42 and saying, shut the barracks?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you remember any kind of call shutting the barracks, meaning shutting the Sally Port?
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I don't remember anything like that, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
You didn't leave Canton PD until close to 6 p.m., isn't that right?
I don't know what time I left.
Could it have been 5:50, 6 o'clock?
I don't recall what time I left.
You're aware that there's video surveillance feeds in the Sally Port garage, correct?
That's correct, yes. Around the building.
Were you in the Sally Port at 5:36 when the car was delivered?
I don't have any recollection of that, no.
It's one thing to say I don't remember. It's another thing to say, no, I was not there.
I don't remember being there, no.
Is it possible that you could have been there when that car was delivered?
I don't believe I was, no.
You don't believe you were?
I don't believe I was, no.
You're aware that the video surveillance feed from the Sally Port garage at or around 5:36, the precise time when the car was delivered, it's just missing, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive a flurry of phone calls from Brian Albert and Chief Berkowitz indicating that some taillight pieces or a taillight piece had been recovered at 34 Fairview later that evening?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive a call at all, without telling me what the conversation consisted of, around 6:12 p.m. from Brian Albert?
I don't know what day you're referring to.
The 29th.
No, I don't remember any phone calls like that.
Do you remember 3 minutes later getting another call from Chief Berkowitz at 6:16 p.m. that lasted about 5 minutes and 15 seconds?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
You look at the entries for 6:12, 6:16. See if that refreshes your recollection.
Are you referring to the
6:12 and 6:16.
Okay, I see those, yes.
There was a call at 6:12 that Brian Albert made to you for a duration of 1 minute and 7 seconds, correct?
Yes.
And right after that, there was a call from Chief Berkowitz to you at 6:16 that lasted 5 minutes and 15 seconds, correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
They telling you that taillight pieces had been found at the location.
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay.
Sally ports are used by police stations. That's what they call them, Sally ports, not carports, because you bring in people who are under arrest through the Sally port.
She said Tally Ho.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Your testimony is that you don't recall the substance of those conversations at 6:12 and 6:16.
I don't know.
Isn't it true that you were asked about those phone calls at another hearing?
I might have been, I don't recall.
And did you testify at the other hearing that in fact, what was discussed was the substance of the taillights being found at the location?
No, that's not what that was in reference to.
Were you being provided information from your friend, Chief Berkowitz, about the progress of the investigation?
No.
Were you providing your friend, Brian Albert, information about the progress of the investigation or what you perceived it to be?
No, I didn't have any information on the investigation.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
The state police investigated. Why would he? He wouldn't have any information in the state. He wasn't talking to anybody from the state police to relay information.
You were not interviewed about this case in any formal capacity until 5 days later, correct?
That sounds about right.
February 1st, Trooper Proctor?
I'm not exactly sure the date, but it was several days after, yes.
I'm sorry, I said February 1st, maybe it's
I don't-
February 3rd.
I don't know the date, but we were into February.
Where did that interview take place?
Sharon, Mass.
I'm sorry?
Sharon, Mass.
At what location?
Sorry?
What location?
Objection.
I'll see counsel very quickly at sidebar.
And you really won't get any in because there isn't any. There isn't any at all.
May I? Okay, the interview was not at the police station.
It was not, no.
By the time you interviewed with Trooper Proctor, you had already had numerous conversations with Brian Albert. Is that safe to say?
Well, the interview was with both Trooper Proctor, Sergeant Buchanan, and of course, I've talked to Brian Albert because of what took
Mr.
place.
Higgins, that was a yes or no question.
Yeah, of course I've talked to him, yes.
Okay, and the answer is yes, right? Can we agree?
The answer is yes.
Thank you. By the time you spoke with Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan, you had already had numerous conversations with Chief Berkowitz, correct?
Yes,
You had already had numerous conversations with Kevin Albert.
yes,
You had already had this meeting with the Alberts and the McCabe's over at 34 Fairview. Is that right?
I went to the house.
And discussed this case, as you earlier described in your testimony.
I discussed what we were trying to figure out what happened.
You discussed this case, Mr. Higgins.
Well, at that point, it wasn't a case.
Okay, I'm not parsing words about what a case is versus a matter versus an issue. You understood my question, didn't you?
Yes.
Is there a
He's
reason you
been
want to answer that
cursing
question?
words.
I don't have a problem.
Objection, Your Honor.
Jackson purses words every 5 minutes.
Well, I feel he's trying to make it sound like something it wasn't. It was.
I'm not trying to make it sound like anything, sir. I'm asking a question. Had you discussed this case or the issues surrounding this case with those folks?
I did discuss things when I went back to the house. Yes.
And that was before you met with Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
You had already spent an enormous amount of time at Canton PD. We've just gone through those records. Is that right?
I have been at Canton PD. Yes.
And you had been able to talk to, you had access at least to all the officers, correct?
What do you mean by? Can you
Anybody that was coming and going at Canton PD.
access for what purpose?
Just to walk by them, to hear what they were saying, see what they were doing.
Yeah, it's not what I was doing. No.
I'm not accusing you of doing anything. I'm saying you had access to. The
He is, though.
Within
He
Canton
is.
PD, correct?
That's exactly what you're doing.
Interact if needed. Yes.
And very obviously, you had access to the Sally Port.
And access, yes, and that's a cut through I used all the time.
And anything that was in it. Correct?
I wouldn't need anything in it.
It was only after all that that Michael Proctor thought that you were worthy of a conversation.
Objection.
I'll rephrase it. It was only after all of that that you were interviewed by Michael Proctor and Trooper Buchanan, correct?
I wasn't interviewed to the following days. That's correct.
At some point on February 4th, Chief Berkowitz called you to personally inform you that he had personally found taillight at 34 Fairview. Is that right?
He did tell me that, yes.
And to be clear, that's the same Ken Berkowitz that you were with in the Sally.
I don't recall being in the Sally Port with him, no.
What did you do with that information when you learned from Chief Berkowitz that he personally saw a taillight piece as he drove by?
I didn't do anything with the information.
Did you call Brian Albert?
No, Brian Albert called me.
You were asked a specific question in the other proceeding in June of 2023, correct?
I don't know if it was the specific question. I was asked a series of questions on how the phone calls came in. That's what I was asked.
And your answer was, it's 100% probable that I told him about that, meaning I told Brian Albert about my conversation with Ken Berkowitz, correct?
It's possible.
Was that your statement or not?
It was my statement then, but I've thought about it, yes.
And you've changed your statement somehow?
I don't know if I changed my statement, but I think the way the phone calls came in is Brian Albert told me, you're not going to believe what was found on the front lawn. And then I believe Ken Berkowitz told me he found the taillight, and I'm referring to the taillight from the both of them. I didn't provide any information to anybody.
Well,
information was provided to me.
What you actually said was, it's 100% probable that I told him about that. Yes, 100%. I'm not hiding that fact, but you're asking me if I recollect specifically. I know I called him after
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so too many facts, go slowly.
Sure.
This is one of
You
those
said,
cases where he's trying to
yes, 100%, correct?
In that testimony, I did, yes.
And then in that testimony, you went on to say, I'm not hiding that fact, but you're asking me if I recollect specifically, correct?
I don't have it in front of me. That's what you're telling me.
You went on to say, I know I called him after that phone call.
I'd be asking.
Correct?
Yeah, because he's taking it.
I don't know.
And you went on to say, if that's when Chief Berkowitz told me if I, listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this, end quote. That was your statement.
Objection.
Prior hearing, correct?
So I'm going to strike the end.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
You said you don't recall that entire testimony, right?
Not that portion, but I know I was asked about how the phone calls came in and what was said.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to see a transcript of your answer?
Is this it right here?
That's it.
I'm going to read it.
I mean, I don't think it was smart for Jackson to say, I'm not accusing you, because that's all he's been doing, and the jury sees that. So, like, again, you make yourself look like a fucking liar in front of the jury. That's not going to help Karen Reed's case. It is, but here in Massachusetts, that's what they call it. It's called a Sally Port. At any police station, it's called a Sally
Does that refresh your recollection to what your testimony was under oath in June of 2023?
I do.
And you said, if that's what Chief Berkowitz told me, if I listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this, correct?
That was the statement I made, yes.
Why did you say, listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this?
Objection.
Why'd you say that?
Because I felt they were being accusatory, and I was trying to explain what was going on. And what I had said over that was, I believe what I said, something to the effect, I can't be 100% positive. And then when I went on to say, it's probable. But I felt like they were being accusatory, and I was trying to explain how the phone calls came in. I've had time to reflect about it after that, since that testimony. And both that information about the taillight that was found was provided by each person. I didn't provide any information to anybody.
Next question. Thank you. You said, look, I didn't do anything wrong in this because it looks like you and Ken Berkowitz were colluding to provide information.
It was clear he's not under any investigation by the federal authorities, and he is not a target
Absolutely not correct.
of any
That's wrong.
You
investigation.
knew that was going to look like collusion, which is why you said, look, I didn't do anything wrong in this.
Objection.
Objection sustained.
Mr. Higgins, if you wanted to get rid of, and you've dealt with cell phones and electronic devices in your career many, many times, correct?
Over my career, yes.
You're
Trying to say that Higgins like planted the evidence or broke the tail light.
If you wanted to
Berkowitz.
destroy evidence on your cell phone, what kind of
I'm
steps
talking.
might
You
you
guys
take
should
to
be
do
quiet.
that?
Objection.
If you wanted to just get rid of information on your cell phone that would be unrecoverable, what steps might you take?
Objection.
Do you know how to get rid of information on your cell phone?
Objection.
Oh, come on, dude. Like, come on.
You can answer that.
You could wipe your phone.
Good.
Factory reset.
Factory reset might be one, wiping your phone, taking the SIM card out.
I don't know that the SIM card's going to take information that's on the phone out.
So that might be one avenue. You can break
SIM
the
card doesn't take
out,
information
extract
off of a
It
phone,
could,
you
yes.
idiot.
You know, the SIM card stores an enormous amount of data that the phone's just a brick, right?
No, I don't know that.
Okay. You could also, if you take the SIM card out, you just get rid of the phone somehow, right? Just destroy it.
Yes.
Might even consult with some kind of an expert to help learn how to permanently erase things from a phone.
I hate
Like a
being
forensics expert, for instance.
non-mobile,
Objection.
Colin. And I'm starving like a hostage right now, so I
On
feel like,
Saturday, January 29th.
and I hope your knee feels better, obviously.
You spent much of the morning rather, at Brian Albert's house, and then the rest of the day variously at Canton PD. You would agree with that, correct?
No, you said I spent much of the morning at Brian Albert's house.
Correct. In other words, you went over there at whatever it was, 7:50, 8 o'clock, something like that, and then until about 9 o'clock.
No, I got over there around 7 o'clock, and I was there less than an hour. I wasn't there most of the day.
Okay,
I never
fair enough.
went back there.
So you spent time at Brian Albert's house, then much of the rest of the day at Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
And then the very next day, that Sunday, you called a friend of yours, a guy named Matt Kelch, didn't you?
Yeah, he's my best friend.
And
Yes.
he's a special agent with the FBI, isn't he?
No, he's not.
Was he then?
He's never been a special agent with FBI. He's a
Uh-huh.
special agent with ATF.
You got a
My
wrong
mistake.
information, Jackson.
He's a federal special agent,
He's a coworker of mine. Yes.
which makes him a federal special agent, right?
An ATF agent. Yes.
And does he work for or have access to the Regional Computer Forensics Lab?
Yes, he works over there.
Okay, that's the FBI Regional Computer Forensics Lab, correct?
Yes.
That's how I got my mistake. I apologize.
Well, I just want to make sure the record's reflected correctly.
You and me both. So you reflected it correctly.
please.
So Matt Kelch is an ATF agent who works at the FBI Regional Computer Forensics Lab, correct?
Yes.
And he's an expert in digital forensics, is he not?
He has a level of expertise more than myself.
And
Yes.
he's one of your best friends.
He is my best friend.
You spoke to him about the death of John O'Keefe, did you not?
Yes.
And you asked him for a personal favor, sort of off the books, correct?
Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain it.
Did you ask him for a personal favor?
No.
Did you ask him to show you or consult with you how to pull things off of your phone that you decide to get off your phone?
I asked him how I could pull text strings off my cellular telephone for the purpose of providing them to law enforcement.
This was not in connection with any case that he was working, correct?
That's correct.
It was not in connection with any case you were working, correct?
Objection.
Objection sustained, but you already answered. I'll strike that answer. Second question you can answer. Is this in connection to any case you?
No, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Ellen. That sucks. Well, I'm going to say a little prayer for you.
friend to utilize his resources to teach you how to extract certain information off your phone? Is that what you did?
I asked him if it was possible to get this off, if there was a method to get this off my phone so I could provide it to law enforcement.
And that information was selected by you, correct?
Two particular text threads, yes.
Right. In other words, there was nobody else that was picking and choosing what to get off your phone. That was just you.
It was me, yes.
And the reason you did that, Mr. Higgins, is that you wanted to control and limit the amount of information that was pulled off your phone.
Limit? Then he wouldn't have shown you all that embarrassing shit he just
No, I
showed
did
you.
it because I wanted to provide it to law enforcement, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
But you could have just provided your phone to law enforcement and let them image the entire thing, correct?
I guess that was an option, yes.
And you knew that was an option at the time. And you're a trained ATF agent.
What's the question?
You knew it was an option to just hand your phone over. Just pick it up and give it to them.
And there was also an option to provide it to them as well.
Right. But you chose the one that you got to select the information, not the one where they would get everything, correct?
Objection.
Sustained us to that form.
Did you actually
Would be
go to the
nothing else for them
FBI
to
Computer
get.
Forensics Lab?
Yes. Let me correct that. I didn't go to the lab itself. I went to a kiosk, what they refer to as a kiosk on the first floor over at FBI.
Okay.
And all local PDs, law enforcement have access to that.
And that's obviously,
It's an unrestricted area. You can be in there, as I understand it, unaccompanied if you're local law enforcement. It's on the first floor.
that is a federal facility, however.
Yes, it is.
Did you utilize any computer or any data extraction machinery, if you will, a computer or something to extract this data?
Well, it was a machine. I don't know what it's called.
Okay, fair enough. I'll use the word machine. I don't know what it's called either. So you hooked that phone up to a machine, correct?
Yes,
And that machine belonged to the FBI. It didn't belong to you. Is that right?
that's correct.
So that was a federal resource, not for anything having to do with any official case that you were working. Isn't that right?
Objection.
So I need to see you. I know
This was already
I need to see you.
sustained and objected to. Maybe if I lived in California, because I feel like maybe some of this stuff would go over in California, but I most certainly would not here. Jury doesn't even know there was a federal investigation, so that's completely irrelevant to them. I'm just telling you guys, and because you guys do know about it. Brian Higgins was cleared by the FBI. He is not under any federal investigation, and he is not a target of any investigation. I know, isn't that awful, Liza? I think they tend to hurt and then they like can move up and down. And I hope it just thins out itself and you don't have to worry about having another surgery, because that would be awful, Alan, especially a knee surgery.
While we're doing that, council, come on back. Yes.
Thank you.
Like a rock in your shoe. I love it. Take that bed rest, girl.
One to the left.
Can I ask the advocate to?
Thank you. I was trying to figure out how we do
I don't
that.
know. Is that in reference to the key swipes? Yeah, I don't know.
We may as well use this time with me asking council a question at sidebar.
We just did boot scoot. I friggin' love it. A boot scoot. Yeah, except even when the jury is there, she still can't control her facial expressions. So I'm sure the jury has seen quite a few already. What are we looking at? I'm confused. Like what is happening?
Counsel, why don't you come on over, please? Mr. Conley? If you just go and just stand next to your client, Mr. Jackson's going to make an offer of proof of a question he's about to ask your client, or a couple of questions he's about to ask your client. Doesn't make any sense to me that somebody has counsel and the counsel is not aware of a potential issue. So you'll hear the offer of proof. I'll let you speak to Mr. Higgins before this actually happens before the jury.
Could I just have him identify?
Yes, I was just going to ask you to identify yourself.
Sure, my name is William Connolly, spelled CONNOLL.
I'm terrible with 140 characters. Awful with it.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
The witness has indicated that he utilized federal resources for personal gain. The specifics of that testimony have been as follows. He indicated that he contacted Matt Kelch, a federal agent. He indicated that he utilized a federal facility. He called it an unsecure facility, but it's a federal facility notwithstanding. And that the two of them, he and Agent Kelch, utilized federal resources in the form of some kind of a machine.
So they're just trying to use what was just said as
for his own personal
various
gain,
bullshit.
so that he could, as a witness,
Not a proof of
in no official capacity, work in any official case, and in Matt Kelch's capacity as an individual rather than an agent, they both work together
This is not an offer of proof.
to download certain information from the witness's phone in anticipation of turning that highly selected, highly curated information over to law enforcement so that he could later ultimately.
Which doesn't matter because they.
Which this witness in fact did.
Okay, so it's not entire. I disagree with you. I don't think it's reached that level. His testimony was that he went to a kiosk on the first floor where all local police departments can go. It's unrestricted. It's on the first floor. And we just got to the part about a machine in the kiosk when you mentioned an FBI resource. So what is your question? What questions do you intend to ask this witness now?
Whether he's aware that under 5 CFR 2635.702, it is a federal offense to use his public office, to use any public office for his own private gain or for the gain of persons or organizations with which you were associated personally.
I don't
In
think
other
that's
words,
the thing. Sorry to tell you.
an FBI agent or an ATF agent cannot use federal resources for personal gain. The fact that
He didn't gain anything. It's not personal gain. He gains nothing.
The fact that he utilized a facility that is owned by
Denied.
the federal government, run by the federal government, paid for by.
It's not personal gain. It's a
taxpayer
terrible
dollars,
argument.
and the fact that he used a machine that is owned by the federal government to download certain information for his own personal gain, not personal gain.
There was no personal gain there.
These are the curated texts. that I'm
You'd have to
going
prove he gained something, which he
That's
did
a
not.
federal offense.
All right, so those questions are going to be asked. I don't know, there's been an objection to them. I'm not sure I'm going to let them in. But I wanted to give you the opportunity to speak privately with your client in the back room there. Can you do it in short order? Or do you need
I
more
can
time?
do it in about 10 seconds.
Okay,
Sure.
all right.
If you feel the need.
So why don't you go back and talk to him? I'll stop bringing the jury or getting the jury lined up to come back.
Thank
Okay.
you, Your Honor.
No. There actually has to be some sort of actual real life personal gain. He gained absolutely nothing from it. And in the law, I mean, that was a reach. If I ever saw one, that was a fucking Hail Mary. And I think it falls flat. Brian Higgins didn't gain anything by providing that to law enforcement at all. He had to actually gain something out of this in some way, shape, or form. And the only argument that he's gaining anything is from Jackson. Oh, you gained what? A conspiracy? You gained not going to jail? There's no proof. The feds have found no proof, and he is under no investigation by the FBI or the feds at all. He is not a target. He is not under investigation, and the feds have made that abundantly clear. So this is beyond a reach. This is Yannetti spaghetti throwing it at the wall, distraction Jackson. You know, that's what this is. This is chaos Karen. That's all this is. I'm sorry, but that's the most ridiculous argument of personal gain I've ever heard in my life.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so we're ready to proceed?
I am, Your Honor. Thank you.
So let's bring the jurors in, please.
I love all your optimism, but it's going to take them about 2 minutes to get here, so, yeah.
Do you want these?
It's going to take 2 minutes for them to get there. 2 minutes. I don't know why Karen would have been happy about that. That was the biggest long shot I've ever heard in my entire life about personal gain. And I think it'll fall completely flat on the jury because now all you're doing is just trying to make the guy look bad for no reason whatsoever. And you don't have any proof of anything. You're just saying it. So it's like, yeah, I know. But still, like, I mean, that was the most Hail Mary flat argument I've ever heard about personal gain. And I would have never even attempted it if I was him. That's just stupid.
Be seated for the session.
All right. We have a very few minutes left, Mr. Jackson.
Understood. Mr. Higgins, you indicated that the phone was hooked up to some sort of machine at the FBI kiosk, correct?
Yes.
You're aware, sir, that under 5 CFR 2635.702, you may not use your public office for your own personal or private gain or for the gain of persons or organizations with which you are associated personally under pain of a federal offense, correct?
Objection.
No, Your Honor.
Are you aware that under 5 CFR 2634.704, it's a felony to quote?
Objection, Your Honor, as to reading.
Go ahead and finish the question.
For an employee, an employee has a duty to preserve and conserve government property and shall not use such property or allow its use for other than authorized purposes. Were you aware of that federal regulation?
That objection sustained.
Sir, notwithstanding those regulations, you utilized the services of Matt Kelch as a friend and a colleague, but utilizing federal resources to pull information off your phone, correct?
Objection.
Sustained as to that form.
In fact, you were successful in getting information off your phone, which is the text that you turn over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Objection.
In that form, you're almost there, Mr. Jackson. That form was improper.
The information that was ultimately pulled off your phone was the information that you selected and you and Matt Kelch worked together to get off your phone, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct?
No, Your Honor, if I could explain.
Sure.
He walked me through on how I could pull the text string with John O'Keefe and the defendant. He walked me through the process, how to use the machine.
And then you did that.
I did do that. That's
And
correct.
That's what you turned over to the police.
That's correct.
And any other information would still be on your phone ending in 5421, correct?
Well, that information stayed on my phone. I just took those strings off and provided them to the Mass State
Right.
Police.
So where's your phone?
I do not have that phone anymore.
You've destroyed that phone, haven't you?
No, I threw the phone away.
Well, that's destroying the phone, isn't it?
I had every right to do that.
I didn't ask you about your rights. I asked you what you did.
Objection.
Sustained.
You destroyed the phone by removing the SIM card. Correct?
Objection.
You can't destroy a phone by removing the SIM card. Is he all right, dude? You don't destroy information by removing a SIM card. Like, what world does that guy live in?
Card out of your phone?
Your Honor, to the best of my recollection, if I did take the SIM card out, I would when I threw it away, if I was going to take it out, I would break it or cut it. But I did not wipe the phone. I did not take anything else off it. But if I was going to throw the phone away, that's what I would have done.
Okay.
You know, as an ATF agent with electronic data experience, when you pull the SIM card out and break it, and then throw the phone away and the SIM card away, you don't need to wipe the phone.
Objection.
Sustained. Mr. Jackson, that's it.
Your Honor.
One more question.
Is he trying to argue that taking a SIM card out of a phone destroys the information in the phone?
You were aware that there was a court order that you not alter, delete, or destroy, or in any way manipulate your phone or the electronic data associated with it, correct?
Objection.
As to what date?
As of September 30th, 2022.
Objection. I don't believe that's what the court order was. I think it's
Your
been.
Honor, I can make a quick offer of proof. That's exactly what it was that he was notified.
Were you aware of that? Was that your understanding?
What's the question exactly, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
Ask the question again.
Sure. Were you served with a copy of a notice on September 30th, 2022, that you not alter or destroy or manipulate anything on your phone on September 30th?
I was served an order. Yes, that's correct.
And isn't it true in another hearing, you explained that on September 29th, the day before you claim you got that notice, you changed phone carriers and changed phone numbers?
And I maintained the phone.
Until you didn't, when you destroyed it a month later by pulling the SIM card out and throwing it away, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you do that in October? Did you destroy that phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your skin isn't the same as everyone else's. That's why Agency designed Future Formula, a personalized and
It's possible that I did. I believe that's how I've testified. Yes.
You testified.
It's possible that if I took it out, that it was either cut or broken.
It's not just possible.
So that
would have been after the date the order was already denied.
Mr. Higgins, I have one question left. One question. Did you, Mr. Lally already standing. I haven't even started.
have a seat, Mr. Lally. Go ahead. Last question, Mr. Jackson.
Quiet, please, quiet.
Mr. Higgins, very simply, and then we're done. Did you remove the SIM card for that phone, drive onto a military base, throw the SIM card in one dumpster and the phone in a different dumpster?
That is not correct.
Did you testify that?
Was your one question, Mr. Jackson?
That was it.
All right, folks, that's it for today. We will see you Tuesday. Have a great long weekend, please. It's very important. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. We will see you on Tuesday. Tuesday will be a full day.
Did Jackson really just try to argue that taking the SIM? She looks pleased, but unfortunately for her, that's not the.
Goodbye.
The phone experts will say that's not true. I don't know where Jackson would have got that idea, but maybe he wants to maybe do research for his client before he actually states false things, like taking a SIM card out of a phone destroys the data in the phone. It does no such thing. As a matter of fact, all the data stays on the phone. You use that SIM card in another phone and your phone number is carried over to a new phone.
All right, so I will see counsel at sidebar. Tori, we're done with that.
Correct. He waited until the order was denied before he got a different phone. It's that simple. It's literally that simple. Oh my God, that's such a good idea. But that's a good like anger. What do they call that? It's like for getting out like anger or getting out like thing that they do like the paint, you throw it at the thing, or they have like a place you go and you can like smash plates. And like I've seen that done before on TV and I'm like, ooh, that looks like fun. I want to smash stuff. It's really weird to me because it's not a good job. So I like, why is it like, I'm confused. Like, I don't get it. I've never traded them for money, that's for sure, because it's always like 2 or 3 years until I get a phone because they're expensive and I can't afford them. But I trash them. If they don't work, I trash them. Like if it breaks or something like that, I trash it. If it works, I might keep it just so I can get the pictures off of it. But after I get the pictures off of it, I dump it. I keep the SIM card though, in case if I have to put it in the other phone. Sometimes you have to remove the SIM card from one phone and you put it in the other one. Otherwise, you got to pay another $15 or $30 for a new damn SIM card. I don't know what in the heck, like what they would be arguing up there right now at sidebar, but whatever. A little crazy to me that they even tried to go there with that. Like that whole story they made up about him throwing it in one bin and then another. Like, I don't know where they heard that from, but that's ultimately BS. Like, yeah, see, you used to have to use one SIM card to the next phone. Like, so you take your SIM card and you put it in the new phone. So you don't, otherwise you'd have to pay another like 15 or 30 bucks to get a new SIM card. Yeah, I know. I'm starving too, so I can't wait for this to be over. 7 hours and 40 minutes later. Mine's telling me exactly how much time we've been here. 7 hours, 40 minutes, 54, 55, 56 seconds.
Madam Court Reporter, thank you very much. All right. Thank you, everybody.
All rise for the court, please.
The elusive fan, everyone. The elusive damn fan. There it is. Stupid freaking dumb fan. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. He waited in case they needed it. And when the order was denied, he asked permission. Like, can I get another phone now? Like, some of these people waited a long time to get a new phone. Like, you know, like, yeah, I know. It definitely can't be. Like, especially when you know it's going to be objected to. Like, I would, because he's on the same line of questioning, so it would be objected to begin with. So I know that today's been a long day for this case. And for me personally, most of it fell flat because I know that the cell phone expert is going to come in and explain that you don't take a SIM card out and then it just magically destroys things. Also going to explain which calls were there and weren't there and where and how they're reading this wrong and why, using the WAL file with the Google search and some other things that are saying answered calls when they're not answered calls, their voicemail or not answered. But they cherry picked what they wanted it to say, basically. And we're like, ooh, we'll use this. Like, I see a lot of throwing shit at the wall to see if it'll stick, and it's not sticking. Like, you know, it's not sticking. I love you all. I'm exhausted. I am hungry. So I'm going to jump off. If you want to donate to the channel and continue helping us do all this, this is the information right here on the screen. And you guys are going to have an amazing Memorial Day because it's a long weekend. I might pop in on a live sometime this weekend, maybe Saturday, I'm thinking. But I hope everybody has an amazing Memorial Day weekend and everybody has a blast. I love you guys, and I will see you later.